This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 672. One morning, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao drove around the 4 shopping streets in the safe zone, as well as the largest commercial building in the inner city of the safe zone. What does it mean to spend money like water? Zhuang Xiao is that. Watching the points flowing out like water, I felt heartbroken. Not to mention the consumption of energy stones, because some shops only accept energy stones as the trading medium. By the way, the main source of her income came from last year. Most of the edible food harvested this year was stored by Wu Xiao. There is a place and equipment at home to store it, so there is no reason to sell food outside. Wu Xiao thought so. As for the daily affairs of their family, after the relationship between the two of them developed further, Zhuang Xiao completely became a hands-off boss. Under the situation that they could basically live comfortably, who would want to worry about those trivial matters? Besides, she was not worried that Wu Xiao would betray and dare to have any bad intentions. Not to mention that she would kill him. Even Hua would probably kill him. What are you thinking about? With a sinister smile, Wu Xiao felt a chill on his back. I feel sad about the points I spent today, especially the car. It's precious, and compared with the oranges in my hand. It's really cheap, tastes sweet and sour, and is plump and juicy. I should buy a few more. Zhuang Xiao thought so in her heart, and soon half of the orange disappeared. Taking advantage of the right time, she stuffed 2 more slices into Wu Xiao's mouth, and Wu Xiao felt warm instantly. I transfer all the points in my account to you, Wu Xiao said sweetly. Okay. I transfer it right away when I get back. Zhuang Xiao was happy now. Although Wu Xiao's account had very few points, he had contributed them voluntarily, so Zhuang Xiao would not refuse. She was still sad that her points were reduced. From left hand to right hand, from right hand to left hand, she could be a little happy. The two returned to their home in the safe zone at noon, waiting for the store to deliver the car to their door. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the car was delivered. Zhuang Xiao stood in the yard, surrounded her new car and second-hand 3-wheeled motorcycle, with her hands behind her back, looking back and forth like an old lady for several times. She was in a good mood. A 3-wheeled motorcycle with 5,000 points was worth as much as a blue jellyfish. If they were compared together, Zhuang Xiao felt that her second-hand 3-wheeled motorcycle was more valuable. The tricycle is not big and can fit on their big truck. It is also convenient for her to carry it when she and Wu Xiao go out together. Sanbangzi, I never thought that I would be able to ride in a car one day. I will modify it for you in the next few nights. Wu Xiao stood at the door of the living room, leaning against the door frame, and said lightly. Hearing Wu Xiao's voice, Zhuang Xiao immediately moved her eyes away from the tricycle, ran to Wu Xiao in 3 or 2 steps, raised her head, and said with a smile, Then I want to modify it like this, like that. Zhuang Xiao gestured exaggeratedly, and at the same time recalled the style of the tricycles that she saw others driving when she went out to collect waste, striving to make her new car perfectly integrated into everyone's traffic. The car must also follow the local customs, otherwise it will be easily remembered by others. Okay. Wu Xiao nodded, and agreed to any request made by Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao was satisfied. The next day, she went out to class with Wu Xiao happily. But the good mood of buying a new car only lasted for one night, and she was shocked by the content of the morning class. She was a liberal arts student, and she came to take science and engineering courses. Didn't anyone come to teach her theoretical knowledge first? Fortunately, there was someone to accompany her. Although she was just a little girl, she knew this little girl. Sister Xiao Xiao, are you also here to learn auto repair class? Mingyue's little hands were dirty, and every finger was stained with engine oil. Obviously, she had already tried it. At this time, the moment Mingyue saw Zhuang Xiao, she rushed towards Zhuang Xiao with a wrench in her hand. Zhuang Xiao was so scared that he quickly retreated, and retreated again. As a clever and intelligent girl, Mingyue stopped 3 steps away from Zhuang Xiao, and put down the wrench in her hand. Hello, Brother Hua, Mingyue said politely. She had heard a lot of news about this brother and sister in the safe zone recently. Now she saw the person at the center of the topic again. How could she not be excited? Wu Xiao nodded, expressionless. This little girl is a bit troublesome. I'm sorry. Mingyue, Nonsense, she can be as troublesome as Sister Xiao Xiao, Hua, In terms of troublesomeness, her friends rank first, and no one ranks second. Zhuang Xiao, Who is spreading rumors? Obviously, she just wants to lie down every day. Second brother, why don't you lie down? Linji looked at Linji and said, the life you dreamed of has finally come true. Do you think life is particularly beautiful? When Lin Ji said this, his tone and expression made Lin Ji want to swing the cane in his hand. Calm down, calm down. Lin Ji muttered these words, and kept breathing in and out, repeating in his heart, "This is my real father, you can't hit me, you can't hit me." After calming down for a long time, Lin Ji finally answered his real father's words. "I am following the doctor's advice, and coming out to get some fresh air." Lin Ji looked at Lin Ji, who was still not walking well, and had to rely on crutches to move forward, with a suspicious look on his face. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. It's only been a few days, and the second brother can't lie down anymore. Just like this. Still want to be a salted fish, Lin Ji, being forced to lie down, and lying down voluntarily, can that be the same? Hey, second brother, you can go out for a walk now? A teasing voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Ji turned his head, and saw Lin Sheng walking towards them slowly with his hands behind his back. Lin Ji saw his eldest son approaching him, and he suddenly became a little excited. Two free laborers, here they come. As the distance got closer, Lin Sheng somehow felt that his father looked at him like a dog seeing a meat bun, which made him feel uneasy. With fear in his heart, his steps became slower and slower, and Lin Sheng even wondered whether he should turn back now. They were just bonding with each other, why did he interfere? However, without allowing Lin Sheng to regret, Lin Ji took 2 quick steps, grabbed Lin Sheng's arm, and dragged him to his plantation. While Lin Ji looked at his elder brother, who was unwillingly caught, he laughed without caring about his image. Immediately, he attracted Lin Sheng's angry glare, and... Chapter 673. Second brother, you come too. Lin Ji turned around, and glared at Lin Ji and shouted. Dad, my leg is not healed yet. Lin Ji said aggrievedly. Your leg is injured, not your hand. Later, whether sitting or lying down, it will not hinder him from inspecting the leaves, Lin Ji thought. Lin Ji wanted to run, but he felt that with his current legs and feet, he would definitely not be able to outrun Grandpa Lin. Although Lin Sheng was there, the two brothers were not in the same trench, and Lin Sheng might stab him in the back. Instead of that, Lin Ji deeply felt that he should be obedient. This time it was Lin Sheng who smiled triumphantly silently. However, after the two middle-aged uncles entered the old man's plantation, and saw a group of young people, they felt refreshed. There are still young ones. Let the two old people squeeze them. Lin Xiangrong was there too. When he saw his old father standing there with a cane, he was stunned for a moment, and then he hurried forward to ask about his father's health. This was very helpful to Lin Ji. This leg was not broken in vain. Lin Ji glanced at the affectionate father and son, and then his eyes fell on his eldest son, who was watching others work with his hands behind his back. This man looked more like an old man than him, no. No! Lin Ji picked up a shovel from the ground, stuffed it into his eldest son's arms, and said angrily, What are you looking at, work? Look at your flesh. TSK. No, how did his flesh offend the old man? He grew it with his own strength. Just look at the people in this safe zone. How many of them can be like him, who can gain 2 pounds of flesh by drinking a glass of water? This is a symbol of wealth. Okay, Lin Sheng dared not to speak out. He was still living off his parents. He had to endure the ridicule. How many points and energy stones can this damn self-esteem be worth? Lin Sheng resigned himself to entering the sphere of influence of the dancing grass. Perhaps because there were many people here today, the dancing grass was in a particularly good mood. The lush branches swayed without wind, and were particularly charming and enchanting. Lin Sheng was immediately whipped by the branches of the dancing grass. Although it didn't hurt, but... Is there such a bully? He looked around, and no one else was like him. He could get 3 or 5 small whips for every step he took. The anger in his heart rose immediately. Dad, why did you, the dancing grass, catch me alone? Lin Sheng shouted loudly, and shouted at Lin Ji. The high-pitched voice attracted the attention of all the dancing grass for a while, and the tips of the branches of the dancing grass vines all looked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng suddenly became dispirited. It's not that scary. Although the old man had told him about the special features of the dancing grass before, this is not special at all. It's a spirit. Sorry. I'm so loud, I'm disturbing you. Lin Sheng's flesh trembled, and he muttered to himself. Woo. He was wrong. Lin Ji looked at the dancing grass and sighed helplessly, and said to his eldest son Lin Sheng, Big brother, why are you so irritable? Look! The little dancers are all angry. Little Dance is the nickname that Mr. Ling gave to the dancing grass. This batch of little dancers will be transplanted to the mining area soon, and he feels sad just thinking about it. Why can't this blind big brother be a little gentler? Moreover, the lethality of his little dancers is still far behind that of the mother plant of Zhuang Xiao's family, so he is not worried at all that it will cause too much harm to his eldest son. At most he will just go back and lie down for 2 days. Lin Sheng, is he his biological son? Or who is his biological son? Besides, who is angry? Lin was angry, his stomach was bulging, and he lowered his head silently, digging the roots. Digging your roots? Grandpa Lin's family is full of joy. At least that's what Grandpa Linji thinks. And Zhuang Zhao's learning process is not so good. Sister Xiaoxiao, you are wrong, that's not what I taught you just now. Mingwei patiently corrected Zhuang Zhao's 99th mistake. The little guy, his face was full of helplessness. Sure enough, God treats everyone fairly. Zhuang Xiao wiped his face, laughed dryly twice, and said, I forgot, start again. He was very angry. Big screws, small screws. Why are there screws everywhere? Screws, snails, snail noodles. Sister Xiaoxiao, what did you say? Mingwei asked in confusion, what is snail noodles? What is snail noodles? Zhuang Xiao twisted a small screw, wiped the sweat rolling down her face with her left hand, and repeated Mingyu's words in surprise. She didn't know what she was just mumbling, and she said snail noodles. Now Mingwei asked, how should she explain snail noodles? Mingwei was also confused. Wasn't this question asked by her? Why did Sister Xiaoxiao ask her in return? It seems that Sister Xiaoxiao is not very smart. Zhuang Xiao, Hui Xiao was not proficient in what Zhuang Xiao was going to learn today, but he was very skilled at it. Therefore, he was listening to other skill classes upstairs with Xiang Su, one he and others at this time. Some of the members of the future team were discharged from the hospital one after another. They were also forced by Hui Xiao to come here to study. How can life be so hopeless with a captain who is always by your side? Old Hu and Old Meng really. Isn't it nice to be a casual soldier? Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, What's so nice? Without Boss Hua, you are not worthy of your cousin Hua Hua accompanying you at any time when you go on a mission. So, Hui Xiao is back, it's really nice. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang were drinking the purple Ganoderma lucidum in the water cup, and they were in a good mood. They even drank the purple Ganoderma lucidum. What a beautiful life! The Kirin team in the blind spot, We never thought that we would be the unlucky ones. Lu Feng looked at the rising sun, and then looked at the gray-haired old man beside him, who seemed to him to be staggering, and his heart was full of mania. There is a long way to go. Captain Lu, Captain Lu. Fong Mingwei shouted while running, we found a place to rest at noon. Fong Mingwei ran out of breath and sweated. Although the young man took anti-radiation measures, the skin covered under his clothes was still tan red, black and red. Sweat stung slightly. There are no footprints of large mutant animals. Lu Feng looked at Fong Mingwei and asked. He was too scared to lie down and go back. He Ming has not woken up yet. If he doesn't wake up after a while, his mercenary career may end here. It sounds like a good thing, but without the high-risk income and return of the mercenary team, what will happen to the whole family? Fong Mingwei shook his head and said, no, Song Dun didn't find any traces of large mutant animals. That's good. Lu Feng felt a little relieved. Chapter 674. It was lunchtime, the sun was high in the sky, and the dense forest was hot and stuffy. This temperature seems to melt people. Song Dun wiped the sweat off his face, and couldn't help complaining. Fong Mingwei replied, yes, at this temperature today, I feel that the air I exhale can steam eggs. Just then, Lu Feng walked by the two people, and heard the conversation between them. He slapped one of them and scolded him. What are you talking about? Look at that old man with gray hair. When he said the last few words, Lu Feng obviously lowered his voice, fearing that the people in the survey team would hear him. I'm so old, but I can still hold on, Lu Feng said with disdain. Look at you, you are all young and strong, with a strong physique. And you? The unfinished words were self-evident. Song Dun and Fong Mingwei shrank their necks and shut their mouths. Xiao Lu. Come here. The survey team leader, whom Lu Feng called an old man, waved at him. The slowly waving hand seemed to be summoning a spirit, which made Lu Feng shiver involuntarily, but he ran over happily, and his smiling face was so beautiful that Fong Mingwei and Song Dun could not bear to look at him. This serval look really did not look like their captain at all. As soon as Lu Feng left, Fong Mingwei and Song Dun suddenly felt that the air around them was not so stuffy, and their breathing became much smoother. Fong Mingwei said slyly, Brother Song, have you heard? After saying this, he stopped talking. Song Dun glanced at the surrounding environment and replied indifferently, What did you hear? This kid just likes to keep people in suspense. The more interested he is, the less he will say. On the contrary, if you ignore him, he will soon pour out all his thoughts, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. No, brother Song, why don't you have any bad intentions? Fong Mingwei said. Song Dun, It is true. However, this time Song Dun did not talk, but checked the surrounding environment by himself. After a while, he distanced himself from Fong Mingwei and disappeared in the bushes. Fong Mingwei looked around, but there was no one, and he could not hear the voices of other team members. He hurriedly caught up with Song Dun. I heard that those people picked up a lot of energy stones from the blind spot last time. Fong Mingwei hurriedly told Song Dun the top-secret information he had obtained after catching up with him. This really attracted Song Dun's attention. How do you know? On the way to send the group of people from the mining area to the safe area, 2 people were in a daze, and were still mumbling about flowers, energy stones, and mutant animals. Fong Mingwei said complacently, I guessed it from the few words of those 2 people, and there were also people who were awake at the time, trying to interfere with me. But failed. My ears are very good. Besides, if it weren't for the awake person's behavior of trying to cover up, he might have really suspected something. Were those 2 people talking in their sleep at the time? Who doesn't daydream? Song Dun listened quietly, and Fong Mingwei processed the information he heard and compiled it into a complete storyline. Although there is not much fiction, Song Dun also understands that the energy stone thing is 90% true. Although Song Dun thinks this is true, he still reminds Fong Mingwei, don't have any bad ideas. Our primary task is to protect the people in the survey team. If something goes wrong in the middle, no one will be able to get away with it. Song Dun felt that it was not enough to remind Fong Mingwei once, so he reminded Fong Mingwei again and again before going back. Fong Mingwei felt that he really didn't have any bad ideas. It was just a chat when he was bored. He cherishes his life very much. He doesn't want others to say that he died young after he dies. When the 2 came back, they saw a group of people huddled together. In the crowd were 2 fiery red figures that surprised and delighted people. Who else could it be if not the Flame Cat couple in their safe zone? There is one lying in the badge pattern on his clothes. It's time for Yin Yin to take a nap. When the 2 flame cats were flying in the air, they happened to see the tiny humans on the ground, so they came down to see if they knew them. After coming down, Huohui felt that the emblems on these humans looked familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Huohui tilted his head and looked at Lu Feng for a long time, and finally found it from his mediocre memory. Isn't this what his friend had shown him? It turned out that it was on these humans, and his eyes scanned the crowd around him. Everyone had it, which showed that it was some kind of mark, just like they would use smell or, well, feces or urine as a mark to mark their territory. These people were obviously humans marked by their friends. Although it is not quite the same as its. But the principle should be the same, Zhuangxiao, She was speechless, Xiaoyan, Correct. Aren't those who carry this kind of emblem the people of their number 11 safety zone? Before they started working in the afternoon, the 2 flame cats left. However, the hunting range of the 2 flame cats today seemed to be nearby. The people on the ground could see the fiery red figures flying in the sky from time to time. This made the heavy responsibility of shuttling in the blind spot feel a lot more at ease, and sincerely looked forward to tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. It would be great if the flame cat could condescend to take care of him. After finishing a day of inhumane practical courses, Zhuangxiao wanted to run away from home the moment she saw the flame cat at home. This way, she wouldn't have to find an excuse not to go to class tomorrow. Thinking about her IQ being crushed by Mingwei today, she felt so sad that she couldn't help herself. Is that little girl going to the sky? The speed of dismantling and assembling things is so fast that it is beyond the reach of others. Don't be discouraged. People have different talents. Wu Xiao thought about it and decided to comfort Zhuangxiao, so he said, Mingyu may be quite talented in mechanics, but she is not as talented as you in the mutant plant and animal class. Mingyu, It is better to expose people's shortcomings. After entering the safe zone to study, Mingyu vowed to study related topics on mutant plant and animal research, but less than 3 days after the class started, her dream of becoming a great botanist died. The mood at that time was almost exactly the same as Zhuangjiao's now. Frustrated, too frustrated. So later He, who comforted his daughter, and let her try different skill classes as long as she was interested. Maybe her talent lies in other areas. Chapter 675. After many comparisons, Mingwei also found her talent and her shining point today. After Wu Xiao comforted her, Zhuangxiao felt much better and finally cheered up to eat. She was exhausted after the whole day. After waking up the next day, she was full of energy, and her fighting spirit was high. She was the chosen girl. How could she lose to such a young girl? So in the following period of time, Zhuang Xiao worked hard to study, and followed Hui Xiao to class every day. She gradually found a lot of fun in it. And she could drive a three-wheeled motorcycle to take Hui Xiao in and out of the safety zone safely. During this period, the two flame cats went to the blind spot to find food almost every day. Although the weather was hot, Yin Yan's appetite was better than before. For this reason, the two of them stayed in the blind spot most of the time, and occasionally even spent the night in the blind spot. And the moving property that Hua Hua thought was marked by Zhuang Xiao, a human, was naturally taken care of by the two flame cats. Thanks to the fact that they successfully left the blind spot before the temperature rose to a level that was not suitable for work. The survey team has completed 2/3 of the work. According to the current progress, when the temperature drops, there will be another 2 months, that is, before the temperature drops to a level that is not suitable for going out, this survey work can be successfully completed. This work is much slower than Xiao Yan's plan, but there is nothing he can do about it. However, there is someone who is more anxious than Xiao Yan. Under the situation where it is impossible to change the site, how can people in the safe zone quickly enter the blind spot to open up the urban area and get the supersized house they want as soon as possible? It has inevitably become the motivation for someone to use superpowers. Of course, someone who is still insisting on attending classes has no time to think about this now. Until the weather was so hot that she couldn't go out at all, Zhuang Xiao stayed at home every day, and she was worried about the fact that Xiao Yan's big cake had not been completed. Especially after Zhuang Xiao sent out several trucks of dancing grass branches, and Yin Yan's belly was getting bigger day by day, her desire for a big house became stronger. Although she didn't know the pregnancy period of the flame cat, Zhuang Xiao felt that according to the general production period of mammals, it should be soon. However, after hearing Hui Xiao say that there is a kind of shark in the ocean with a pregnancy period of up to 3 or 4 years, her urgency was slightly reduced. What is the mammal with the longest pregnancy period on land? Zhuang Xiao believed that the physiological structure of marine and terrestrial organisms was very different, and she should still understand the creatures on land to be more reliable. What did Hui Xiao answer at that time? It seemed that the pregnancy period of mutant elephants on land could also be up to 2 years. After that, she asked about some other mutant animals. From the limited information she knew, she came to the following conclusion. That is, the smaller the size of the mutant mammal, the shorter the pregnancy period seems to be, and the fewer the number of cubs born in one litter. Although her inference has no academic significance, she thought so at the time. So under this speculation and the high temperature, she lay at home for more than a month with peace of mind. At Zhuang Xiao's strong request, Hui Xiao built a small temporary residence for her in the flame forest, and the materials were all from the giant bamboo in the mutant bamboo forest. Sometimes Hui Xiao would sleep in there for 2 nights. Of course, the two of them just slept, and really did nothing. Hui Xiao noticed the difference of the flame tree in the last blind spot. After living in the small bamboo house for a few days, the contrast became more obvious. So during the days when Zhuang Xiao lay down, Hui Xiao was not idle early in the morning and late at night. He visited Grandpa Lin several times and learned a lot about how to grow mutant plants. Then he started to cultivate flame tree seedlings. As for the flame tree seedlings that Zhuang Xiao sent to Grandpa Lin, he kept one in his own plantation, and the rest went to the research institute. However, it is obvious that the research institute has not discovered the abnormality of these flame trees. The dancing grass has been planted in the yards of many people in the safe zone, especially in the shantytowns. Basically, every household is an independent house. Even if there is no yard, they can always plant one in the corner. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, who were familiar with them, all got branches of dancing grass. Although these branches could not be cut and propagated after being planted and rooted, a small section of the mother plant could take root and sprout normally. So, a branch of dancing grass was cut into countless small branches by these people, and then spread to their relatives, friends, and neighbors. Once, Yan Hu came back from the mining area and visited his home. He also told Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao about the dancing grass growing in the mining area. Perhaps Zhuang Xiao felt the mood of the femme fatale, who wanted to see how her descendants occupied the sphere of influence of the safe zone. One day after a heavy rain, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao went to the mining area. After the rain, everything was green and full of vitality. Under the occasional breeze, rows of dancing grasses grew freely, and the soft branches swayed back and forth in the air, occasionally whipping away a few croaking birds. Not far from the dancing grass forest, there were even many people who settled down. Whenever the sharp and piercing chirping of birds sounded, someone would rush out of the house and head straight for the source of the sound. Go pick up the leak. As for the humans who suddenly appeared, these grasses were also quite gentle. Unless the noise made by that person was too loud, people were rarely whipped. Those who went to pick up the leeks were all tested on the spot, and those that were inedible were buried in the soil under the dancing grass. As for the edible ones, they were taken away directly. The dancing grasses did not show any strange behavior. Zhuang Xiao even saw some people spontaneously fertilizing and watering the dancing grass. After walking around the planting area of dancing grass, Zhuang Xiao witnessed this strange tacit understanding between humans and dancing grass. Perhaps, this is the way of survival of dancing grass, and also the way of survival of humans. After leaving the mining area, Zhuang Xiao decided to talk to the vicious beauty about everything he saw today. Her descendants are growing well, she can rest assured. Dancing grass, Why does it feel like she is going to die? When the temperature level climbed to a new height, the watch issued a warning again one day. This warning was received by several surrounding safety zones, such as Safety Zone Number 3, Safety Zone Number 4, and Safety Zone Number 6. In addition, many coastal safety zones also received it. A new storm is coming, please be prepared in each safety zone. This warning from Safety Zone Number 1 immediately made the entire safety zone nervous again. Every safe zone is convinced by the early warning information issued by the Number 1 safe zone, which has always been at the top of the Wasteland Comprehensive Strength list. Chapter 676. On the afternoon of the day, they received the news. Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao packed their important luggage, went back and forth between the safe zone and the shantytown twice, and then moved back to their residence in the safe zone. The fixed assets of the shantytown home, the beautiful and vicious woman, were naturally not included in the packing list. If there were continuous heavy rains in the cave in the yard of the shantytown, the mutant pangolin would probably flood the whole place, so this guy was fortunately included in the luggage list. As for the two flame cats, well, it was really difficult to arrange them at home, so Zhuang Xiao let them go back to the blind area. The risk resistance of the blind area cave is much stronger than their safe zone. On the night they moved into the safe zone, a strong wind blew at night. The temperature, which had been soaring, fell sharply under the influence of the wind. When Zhuang Xiao woke up in the early morning of the second day, compared with the hot and humid weather yesterday, he felt unusually cool and needed to cover himself with a thin blanket. She had never heard such a loud wind, and even felt that the small building was about to fly up to 90,000 miles with the wind. With the whistling wind, she fell asleep again. When the alarm on the watch rang, the wind stopped, and it was pitch black outside the window. Zhuang Xiao heard the movement downstairs, and knew that it must be late. She looked down, and it was indeed past 6 in the morning. She hurriedly changed her clothes, and went downstairs. Sure enough, breakfast was already on the table. "Are you going out today?" Zhuang Xiao asked Wei Xiao, who was packing up and obviously preparing to go out. Hearing Zhuang Xiao's question, Wei Xiao paused, looked back at her, and slowly said, "Yes, I am going out." Wei Xiao glanced at the sky outside the house, was melancholy for a while, and continued, "It may not be peaceful outside today, so don't go out." Although the little girl has been staying at home, because of the temperature these days, in a situation like today, it is hard to guarantee that she will not go out for a walk due to some strange curiosity. "I know," Zhuang Xiao responded, but she couldn't help worrying about Wei Xiao. In such weather, the mercenaries must be firefighters, going wherever they are needed. Then you should be more careful and pay attention to safety, Zhuang Xiao instructed. In addition, she didn't know what else to say. After all, since Wei Xiao decided to return to the mercenary team, he has not been on a mission. This is finally a chance to realize his own value. I think he will not give up. And to be honest, Zhuang Xiao didn't intend to stop him from going out. Wei Xiao hummed and strode out the door. After eating and cleaning up, Zhuang Xiao sat on the doorstep. She looked at the increasingly gloomy sky and sighed involuntarily. This weather is really worrying. The mutant pangolin's body was half inside the door and half outside. In the basin outside the door was a chopped hodgepodge of meat and vegetables, which tasted so delicious. After eating a few bites, it did not forget to use its cunning black eyes to look at Zhuang Xiao, who was sighing with his chin on his hand and looking up to the sky. "I don't know why humans who eat and sleep and eat are so sad." Zhuang Xiao, Not long after Wei Xiao left the house, the street lights on the street lit up. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry. Even in such weather, people who want to go out to earn money for their families still have to go out to work and earn money for their families. When passing by the south gate of the city in the safe zone, Xiao Qiao even poked his head out of the guard hall and greeted Hu Xiao. Brother-in-law, good morning. Qiao Xiantai always felt that the word good morning was out of place when he said it. The sky was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the dim street lights were like returning home in the early hours of the night, not like morning. But it was indeed morning. Hu Xiao responded, good morning. After Hu Xiao's back disappeared at the corner, Qiao Xiantai looked back at the small building under the dark sky, and then retracted his head into the guard hall. When they arrived near the mercenary team's camp, they met many mercenaries on the road. If they knew someone, they would greet each other. Captain Hua, good morning. Good morning. Just like that, before entering the gate, they met Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang again. These two people have been discharged from the hospital for half a month. Except for 2 or 3 people with serious injuries, who are still recuperating at home, the rest of the future team have returned to the team. As for He Ming from the Sharp Knife team, he also woke up. But the person was transferred to the number 6 safe zone for treatment. If the safe zone had not changed its owner, and if Xiao Yan had not urgently needed people, He Ming would have been cleared out of the mercenary team long ago. Captain, he is so lucky. Hu Qianli sighed as he walked. Are you envious? Hu Xiao asked back. No. No. Who envies this? Hu Qianli shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he really didn't envy this at all. He just thought of the miserable scene when Yan Hu and Hu Xiao withdrew from the mercenary team. Hu Xiao, He feels very good now. Hu Xiao was helpless when he saw Hu Qianli, who looked like he was going to eat him. Why did Hu Qianli behave in 2 completely different ways when he was in the mercenary team, and when he was not in the mercenary team? He had felt that the relationship was quite harmonious a while ago. Hu Qianli, How could it be the same? He has become his direct superior again, and his cousin is still not here. It's heartbreaking to think about it. The building was brightly lit inside and outside, and there were people coming in and out, inside and outside, and it was a busy scene. The members of the future team who arrived first were already busy, preparing to deal with various emergencies that suddenly occurred after the rainstorm. These things were arranged and deployed after receiving the warning, so even if Hu Xiao was a little late, it would not affect their work. Xiang Su and Wan Yi lived in the mercenary team dormitory yesterday and arrived early. Seeing Hu Xiao, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang arrived, they immediately greeted him warmly, without any worry about what was going to happen next. In fact, everyone is the same. Among the people coming in and out here, some are even talking and laughing while busying themselves. It can be seen that everyone is used to it. Everyone knows what will happen and what needs to be done next, so there is no need to worry. Besides, no matter how much worry there is, it is just in vain. What should happen and what should be done should not be done. At 10 o'clock in the morning, just when everyone was suppressed by the black cloud and was about to be unable to breathe, a strong wind suddenly arose, and then bean-sized raindrops fell down. The raindrops hit the windows, making a bang-bang sound. Zhuang Xiao closed the doors and windows, sat on the sofa in the living room, listened to the movement, and fell into an illusion of whether it was raining or hail. Chapter 677. The mutant pangolin slept after eating, and it remained motionless despite the wind and rain outside. Just when Zhuang Xiao decided to lie down and take a nap like the mutant pangolin, suddenly, a violent sound, different from the sound of raindrops hitting the roof, came from the roof. Damn! Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but think of the second brother who climbed over the mountains and ridges last year. He stood up from the sofa with a somersault and went up to the top floor in a few steps. The sound on the roof continued. Judging from the sound, there should be some living thing falling on it. However, before she could go upstairs, the sound stopped abruptly and disappeared suddenly. Even so, she didn't stop at all. When she entered the top floor and saw the intact ceiling, Zhuang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Fortunately, there was no skylight, otherwise. I'm afraid I'd be busy today. When Zhuang Xiao came down from upstairs, he carefully checked every room and window, and there was no leak. The quality of this house is really good, and there is no rain even near the windows. Zhuang Xiao admired it sincerely in his heart. The points are worth spending. An hour later, the wind and rain showed no sign of weakening. 2 hours later, it was still the same. Until 3 hours later. The water in the low-lying areas outside the shantytown was still above people's knees. The drainage system in the safety zone worked desperately, but it still couldn't drain all the water flowing into the drainage outlet, so the water accumulated little by little in the safety zone. Similarly, the situation around the mining area was not very good. The drainage situation here is even worse. The water in the temporary drainage ditch on the side of the road has overflowed the road, and it is no longer possible to distinguish where the ditch is and where the road is. The entire number 11 safety zone is like an isolated island floating in the vast ocean. Under the call of the strong wind, it seems that it can be blown away at any time. The situation in the number 11 safety zone is not optimistic. The situation in the number 3 safety zone near the coastline is even worse than them. In addition to the continuous rain, the seawater in the sea is still pouring back to the coastline. In such bad weather, the shantytowns closer to the coastline are full of people. Jiangping, Jiangping. Don't want the things anymore. Let's get out of here. Jiangyan shouted at his sister who was still packing up in the house, then rushed to his parents' room, dragged them out, and said angrily, Dad, Mom, don't pack up. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. The water level is getting higher and higher. It will be too late if we don't leave now. At this time, Jiangping came out of his small house and saw that there was no one in the yard, so he shouted loudly, Brother, brother. I'm coming, I'm coming. The wind and rain were very loud, but Jiangping in the house still heard his sister's voice. Another gust of wind blew, and Jiangyan's tall body, who had just stepped out of the door, was almost blown back into the house. Jiangyan outside the yard staggered and almost fell into the water. Seeing this, Jiangyan rushed out despite the strong wind, and hurriedly supported Jiangyan, then hurriedly turned back to urge his parents, Hurry up, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Jiangyan's parents supported each other, and followed Jiangyan and Jiangping to the mountain near the shantytown. Compared to entering the safe area, they still preferred to choose a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave was discovered by Jiangyan when he went out to collect waste in previous years. Although it is small, it is much safer than the bottom. Chapter 678. At this time, Zhuangxiao was leisurely looking for her turtle shell in the storage room. She was originally worried about what to do if the rainwater overflowed the threshold. Fortunately, Xiao came with the news in time. The threshold can be raised to a position parallel to the first floor windowsill, so as to prevent water from entering the house. Speaking of this, Zhuangxiao felt that her decision to buy a house in the safe zone was absolutely right. The residences in the number 3 and number 6 safe zones, flooded. Does anyone still remember them? Found it. Zhuangxiao happily took the huge turtle shell out of the storage room. The mutant pangolin at the door of the living room looked up at the heavy rain outside the house. Why do you want to go out too? Zhuangxiao said, but did not expect the mutant pangolin to answer her question. She put the turtle shell in her hand in the water outside to try it out. Well, it can float. As long as it can get up. Suddenly, she remembered that this mutant pangolin not only knows how to dig holes, but also seems to have excellent swimming skills. Immediately, Zhuangxiao bent down and picked up the mutant pangolin. With a plop, countless splashes of water were created. Zhuangxiao wiped her face and looked at the raindrops that fell on the water surface. Sure enough, after a while, the mutant pangolin emerged from the water, with its head tilted up on the water surface, and its forward legs flapping quite neatly. It's better not to be a human. Zhuangxiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. TSK, look at this mutant animal, all the skill points are stacked up. So what can it do? This swimming skill is more than a little bit better than hers. The mutant pangolin was having a lot of fun in the water, which made Zhuangxiao envious. However, it was not the time for her to go out. The rain was so intense that it could make a hole in a person's head. It would hurt if it hit her. After opening the door for a while, a lot of water splashed on the living room floor. However, it didn't matter. Zhuangxiao moved a bench and lay on the threshold where she had been sitting in the morning, eating snacks and watching the mutant pangolin swimming in the water. After waiting for more than an hour, the rain gradually subsided. Although it didn't stop completely, it was a good time to go out hunting. Before going out, she rechecked her equipment, pulled the turtle shell floating in the water, emptied the water inside, and then Zhuangxiao climbed in with her hands and feet. Well, it was quite fun. As soon as she walked out of the door, Zhuangxiao's eyes lit up. The mutant pangolin's eyes also lit up. Qiao Xiantai, who was climbing out of the ventilation vent above the guard hall, suddenly brightened up. Sister. Qiao Xiantai hurriedly climbed out of the guard hall, stood on the top, and waved his hands loudly towards Zhuangxiao. Zhuangxiao heard the voice and looked back. Xiao Qiao. Zhuangxiao grabbed the hemp rope on the mutant pangolin and urged her exclusive water power equipment to go to the city gate in the safe zone. After entering the water, she realized that she had to row this broken turtle shell by herself. However, after seeing the leisurely look of the mutant pangolin, she suddenly felt that the power source was coming. Sure enough, every family member in their family was not just eating for free. Except her. In fact, She also wanted to try flying with a sword, such as standing on the back of the mutant pangolin and floating in the water, but she was worried that if she had poor balance and fell into the water, who would she cry to at that time? Chapter 679. After hesitating for a long time, Zhuang Xiao felt that it was safer to sit in the turtle shell. Just after Zhuang Xiao greeted Xiao Xiantai, the mutant pangolin suddenly plunged into the water. Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt unstable and gratefully handed over the rope in her hand. Despite this, the turtle shell and she, who was sitting in the turtle shell, were still carried forward by the mutant pangolin for a long distance. Xiao Xiantai watched Zhuang Xiao drift away from the front of the guard hall, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. His sister is really a god. This is all right. Hua Xiao and his group saw a person moving rapidly on the water from a distance. Captain Hua, is it my cousin? Meng Qingyang exclaimed as he looked at the special boat speeding on the water that was getting closer and closer to them. The people in the future team naturally saw it, and thought to themselves that it was no wonder that Captain Hua wanted to check from this side. This cousin is really too jumpy. Cousin, cousin! Hu Qianli didn't even look at Hua Xiao's reaction, and he shouted at Zhuang Xiao who was rushing towards them. Hurry up and pull over, pull over. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's boat rushing in the water, they had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Zhuang Xiao, Yes, yes. Hurry up and make way, the one under the water doesn't care about any obstacles on the water. More than 10 meters away from the future team's boat, the mutant pangolin suddenly jumped out of the water, holding a black and red creature's thigh in its not-so-big mouth. Great! Zhuang Xiao took the mutant crab from the mutant pangolin's mouth, and removed all 8 legs of the mutant crab dancing wildly with 2 clicks. The praised mutant pangolin proudly circled around Zhuang Xiao, and the hemp rope also circled around Zhuang Xiao. The future team, who were temporarily leaning on the side, were stunned by Zhuang Xiao's fierce operation. Hua Xiao was in the boat, and helplessness was not enough to describe his mood at the moment. He knew that the little girl would never stay at home honestly after knowing that there were mutant aquatic creatures in the water. Do you have a mission? Zhuang Xiao smiled and greeted everyone in the future team. She was in a good mood at the moment. I never thought that one day there would be a river in front of my house. It's so convenient to catch fish and shrimp. Just go out. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang nodded blankly. Come up. Hua Xiao stretched out his hand to Zhuang Xiao who was sitting in the turtle shell. Zhuang Xiao blinked and didn't move. She didn't want to go. After finally discovering the new skills of the mutant pangolin, she hasn't had enough fun yet. Oh. Zhuang Xiao responded reluctantly. She remembered that when Hua Xiao went out in the morning, she promised not to run around. Who would have thought that she would be caught just after leaving the house? She felt a little guilty for some reason. What should she do? The turtle shell and the people successfully boarded the boat of the future team. And the mutant pangolin was also led by Zhuang Xiao and followed behind the boat. Otherwise, if the stranger caught it as prey, she would cry to death. What are you going to do? Zhuang Xiao sat down and quietly asked Xiang Su beside him. Xiang Su glanced at the expression of Captain Hua. No expression, moved his butt, lowered his voice and said, Go and see where the drainage outlet is wrong. Zhuang Xiao thought for a moment and understood. It is impossible for this mutant aquatic creature to swim in from the gate of the safe zone. The rain was still falling, perhaps because it was light. On the water in the safe zone, in addition to the mercenaries and the people in the safe zone, there were more ordinary people. As the boat shuttled between the blocks, Zhuang Xiao also saw bamboo poles, hemp ropes, and other things stretched out from the windows of each house. They looked like they were fishing. Good guy, I didn't expect that the people in the safe zone were so bold. I just wonder if the people in the shantytowns outside are so bold. Thinking of last year's heavy rain, compared with this year's heavy rain, Zhuang Xiao felt that this possibility should not be great. The wind before could blow away the roofs of the shantytowns, who would still be in the mood to catch mutant creatures in the water? Chapter 680. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky. Hua Xiao hurriedly ran out of the living room. Xiao Xiao, what happened? Hua Xiao lowered his voice suddenly after seeing the mutant animal in the yard, fearing that he would scare the sudden visitor. Why did you bring this thing back? What did you bring it back for? Zhuang Xiao put her hands on her hips and scolded Hua Hua on the roof. Her cheeks were flushed, she was angry, but it was really hot. She quickly wiped the sweat from her eyes, turned to look at Hua Xiao, spread her hands helplessly, and said, What should I do? What should I do? Of course, let Hua Hua send it back. Although this guy doesn't have legs that can run and jump like the dancing grass, it can move and is highly toxic. Hua Xiao's mind was also a little confused. What can this mutant hook snake do at home? Catch mutant mice? or catch mutant rabbits, or eat dry food. Let Huahua send it back. After Xiao pondered for a moment, he still couldn't think of what this mutant hook snake could do in their home. Mutated hook snake, It's cool to hold me to sleep in the summer. Cool, smooth, so comfortable. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the snake tongue spit out by the mutant hook snake and felt that what Xiao said was so reasonable. Whoever brought this thing back, naturally someone will take it back. Huahua, come down, Zhuang Xiao ordered. Huahua turned his head away and ignored Zhuang Xiao's order. It doesn't understand human language, Zhuang Xiao. Yin Yin, let your husband come down. Zhuang Xiao turned to look at another flame cat at home. Zhuang Xiao winked at Yin Yin. Family status, do you understand? It's time to show your family status. Yin Yin, who was originally watching the show with great interest, met Zhuang Xiao's look of seeking help. Well, it should just go to sleep. Zhuang Xiao was speechless again. To the flame cat couple. This is really the rhythm of rebellion. Zhuang Xiao gritted his teeth in anger in the yard, but he could do nothing. Pregnant women cannot be beaten. The one upstairs. She can't reach it. Just as the three parties were competing, Xiao hurriedly retreated several steps to the door. It was a close call. Xiao. Come into the house. Xiao stuttered a little when he said this. When he thought about facing a highly poisonous mutant hook snake every day in the future, a sense of creepiness arose spontaneously in his body. Who wouldn't be afraid? Although the flame cat and the mutant pangolin can run, jump, and swim, at least they are not poisonous. You can still get close to them. After comparing them, Xiao thought that he should be more gentle to the flame cat and the mutant pangolin in the future. After all, they are so kind and amiable. What? Zhuang Xiao didn't care about getting close to the flame cat couple, and turned around and strode towards the door of the living room. After seeing the scene inside, Zhuang Xiao was really confused. In the two corners of the living room closest to the inside, one corner was coiled with a mutant pangolin, and the other corner was coiled with a mutant hook snake. These two guys are quite good at dividing the territory. But later, did she agree? In view of the performance of the mutant hook snake in the past, Xiao decided to keep his mouth shut. In this case, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, such as him, who was most likely to be injured, he still didn't show it. If necessary, he can just be brave enough to feed the snake with his own body. Mutant hook snake, No need. This kind of sacrifice. By the way, if it was a mutant pangolin, it would be fine. Zhuang Xiao would pick it up and throw it out the door with its hard shell. But this mutant hook snake, she really doesn't want to hug it. The thought of hugging a slippery, soft thing gave her goosebumps all over her body. Why did the temperature suddenly get so cold? Zhuang Xiao sat down on the sofa angrily, glaring at the mutant hook snake, and then glaring at the mutant hook snake again. It's useless. The mutant hook snake coiled up so firmly. Xiao went in and quietly sat beside Zhuang Xiao, wanting to reach out and pat the little girl on the back, so that she wouldn't explode like a pufferfish. But before his hand touched Zhuang Xiao's back, she stood up suddenly. Go out. Whatever you want to do. According to the mutant hook snake's performance in the number 3 safety zone, it is quite humane, so it should be. Nothing should happen. However, before going out, Zhuang Xiao still checked the doors and windows of the house inside and out before leaving with Xiao in the car to the shantytown. As soon as he got in the car, Zhuang Xiao rubbed his head violently with both hands, and suddenly, the hair that had just been combed in the morning was messed up. After Zhuang Xiao vented his anger, Xiao said, "Let it go." Although the consequence of letting it go is very likely that their family will have another, unfriendly-looking family member. At this time, Xiao was still trying hard to recall that every time they went out, the little girl should not have provoked other mutant creatures with strange behaviors. After searching through the memory again, nothing was found. That should be gone. Let them be. After venting, Zhuang Xiao felt much better, and gave up struggling and resisting in an instant. It was useless anyway. It was better not to do useless work. The gate of the safety zone was open normally today, and their car left the safety zone smoothly. However, if there were no obvious ruts on the road outside the safety zone, they really couldn't tell which was the road and which was the non-road area. There was mud and weeds everywhere on the ground, and occasionally patches of water could be seen in low-lying areas. There were still many people around the water. Obviously, this arrest activity has not ended yet. After entering the shantytown, the scene was even more. From Zhuang Xiao's perspective, the roofs of many houses were gone. Some people climbed on the ridges, busy covering the temporary roofs. Compared with the rain, the solar radiation at this time of year is the thing that can really kill people quickly. No one was killed this time. I don't know if it's because Hui Xiao chose another road, but it's a good thing that he didn't face death directly. In Hui Xiao's opinion, every time the little girl encounters such a thing, she will feel depressed for several times. It's rare. When we arrived near the fork in the road, the path disappeared. Where there should have been a path, there were weeds and shrubs covered with mud on the ground, so the car stopped on the side of the main road, trying not to hinder the passage of the road. There was no trace of the guard team around this time, so I think they should have been urgently transferred. From the intersection, the state of the dancing grass and the flame tree looked good. The roof of their house was still there. Chapter 681. Vehicles cannot enter the path, so Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao can only choose to walk. Fortunately, Hui Xiao had foresight. Before getting off the car, he and Zhuang Xiao both put on leather boots. All the way to the door of the house, the situation was visibly better. At the beginning, Hui Xiao built the house on a hillside. What a wise choice. The two of them first walked around outside the yard to see the situation. The inspection results made Zhuang Xiao very satisfied. Although the leaves in the flooded lower part turned yellow and fell off, overall, no dead plants appeared. There was another thing that made her even happier. Hui Xiao, look. Zhuang Xiao shouted at Hui Xiao in surprise. Is this a flower bud? The tender green tiny spores. Zhuang Xiao was not sure whether this was a newly grown bud or a freshly baked flower bud. Although she was inclined to the latter, she still asked Hui Xiao's opinion. Hui Xiao approached, picked up the branches and carefully identified them for a while, and said, "It's a flower bud." Then he picked out a few more branches, pointed out the particularly small tender buds on them, and said, this, and this, they are all flower buds. After hearing Hui Xiao's confirmation, Zhuang Xiao immediately smiled with teeth showing. She has fruit. She has fruit. She finally grew a plant. No, a mutant plant that can be eaten normally. Woo woo. I am almost moved to tears. Dancing grass, eh? Look at that little bit of achievement. It's just edible. What's so great about it? She can dance. Can those dwarfs below? Hui Xiao wanted to say that although this mutant plant has bloomed normally after leaving the small hot spring, it is still unknown whether the fruiting rate can be as high as before. Pollination is a problem? There are no mutant bees in the safe zone. If so, then we can only rely on wind power or artificial power. Artificial. Looking at the mutant plants on the hillside and the full of flower buds on the plants, Hui Xiao is a little worried about the workload. However, the little girl is so happy now. How can he pour cold water on her? Maybe we can eat fruits in autumn, Hui Xiao said with a smile. Of course. A large orchard. All of this is mine. Zhuang Xiao shuttled back and forth between the plants in high spirits, and shuttled carefully, for fear that if she accidentally touched a flower bud, she would eat one less fruit in the future. After inspecting the orchard, she entered the yard. The yard was more sober than expected. Except for the two poisonous weeds that were still a little fragile and bent, and were a little pitiful after being destroyed by wind and rain, everything else was fine. The most important thing was that she was used to it. The foundation was still there, the courtyard wall was still there, and it was under construction at most. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Zhao's smile never faded when she thought of the yellow fruits that would be harvested in the fall. The kitchen roof was missing half again, but it didn't matter, we had Hui Xiao. The bedroom was flooded, but it didn't matter, we had Hui Xiao. Anyway, Hui Xiao did all the work. She was responsible for patrolling the mountain outside the courtyard. Although the mountain was small and the orchard was small, why was she so happy? The families of Jiangyan and Hebei, each carrying a luggage roll on their backs, were covered in mud and dirt, stepped into puddles, and looked around in a mess. Is their house gone? The power of the backflow of seawater pushed the stone house to the ground mercilessly. In the middle of the collapsed houses, there were people everywhere, silently searching for something. Were they searching for property, food, or relatives? Jiangyan didn't know. They didn't know where to go at this moment. With people around, this kind of silence without human voices was eerie and terrifying. When he looked up, he saw that the walls of the safe zone, which were once visible to the naked eye and unreachable, had gaps one after another. The safe zone has been breached. Jiang Ping murmured in a low voice, full of disbelief. An urgent voice came from the front of him, breaking the frozen atmosphere. I saw two dirty figures in a shantytown. Oh, there is no shantytown anymore. They are chasing each other in the mud. The person behind ran and cursed. God damn it, give me back my things. Unfortunately, cursing at this time obviously had no effect. However, the two disappeared from Jiangyan and his group's sight in an instant. Everyone immediately hugged the luggage behind them to their chests, tightened the weapons in their hands, and their confused expressions immediately became more alert. The time of chaos is coming. They survived the storm, but they might lose their lives in the sun. Let's go! Where to go? No one asked. Let's leave this densely populated area first. As for going to the safe zone or somewhere else, let's take it one step at a time. The number 3 safe zone is also in chaos. Compared with the suffocating atmosphere of the shantytown with a hint of despair, the people here can still wail and cry, which is the sound of survival. The collapsed houses and messy streets, the mercenaries and guards shuttled through them, their eyes were bloodshot and their expressions were cold. Since the storm, these people have not had a good rest. But no one can stop. Behind everyone is either their own survival or the survival of a family. Everyone is also working hard to survive. Although it is difficult, very difficult. Why is life so difficult? Hey, who looked at everything around him that had just been built and destroyed, and his heart was depressed. It has only been settled for a few months, and it is like this again. Life is like this. What is difficult or not difficult? Hey, Roan came over and patted his son's shoulder and said, "Look how energetic Mingwei is." Yes, Mingwei is very energetic now. The fish and shrimps picked up for free are everywhere. If you are a step slower, they will be snatched away by others. If you can eat them, keep them for yourself, and if you can't eat them, transport them to bury them under the dancing grass tree. Hey Hu, what are you still doing? Come to work. Mingwei looked up and saw his father standing stupidly with his father to supervise, and he was very unhappy. How can this person be so careless? When will such a careless person ever get out of the safe zone? Mingyu touched the nutrient solution on her waist and felt relieved. It's great to be in a safe zone with someone in charge. Someone will give her nutrient solution, so even if she wants to starve herself to death in the short term, it's impossible, and she doesn't have to think about eating highly radioactive mutants. What a good life. Here. Hey, who stepped heavily into a puddle with one step, splashing muddy water all over his trouser legs. After it was fixed on his clothes, it was like a bunch of bright flowers blooming in the darkness. Chapter 682. Inner City of the Safety Zone. Xiaoyan stood in front of the window, looking at the towering city wall in the distance. Due to the strong wind on a stormy day, a piece of barbed wire on the city wall was missing, and the top of the wall was bare, which was very eye-catching. The little income that I just got this year was lost again. It's really a headache. And, bald head, in the following days, the entire safety zone was busy. In less than half a month, life in the safety zone returned to normal. Those who should pick up rubbish, and those who should work. In the evening, Hui Xiao returned home and saw that the yard was full of various sundries. The open truck door was full of bags of disinfectants. Hui Xiao walked around the sundries under his feet and entered the living room, and saw Zhuang Xiao, who was busy fiddling with something. Why did you buy so many disinfectants? It's useful. Zhuang Xiao replied without raising his head, and continued to work on his work. Hui Xiao choked. How could he not know that it was useful? What do you want to eat tonight? Hui Xiao asked, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking it in one gulp. After drinking the water, Hui Xiao, who was waiting for the girl to order, heard 2 more words. Whatever. Still without raising his head. Hui Xiao glanced at Zhuang Xiao, who was serious for a few times, thinking that what he said today was really concise. In the past, the girl was always very enthusiastic when he came back. I don't know if the new guy in the family provoked him during the day. The mutant hook snake has been dependent on them since Wahua brought it back. Sleep at home during the day and go out at night. Its work and rest time is completely opposite to theirs. It is good to have such a work and rest time. At least there are fewer people at night, so it will not be caught and eaten. And for such a long time, there has been no news of anyone missing or bitten by the mutant hook snake. No news is good news. In short, the mutant hook snake has settled in the house of the shantytown as an illegal household. Seeing that the little girl ignored him, Hui Xiao stopped making trouble and quietly went into the storage room to find ingredients suitable for the hot summer. Hui Xiao walked back and forth in the living room several times, but never let Zhuang Xiao look up at him. Until dinner was served, the fragrance spread. The little girl looked up, rubbed her sore neck, and spoke. It's time to eat. I'm not hungry yet. Zhuang Xiao took a look at the dishes on the table, which were not bad. Half of them were cold dishes, and there was also a cold drink, which was steaming and looked very cool. However, she didn't go anywhere at home today, and she ate a lot of snacks in the afternoon, so she was really not hungry. I'm hungry. Hui Xiao sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. He was really hungry. The mercenary team has a lot of things to do recently. Especially him. In addition to the work of the mercenary team, He also took some other jobs part-time, and it was said that it was arranged directly by Xiao Yin. This also caused his workload to exceed the standard. I was so hungry every day. Besides, I ate with Zhuang Xiao every day, and the food was too good. If I ate the standard meal of the mercenary team, it would be hard to swallow, and it would be tasteless. If you are hungry, eat more. Zhuang Xiao said, then picked up the chopsticks and started eating with Hui Xiao. In less than a quarter of an hour, the food on the table was swept away by Hui Xiao, including the part of the meal left by Zhuang Xiao. People should not be too wasteful. Whoever eats, cleans up. Hui Xiao naturally cleaned up the mess. Although she didn't clean up when Zhuang Xiao ate. But today she was more justified and at ease. When are you free? Let's go to the blind area. As soon as Hui Xiao came back from the kitchen, Zhuang Xiao asked. In this kind of weather, Hui Xiao really couldn't understand why she wanted to stroll in the blind area. Thinking of the disinfectant in the car in the yard, he couldn't help asking, "What are you going to the blind area for?" Zhuang Xiao scratched his head and replied, "Marking the territory." It was indeed to mark the territory. Those people in the safe zone worked too slowly. There was another snake in the house. Just 2 days ago, the mutant hook snake climbed onto her bed. Didn't she just leave the bedroom door open when she went to bed? She really didn't mean to invite it to sleep with her at night. Besides, it's fine if it wants to sleep. The guy even brought his own food to her bed. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she felt a slippery and scary touch. When the lights came on, there was blood everywhere. I really felt that my little heart couldn't withstand such a surprise at night. Give the mutant hook snake, the flame cat, and the mutant pangolin territory, Zhuang Xiao added. And for herself. Make some miracles appear. I wonder if the survey work in the safe zone can be faster. Spray a circle of disinfectant along the boundary line of the high radiation area. With her brain, she could only think of this idea. After all, this disinfectant is really easy to use, and it works quickly. Hui Xiao didn't understand how the disinfectant could be used to mark the territory. Didn't the mutant animals occupy their territory by their own strength? When will it start? Hui Xiao didn't understand, but was willing to follow blindly. The initial explanation in his mind was that the little girl was bored in the safe zone and wanted to go out and find something to do. After all, the little girl's daily life was to lie down and toss, toss and lie down. Zhuang Xiao replied, "Wait until you have time." "Then I have time tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao, Okay, but she doesn't want to work tomorrow. Besides, she hasn't finished the tools in her hand yet. "I don't have time tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao immediately rejected Hui Xiao's plan to work tomorrow. Hui Xiao, Okay, then he won't ask for leave. In the end, the unfinished carpentry work in Zhuang Xiao's hand was smoothly handed over to Hui Xiao. Seeing that he finished the work that she couldn't finish in the whole afternoon in less than an hour, the balance in her heart was tilted. Look at her hands, so clever. Look at her hands again, slender jade fingers, well, so white and tender. It turns out that Hui Xiao is more suitable for rough work. Zhuang Xiao was happy to get the tools for the crime, gave Hui Xiao a goodnight kiss, and prepared to run away. However, he didn't run away, and was held down by someone. It's so hot, really. She really doesn't want to do bad things. "Are you done?" Zhuang Xiao's face flushed, leaning against the wall, whispering, "Oh my god, this is really... Is it because you didn't have enough for dinner, and you still want to eat her?" Hui Xiao replied softly, "Yeah. Alright." The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin, one black and one brown, stood at the door of the living room, staring at each other, not daring to breathe. Are all humans like this? I have learned a little bit more weird knowledge. Chapter 683. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you go into the house? Zhuang Xiao roared like a lion, and the charming atmosphere in the living room was immediately dissipated. Hui Xiao raised his hands to cover his ears, and then laughed softly. It's always like this. When the mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin heard the sound, they were startled and crawled into the living room. The mutant hook snake crawled. The mutant pangolin rolled. I don't know how many times he has done this action of entering the living room. He is so skilled. With a clang, the mutant pangolin rolled to the place where he sleeps at night. There is air conditioning in the house. It's cool, but it still likes to sleep indoors. The mutant hook snake slid and found its sleeping place. At that time, it coiled into a big black ball, and its head was stuck in the middle of the black ball. Tenderness does not exceed 3 seconds. It should be quiet at home tonight. Zhuang Xiao yelled at the two guys who came home so early today, then kicked Hui Xiao again, raised his head, looked arrogant, and went back to sleep with messy hair. Humph, the boss of the family is still her, Hui Xiao groaned. turned on one foot twice, and then jumped back to the house. We agreed not to go out last night. As usual, Hui Xiao went out to work after breakfast. The mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin in the living room went out early. But they didn't go far away, but they went to find the flame cat under the flame tree, and were late. Now, Hui still likes the mutant hook snake very much. He would paw it a few times when he had nothing to do, and then let the mutant hook snake perform a belly dance for Yin Yin. The black belly twisted and twisted, which was much more charming than the dancing grass. When Zhuang Xiao came out of the house with her backpack, she happened to see the mutant hook snake dancing, and she was amazed again. How strange. Her Hui has a good relationship with cats. Look at how obedient they are. Some are dancing, some are playing with balls. Isn't the cute mutant pangolin under Yin Yin's claws? Every day, this group of guys is so harmonious that she doubts her life. Hui, let's go out. As he said, Zhuang Xiao took out a handful of energy stones from his pocket and divided them. Only for the two flame cats. The mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake have not even paid the rent, so they don't deserve such high treatment. The two flame cats stood up from the ground, shook off the leaves on their bodies, and stared at the energy stone in Zhuang Xiao's hand with burning eyes. The happiest moment of the day is here again, Zhuang Xiao. The most heartbreaking moment of every day is here again. Today she must hide in the blind spot and stroll for a while to see if she can find 1, 2, 3 or 4 energy stones. Otherwise, the flame cat will not have enough food. Who is it? Who is it who has spoiled the flame cat to have this bad habit? Flame cat, They have paid for their meals. Where did the meat you eat come from? Zhuang Xiao, Energy stones were purchased. After feeding the energy stones, Zhuang Xiao rode on Hua's back and set off. She went to the mining area first. Yan Ning and Yan who were working there, and even Lan Hong and Shen Yi would occasionally go there to scavenge. Lan Hong and Shen Yi had not been to the east side of Biling Mountain for a while. After the previous heavy rain, there were many mutant animals invading there. The people in the safe zone were still dealing with them, and it was estimated that they would not be able to solve them all in a short time. And the mining area has a large population. The guards and mercenaries are now permanent, so there is no need to worry too much about safety. Chapter 684. It may be that Yin Ning had not seen Zhuang Xiao for a long time. He did not mind the hot weather, and kept talking all the way. With a talkative person, Zhuang Xiao did not have to speak. When he was just listening, a response of or ah was enough to support Yin Ming to continue talking. Zhuang Xiao occasionally looked back at Jiangyan and Jiangping, who followed behind and listened silently. The destination they were heading to today was a river. This river was some distance away from the mining area. Because the place where Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning had agreed to meet was already very close to the river area, and with Yan Ming talking beside them, time passed quite quickly compared to rushing on the road. In a short while, the group arrived at the high ground near the river. Looking down, colorful flowers bloomed on both sides of the river, and the mountains in the distance were covered with towering ancient trees, and above was the vast sky. The morning sun radiated dazzling light, passing through the lush jungle and reaching the water surface. The water was sparkling and rippling. No matter how you look at it, it was a charming scene, like a real oil painting. It was really beautiful, but unfortunately it was murderous, Zhuang Xiao thought to himself. The two flame cats seemed to understand whether the scenery was beautiful or ugly. With a leap, they jumped into the endless sea of flowers below. In an instant, the petals flew into the air. The silent scene suddenly came alive. Groups of small black dots flew in the air. That was their goal this time. When Zhuang Xiao was immersed in the beautiful scenery, all the others cared about was whether there was enough edible food between the mountains and the river to allow them to return home with a full load tonight. Xiao Xiao, let's go over there to change equipment. Lan Hong grabbed Zhuang Xiao and dragged him behind the bushes on the other side. Shen Yi and Jiangping followed behind the two. As soon as they got behind the bushes, a gray, furry mutant animal suddenly jumped out from inside. Lan Hong let go of Zhuang Xiao's hand and quickly set up the crossbow. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow flew away. After 2 howls, the small mutant animal fell headfirst into the bushes, struggled a few times, and then died. Lan Hong ran over quickly. Zhuang Xiao stood there, stunned. This reaction speed, this accuracy. She couldn't catch up. The people on Yan Ming's side noticed the movement here and asked one after another. What happened? Nothing. Lan Hong pulled out the crossbow arrow from the mutant animal, cut open its abdomen with a neat movement, and searched inside with her hand, but there was nothing. Disappointed, she wiped the blood on the arrow on the ground, stood up and prepared to go back. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the mutant animal and walked over. What's wrong? Lan Hong looked at Zhuang Xiao and stopped, not knowing why. This fur can't be used. Zhuang Xiao didn't say anything, but chopped off the mutant animal's head from the neck with his hands and feet. The mutant animal was immediately separated from its head and body. Blood flowed out from the broken neck, and along with the blood, there was also a crystal-clear object stained with blood. Zhuang Xiao picked it up from the ground and threw it into Lan Hong's arms. It took Zhuang Xiao only a moment from dropping the knife to picking up the energy stone. This speed was just like the speed at which Lan Hong shot the mutant animal, short and fast. When the freshly baked energy stone, still with the heat of blood, hit Lan Hong, she just subconsciously caught it. Now, Shen Yi and Jiang Ping were the only ones who were stunned. Lan Hong took the small piece, rubbed it on her clothes, and then looked at it again and laughed. A good start. Xiao Xiao, you are amazing, Lan Hong said while changing clothes. Shen Yi and Jiang Ping agreed and nodded. Zhuang Zhao's reason was that she had good eyesight, and saw the dead mutant animal eating the energy stone as soon as she entered the bushes. Chapter 685. She didn't care whether they believed it or not. She gave the reason. The four people wrapped up all the exposed skin on their bodies, and came out from behind the bushes. Zhuang Xiao had been chased by mutant bees before. She was not well prepared that time, and she only wore a sack on her body, and was stung by the mutant bees. She didn't want to experience this kind of cruel pain again. So, this time her equipment was all new. We will know whether it is useful or not later. After the group gathered together again, Zhuang Xiao scanned the equipment on everyone. Her equipment seemed too luxurious. It was a mistake. However, when they arrived at the Sea of Flowers, Zhuang Xiao felt that there was nothing wrong with being more luxurious. Going down the steep slope, the closer to the Sea of Flowers, the louder the buzzing sound became. Zhuang Xiao saw the small creatures flying in the Sea of Flowers more and more clearly. Mutated bees with green metallic luster hummed ear-piercing tunes in the flowers. The pointed mouthparts on their heads were like sharp blades, piercing into the stamens. It was the first time she saw such mutant bees. Until they stood in the Sea of Flowers, these mutant bees seemed to have not seen them, busy with their own work, completely oblivious to the surroundings. Did you see that one? That's the male mutant orchid bee we want to catch, Lan Hong said in a low voice, fearing that she would disturb the big bee on the flower. It was really big. Each bee was bigger than her palm. The mouthparts that pierced into the pistil looked even more frightening when they were close. If it was attacked by a group of people, it would probably die from excessive blood loss. Zhuang Xiao did not dare to underestimate any weapon on the body of an animal after mutation. Yes, I saw it. Zhuang Xiao nodded. It's the perfume gourd on the hind leg, Lan Hong explained. Zhuang Xiao nodded again. Be careful of your feet, don't fall into the mud, Lan Hong reminded Zhuang Xiao again, before officially stepping into the flowers. It's all because of the heavy rain a while ago. If it weren't for the heavy rain for several days in a row, there wouldn't be so much mud on the river bank. So now they can't hunt these mutant bees in the flowers as they please. Zhuang Xiao still nodded. Soon, the group dispersed into the flowers. Zhuang Xiao looked at the mountains and forests in the distance, and the two flame cats didn't know where they went crazy at this moment. I guess there shouldn't be any frightening large mutant animals around here. Zhuang Xiao thought so, while carefully looking for the mutant bees that Lan Hong mentioned. This mutant bee is not like the mutant bees we usually see. They live together. They live independently and reproduce offspring. It is not realistic to find their nests and steal honey. But they can steal the perfume bottles of drones. The fragrance in the perfume bottles of mutated drones is a medicinal perfume. While refreshing the mind, applying it on the body can effectively prevent the damage caused by solar radiation to the human body. In other words, after applying it on the body, it not only smells good, but also has considerable medical value. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao was attracted after hearing Lan Hong and Shen Yi talk about the unique features of this mutant bee. Drones obviously do not have any advantage in terms of number. Zhuang Zhao's two big eyes have many advantages when looking for energy stones and high radiation areas, but when looking for drones, they are the same as everyone else. Ha, I caught one! Someone shouted in the flowers. Zhuang Xiao looked over and saw Jiangyan. This is obviously a veteran. Before she joined, Lan Hong and Shen Yi also came here several times to catch mutant bees. Others who heard the voice also looked over like Zhuang Xiao with envy. Then, they quickly searched in the flowers again. Among the swarms of mutant bees flying in groups, Zhuang Xiao slowly figured out the way, and then caught several drones. Unlike others, because she was luxuriously equipped and tightly wrapped, she was not stung by mutant bees at all. Those who were unlucky, such as Yan Ming and Shen Yi, were stung by mutant bees. It hurts, of course it hurts. Any place stung by a mutant bee will soon become red and swollen. In nature, organisms counteract each other. These flowers scattered all over the river beach are the best antidote. As long as the flower juice is applied to the affected area, the redness and swelling will subside in less than half an hour. Of course, it is best to choose flowers with medium or low radiation values. This is the difficulty in finding an antidote. Among hundreds of flowers, it is not necessarily possible to find a flower that meets the radiation value standard. To be on the safe side, Zhuang Xiao also tried to test more than a dozen flowers, but to her disappointment, she did not find a single flower that met the requirements. After that, she decisively gave up and continued to look for drones. Time went by in a blink of an eye, and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The morning activities had to end here, and everyone retreated to the dense forest to rest. The sea of flowers was exposed to high-intensity solar radiation. After 3:30 p.m., when the intensity of solar radiation dropped, they could carry out the second half of the work. During this period, they either looked for edible food in the dense forest or sat down to rest. Of course, no one would sit there or sleep or rest for such a long time. It has been less than a month since the people in the safe zone began to enter this area, and there are countless mutant animals and plants for them to detect. As long as they are diligent, the probability of finding edible food is still very high. The only one who is not diligent here is probably Zhuang Xiao. Although they found several cute big bees in the morning, the temperature in the dense forest rose steadily with the rise of the sun, and the protective tools on her head were taken off after she left the flowers. Despite the corresponding protection, the face is still red. It's really a suffering. This is a self-inflicted sin. However, the fragrance of the mutant drone is really fragrant. It is much stronger than the fragrance of the mutant monkey-faced dragon orchid at home after it blooms, and it is very special, a fragrance that is hard to describe. It is light, long and lasting. It is also very refreshing. This makes it impossible for Zhuang Xiao to be lazy. Chapter 686. It turns out that she has to trust Hu Xiao. The next day, Hu Xiao decisively asked for leave. However, it was not for rest. It was for pollinating the flowers of the mutant plants outside the courtyard. The mutant plants outside the courtyard have more and more buds blooming one after another, and the pollination work must be put on the agenda. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This is a sentence that Zhuang Xiao often says. And Hu Xiao implemented it. Yesterday, the female bees that Zhuang Xiao brought back from the mining area were tied to the mutant plants outside by Hu Xiao for pollination. At present, in the safe zone, apart from the mutant organisms used for research, there is only Zhuang Xiao here. There are mutant animals and mutant plants. Now, there are also mutant insects. Don't say it, this work of pollinating flowers is indeed more suitable for bees. Zhuang Xiao followed behind Hu Xiao's buttocks, looking at the bees and the stamens without blinking. Whenever the mutant bees have too much pollen, Brother Hu is very considerate and brushes the pollen off them with a small brush. In Hu Xiao's words, too much pollen on the mutant bees will affect their enthusiasm for work. Zhuang Xiao deeply agrees with this. If the harvest is enough, then it is natural to fly back home. We will catch some more tomorrow. Hu Xiao said this to Zhuang Xiao during lunch. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Hu Xiao from his concentration on eating, waiting for him to continue. I'm on vacation tomorrow, I go with you. Zhuang Xiao, Can she say she doesn't want to go out? When Zhuang Xiao's expression gradually turned cold from the enthusiasm of eating, Hu Xiao continued. I heard 2 days ago that there are mutant Xanthoceras sorbifolia growing on the nearby mountains. After saying this, the conversation stopped. This made Zhuang Xiao unhappy. What is Xanthoceras sorbifolia? It sounds like a kind of fruit, but it is obviously in her blind spot. I don't know if it is a new species after the Wasteland, or an old species. However, from Hu Xiao's understated tone, it can be seen that this species called Xanthoceras sorbifolia is obviously familiar to them, but it is not common. Is it a fruit? Zhuang Xiao has zero resistance to delicious fruits, so she took the initiative to ask. It doesn't matter if I don't eat this lunch. In the hot summer, I want to eat ice and fruit every day. Yes, and it has a miraculous effect in cooling down. Hu Xiao replied with a smile. Go, I go tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao agreed repeatedly, and asked what to bring tomorrow. Hu Xiao did not answer, but said, eat first. Okay. Zhuang Xiao responded, and his eating movements became much more cheerful. I didn't expect that Hu Xiao would be absent from work today and tomorrow. Hu Xiao, He was asking for leave, asking for leave. In the afternoon, Zhuang Xiao imitated Hui Xiao and led a few mutant bees to work in the forest of mutant plants she planted. I never thought that one day, these mutant bees would become cattle and horses. If only she could control the bees. That way she wouldn't have to watch these mutant bees work. Flame Cat, thinking about beautiful things every day. Aren't you beautiful enough now? With the participation of Zhuang Xiao, the work of pollinating the mutant plants progressed quickly, but because the number of mutant female bees brought back by Zhuang Xiao was limited, the pollination work had to continue later. Moreover, the flowering time of these mutant plants is not all over overnight. This pollination work is undoubtedly a long-term job. Of course, after the novelty wore off, Zhuang Xiao naturally gave this work to others. She didn't want to suffer this kind of sin for more than half a month. That night, Zhuang Xiao also used the knowledge base on the watch to make up for the relevant knowledge points of the following crown fruit. The information on it was more detailed than Hui Xiao's explanation. Before going to bed, Zhuang Xiao was still muttering. This mutant plant is actually a treasure. Tomorrow she must dig two and plant one. Since she started planting mutant plants outside the yard, she can only do this kind of field work occasionally, and it is also good to kill time when she is not going out. However, if the planting requirements are too complicated, I will decline. If the mutant plant can't stand her half-hearted care, then let it die. I will never force it. It was a beautiful dream, but Zhuang Xiao forgot everything when she woke up in the morning. But she knew it was a beautiful dream. With the scent of mutant bees filling the whole room, she could feel refreshed. How could she not be energetic? Hui Xiao was with her this time, so she drove the car and flew with the Flame Cat. The mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake sat in the car, and the two big ones went out to look around. Zhuang Xiao didn't know the combat power of the mutant pangolin, but the combat power of the mutant hook snake was very strong. She knew a thing or two when she was in the number 3 safe zone. She took it out today, so that those who liked her too much, whether they were big snakes on land or in the water, would stay away from her. The first mutant snake was killed by her. The second mutant water snake was taken away by the divine eagle warrior in the sky. The third one is the mutant hook snake, which has now become Hua's pet. Anyway, Zhuang Xiao will never admit that she wants to keep this cold-blooded animal. Zhuang Xiao got up early today, so she set out early. Near the mining area, she also met Lan Hong, Lan Jin and Shen Yi. Recently, the scavengers and people living in the shantytowns who came here have temporarily settled here. Anyway, the weather is not cold, and people can live in any shack. Nowadays, I don't know if it's because of the existence of dancing grass and incomprehensible magical animals, and plants such as flame cats. Those who were originally arrogant and often did evil have become more obedient. No matter what the reason is, the security level of the safe zone has been raised by more than 1 or 2 levels. So, it's still safe to live outside. Sister Lan, can I give you a ride? When Zhuang Xiao spoke, she completely forgot that her compartment was not only full of disinfectants, but also had 2 cute little creatures curled up inside. As soon as Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Hui Xiao started coughing. In fact, Zhuang Xiao remembered it after she finished speaking. But the words were already out. And Lan Hong, Shen Yi and others also agreed. What can be done? Sit on the roof. It's ventilated and cool. Zhuang Xiao suggested sincerely. Lan Hong and others thought that there might be some valuable things in the compartment, which was not very convenient, but they had no objection. After all, it was a free ride, so it was fine, until they arrived at the destination. When Hui Xiao opened the door and took out the items he wanted to carry from the car, Lan Jin accidentally glanced at it. Chapter 687. Ah! A scream sounded, and the birds hiding in the dense forest immediately flapped their wings and flew high into the sky. Another sharp cry. The flame cat and the mutant bird started a battle for airspace in the air. To be more precise, it was breakfast time. Hui Xiao was also startled. He didn't know whether he was scared by the black head of the mutant hook snake that raised its tongue and stuck out its tongue, or by the shrill scream behind him. Maybe the latter was more likely. After all, Lan Jin's scream seemed to be more creepy. Well, this is what is called scaring people to death. When Hui Xiao thought about this in his heart, the mutant hook snake fell to the ground with a snap, and the snake was dizzy. Everyone who turned around because of Lan Jin's frightened voice all accurately set their sights on the mutant hook snake that was still a little dizzy. When Lan Hong and Shen Yi saw the 2 tails of the mutant hook snake, they immediately remembered their experience in the number 3 safety zone. They said in unison, "Mutated hook snake? Haha, it's it." Zhuang Xiao also came to the back of the car at this time, and quietly kicked the mutant hook snake that had just stabilized its body and posed in a majestic posture. It's okay. It doesn't eat people, Zhuang Xiao added. Lan Hong and Shen Yi, Is this a question of whether it eats people or not? This thing is highly poisonous, and the others are also 10,000 grass mud horses running rampant in their chests. Is this a question of eating people? Zhuang Xiao, Isn't this a question of eating people? Look at the mutant hook snake's body shape. It can swallow an adult in one bite without any pressure. Okay, mutated hook snake, Thanks for the compliment. Jiangyan and Jiangping, especially Jiangping, hid behind their brother immediately. Why did the beast ranked in the top few in the number 3 safety zone also come to the number 11 safety zone? Jiangping was puzzled and afraid. This was a fear engraved in his bones. This thing really eats people. Say hello. Zhuang Xiao smiled politely, and kicked the mutant hook snake quietly. Mutated hook snake, Why should it be polite? It's not a human. Zhuang Xiao grinned and saw that the mutant hook snake was motionless, so he couldn't help but kick it again. After seeing the little girl's little action, Xiao looked up at the sky speechlessly. Today's sun is as unwelcome as ever. Mutated hook snake, Suspecting someone is Yin Yang snake. No. No need. Lan Hong waved her hand and refused. Forget it, she is not worthy of it, and she does not like this slippery cold-blooded animal. Shen Yi laughed dryly twice, raised her hand, and said dryly, Hello. What a coincidence. As soon as Shen Yi finished speaking, the snake tongue of the mutant hook snake spit out from its mouth. Shen Ye's smile froze on her face instantly. You really don't have to be so enthusiastic about her. She is not used to it yet. The mutant hook snake spit out its snake tongue twice, twisted its body, raised its head, and spit out the snake core at Zhuang Xiao. A fishy smell came to her face. Zhuang Xiao slapped it. After getting along for this period of time, she has figured it out. As long as the mutant hook snake is not going to attack, it is not poisonous, and it is okay to slap it occasionally. Moreover, the experiment proves that the mutant hook snake has excellent resistance to beating. Mutated hook snake, Being beaten is a tradition. After all, who in this family has not been beaten by this two-legged beast? Xiao, He didn't. Mutated hook snake, Stepping on the foot counts. After a polite greeting and a polite farewell, Zhuang Xiao walked away with her mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin with her head held high. She has mutant animals that fly in the sky, swim in the water, and run on the ground. Dominating this dense forest today is not a dream. Xiao smiled at everyone and hurriedly caught up with Zhuang Xiao, who was walking with a heartless pace. Everyone shuddered again. Brother Hui should smile less. This is more unbearable than the mutant hook snake greeting them. Sister Shen Yi, are you not afraid? Lan Jin was still thinking about the mutant hook snake on the way to the river bank. It's not that he can't forget her, but the shadow lingers in his young heart. Shen Yi pulled the corner of his mouth and said, What do you think? You are too timid, little brat. Lan Hong slapped her brother's head with a slap. Lan Jin felt a palm wind full of murderous intent coming towards him quickly, and he dodged it with a neat shrinking of his head. Sister, what are you doing? Lan Jin hid in the direction of Jiangyan, muttering, as if you are not afraid yourself. No one knows a sister better than a brother. What are you mumbling? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Lan Hong asked with a smile. At the same time, she tilted her ear and pretended to listen patiently. Lan Jin smiled like a dog. No. I praised you for looking so beautiful today. As the siblings laughed and joked, the tension caused by the mutant hook snake gradually faded, replaced by curiosity. Today, the mutant hook snake topped the list of scavenging topics. Zhuang Xiao took the mutant hook snake and deliberately avoided the scavenging area that Lan Hong and others often went to, and came to the river crossing area mentioned by Xiao. But? Xiao's news must be outdated. The stones in the river have long been flooded by the river, and only a few huge black shadows can be seen hidden in the swaying water plants. Presumably, this is the stone that was able to borrow the force to pass through before. How to get over? Zhuang Xiao looked up at the sky flyover. However, the two flame cats were not in the sky within sight. Shouting loudly can attract them. However, what if the couple is beating up some unlucky guy? This idea only passed through Zhuang Xiao's mind for a moment, and she gave up. Let's think of another way. For example, mutant pangolins, can't they swim? She hasn't tried floating on the water yet. Xiao glanced at the wide river surface, which was about 15 meters wide. He couldn't jump over it. He had to find another way. Just when the two people's brains were spinning at high speed, with two splashes, The mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake went into the water one after another. After a while, they swam to the center of the river. In the blink of an eye, they were on the other side of the river again. Zhuang Xiao, No, we can't wait for her. The two humans and the two mutant animals looked at each other from a distance across the river, staring at each other. Are they still friends? Can they still play happily? This tacit understanding, this kind of telepathy is not there. Chapter 688. Zhuang Xiao waved at the mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin, who had successfully landed. She will return the way she came back. The passengers haven't even boarded the boat yet, and the boat ran away by itself. There are no piranhas in the water, right? Zhuang Xiao looked into her hand again and again. As long as there are no piranhas, it shouldn't kill anyone if they fall into the water. I should have brought my turtle shell with me. When Zhuang Xiao stood trembling on the back of the mutant hook snake, she was still regretting why she didn't bring her turtle shell with her. And Hu Xiao had already been petrified. This works. After a while, this is really good. When the mutant hook snake swam to the middle of the river, the petrified Hu Xiao instantly broke apart, just because. One step forward is land, one step back is Hu Xiao, haha. Zhuang Xiao singing that was out of tune with the Pacific Ocean, and that extremely magical laughter suddenly attacked Hu Xiao's eardrums. The wind is calm and the waves are still. I feel so safe, ha ha. The sound of ha ha stopped abruptly. With a splash, a great singer who should have been standing safely on the back of the mutant hook snake fell into the water. The mutant pangolin on the other side of the river was petrified, and the mutant hook snake in the water was twisting its body desperately, trying to rescue the two-legged beast that fell into the water. Hu Xiao, whose expression just cracked, jumped into the river. In such hot weather, the river water is warm. However, there are also quite a lot of mutant creatures in the water. The absence of aquatic creatures with offensive power does not mean that people will not be in danger if they fall into the water. Hu Xiao sometimes resigned himself to his fate. When the little girl's weird operation cannot be stopped, should she knock the person out and carry him away? After choking on the water twice, Zhuang Xiao hugged the mutant hook snake's cold body. At this time, how could she care about whether she liked it or not? In the wasteland, even if she was eaten by mutant animals and died, it was better than being drowned. A river locked a person. At this time, Zhuang Xiao thought of another line. Silently, unable to make a sound. Drink water as soon as you make a sound. This water is not drinkable. When her head emerged from the water, Hu Xiao was already close. Quick, hold the mutant hook snake. Zhuang Xiao freed up a hand and called Hu Xiao. Swim over together. Hu Xiao, Mutated hook snake, Haha. Those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Somehow, Zhuang Xiao laughed again. She didn't want to laugh, but she felt it was really funny. Then the out-of-tune singing sounded again in the middle of the river. The boat I'm waiting for has arrived, haha. Just after singing a line, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help laughing when he thought of the next line. The people I'm waiting for don't understand yet. Haha. Hu Xiao, A big fish with a white belly and shining silver light suddenly jumped up and got angry. Then, someone quickly grabbed it into the big fish's mouth. Haha. Fish. At this time, Hu Xiao had already hugged the mutant hook snake's body. It's better to save some energy if you can, so that there won't be any more trouble later. His eyes quickly scanned the big fish. Fortunately, there is no danger. Although he got such a big fish, Zhuang Xiao didn't let the mutant hook snake stay in the water. The river water was not clear. Who knows what else is in the water? The unknown, whether it is dangerous or not, always makes people feel daunted. When the two climbed ashore, Hu Xiao had to return again. The luggage is on the other side of the river bank. The struggling big fish fainted under Zhuang Xiao's punch. He stood up from the ground dripping wet, and scolded the mutant pangolin in a bad tone. Mutated pangolin, What did it do? It stayed on the shore honestly, and it was wrong. Mutated hook snake, Of course, the bipeds have all gone into the water, and you just watch. Hu Xiao adhered to the mentality of not making trouble, so he would not encounter monsters and ghosts, and cross the river smoothly. Although the sun was very strong, the two people could not stand in the sun, so they still had to change their clothes. Chapter 689. Hu Xiao has this experience. They have changeable clothes in their bags. Fortunately, it is summer, otherwise they would have to go back to the car. After all, winter clothes are thick and inconvenient for them to carry. The mutant pangolin was scolded by Zhuang Xiao, and Zhuang Xiao was lectured by Hu Xiao. It went in the left ear and came out the right ear. Ding, highly mutated due to radiation, not edible. Plop. Zhuang Xiao left the river bank without looking back. She left. This river is not good for her. You see me crying, and you don't even look back. The familiar melody echoed in the dense forest, one louder than the other. From time to time, there was a rustling sound from the thorn bush, which was getting farther and farther away. Hui Xiao sometimes thought it was two songs, but sometimes it seemed like one song. Well, because they are all out of tune. Except for the different words in each sentence, the tune seems to be almost the same. Zhuang Xiao, It doesn't matter, just be happy. Deeply hurt, Zhuang Xiao took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the bushes in front, shouting the last word, heart. It really touched her heart. Xingguangguo, isn't it? Zhuang Xiao turned his head to look at Hui Xiao behind him, and hurriedly looked for his approval. Hui Xiao nodded, picked up one and tested it on his watch. Ding, high radiation mutation inedible. As soon as the watch's reminder sounded, Zhuang Xiao's eyes changed when he looked at Hui Xiao, and he took small steps. The mutant pangolin stretched out its long tongue, rolled up a green fruit from the ground, and swallowed it directly. Not bad, it's edible. Identification completed. The mutant hook snake is not interested in plant food at all, so it found a towering tree nearby and climbed up it stealthily. There are many bird nests in the upper part of the trunk. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Zhuang Xiao happily stuffed the fruit into his bag. Sure enough, stay away from Hui Xiao and gain a lot. The despised Hui Xiao, The leaves can also be eaten. Hui Xiao reminded Zhuang Xiao, who was obsessed with testing the fruit from a distance. Zhuang Xiao buried his head in the greenery and said, who would eat leaves when there are fruits? Hui Xiao, Okay, that makes sense. However, the action of picking Xanthoceras sorbifolia was not as smooth as imagined, nor as uninhabited as imagined. On the contrary, less than an hour here, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao made acquaintances. Standing above the dense forest on the hillside, Shi Jingqing saw Hui Xiao moving slowly towards them from a distance, so he called out loudly, Captain Hui, why are you here too? While saying this, his eyes were still searching around in the dense forest, looking for the figure of his cousin. Zhuang Xiao was hiding in the thorn bushes, picking up Xanthoceras sorbifolia, when she heard someone calling Hui Xiao, so she stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. Cousin! As soon as Zhuang Xiao showed her head, she was accurately locked by Shi Jingqing's eyes. Cousin! Zhuang Xiao responded naturally. Hui Xiao, Do you want to sing another folk song, Zhuang Xiao, There is no folk song category in her music library. There is only one song, 18 Bends on the Mountain Road. I guess no one wants to listen to it. It is absolutely deafening and hits the depths of people's souls. After Zhuang Xiao called out cousin, countless heads popped out from the thorn bushes all over the mountain. They are all members of the Mandrill squad led by Ishii Kiyoshi. Zhuang Xiao estimated that there must be more than a dozen people here, and those who are hidden by the trees must be at least 20 to 30 people. It seems that this is the entire mercenary team coming out to scavenge. It is a pretty united team. At least the future team has never organized such a large-scale scavenging team building with a large population. I don't know who called out cousin. To be fair, Zhuang Xiao resolutely replied, Cousin. Cousin covers everything, but I wonder if there are any female members in this Mandrill team? Chapter 690. The atmosphere was strangely harmonious for a while. At this moment, the head of the mutant hook snake poked down from the tree beside Zhuang Xiao. The two heads were side by side, and looked in the direction of Ishii Qing. Mutant hook snake, Are there so many people here during the day? In the future, he should go out with the mutant pangolin at night. This is too dangerous. Snake. Jiang Shuyun's position was just right to see Zhuang Xiao's head, and the head of the mutant hook snake. He was the one who called cousin just now. At this moment, he saw the thick black snake coiled on the tree trunk. His head was buzzing. It's over. But in the blink of an eye, he found that it was not his cousin who was 3,000 miles away who was dead, but the black snake beside his cousin. Some people who were closer to Jiang Shuyun heard his voice, and immediately became nervous. But they did not see any trace of the snake following his finger, but they were still on guard. However, Ishii Qing saw it, and before he decided what to do, he saw a jaw-dropping scene. After Zhuang Xiao raised his hand and patted the black snake's head, the black snake actually retracted its head in shame and climbed up the tree. Mutated hook snake, Didn't it just come down to recognize its relatives? I heard from the flame cat that there are many familiar bipeds in this area. Ishii Qing swallowed nervously and walked slowly towards Hui Xiao with a heavy step. This matter must be done step by step. He should find Huishao first to inquire about it in advance, so as to be mentally prepared. After the recognition of relatives, Zhuang Shao buried his head and continued to work on his own affairs. So many people came to grab the fruit. If you are slow, you will miss it. Those who were frightened by Jiang Shuyun's snake were still in a state of high tension. One of the young men asked Jiang Shuyun in a trembling voice, "Jiang, where is the mutant snake?" If it was a small snake, Jiang Shuyun would definitely not react like this. The sweat beads rolled down. Walked away. After saying that, Jiang Shuyun felt something was wrong and corrected. "No, it's here, it's still." The young man, is it still here or gone? He was weak in the legs. He was most afraid of creatures like snakes. Tianshi went in that direction. "Where are the snakes? Are you seeing things?" Wang Zhong was about 4 or 5 meters behind Jiang Shuyun. He didn't see the scene that made people's scalps numb and their hearts tremble just now. At this time, he started to confront Jiang Shuyun without any mercy. Jiang Shuyun didn't know how to explain, so he just shut up. "Anyway, we know when the captain comes back." But in the process of looking for edibles, his movements became much gentler and his eyes became much more energetic. Who knows if the black snake will be under his feet or on the tree beside him in a while. In short, it's better to be careful. So, until Ishi Qin came back from talking to Huishao, Jiang Shuyun didn't move his feet, as if he was nailed there. As soon as Ishi Qin came back, he waved to the team members. Everyone gathered together. The captain's serious expression showed that he had something very important to explain. After Ishi Qin said something in a low voice, the expressions on everyone's faces were so wonderful. Some were shocked, some were terrified, some were surprised. For the time being, no one was happy. After all, most of the mercenaries had heard of the mutant hook snakes in the number 3 safety zone. Then let's change places? Someone tentatively proposed his idea. Then, he was beaten by Ishi Kiyoshi. Why change? This place is so safe, Ishi Kiyoshi said unhappily. Feng Shui Treasure Land. No need to worry about any large mutant animals appearing, of course. You may not encounter small ones. Just think of it as picking fruits today. Moreover, their main goal today was to pick Xanthoceras sorbifolia, right? A must-have medicine for the summer heat, or fruit. It's much more cost-effective than buying some heat-stroke medicine. But, someone else thought, but was pulled by others and compromised. What are you talking about? Get used to it. We have seen all kinds of big things in our safety zone, and we are still afraid of a small mutant hook snake. Ideals are full, and reality is terrifying. When the mutant hook snake appeared in front of the members of the mandrill team, the men couldn't help but shiver, but they held back. After all, my cousin said it was a greeting to them. Now looking at the mutant pangolin, it is really friendly. At noon, when a group of people gathered together to prepare lunch, the camps were clearly divided. The mutant pangolin, the flame cat and the mandrill team were on one side, while Zhuang Shao, Huishao, and the mutant hook snake were on the other side, and there was only a Chu River and Han River between them. Chapter 691. Who will win or lose in the battle between the two armies? When the decision was not made yet, the flame cats crossed the empty Chu River and Han River, and came to the side of the mutant hook snake. A great tool for cooling down the summer heat, sleeping with it as a pillow, sleeping in the arms, sleeping in any way is fine. The members of the mandrill squad looked like they wanted to stop it but didn't dare to, and then watched the mutant pangolin, who didn't want to be isolated, running away with his short legs. Well, with the situation reversed, the winner is clear. As the saying goes, the world will unite after a long period of division, and will separate after a long period of unity. In a flash, everyone gathered together and asked about the mutant hook snake. It was really noisy. How many people were there in the mandrill squad? It was really hot. The temperature was high at noon. Fortunately, Zhuang Shao had Huishao as a mouthpiece, and Brother Hui did the job of telling stories on this hot day. And Zhuang Shao went to prepare their lunch. For lunch, just rearrange the food and add ice water to cool it down. It's very simple. Although Huishao's storytelling ability is not good and his words are too concise, he can't stand the large number of people in the mandrill team. Each person asks a question and Huishao answers with 2 words. With the help of everyone, they imagine a big drama in which the cousin fights the mutant hook snake for 300 rounds, and finally conquers the mutant hook snake. The mutant hook snake in the imagination is desperate, and allows the flame cat to rub it round and flat. When one half of the body is hot, it will change to the other half. When the other half is hot, it will be forced to turn over. And what is Zhuang Shao doing while fighting the mutant hook snake for 300 rounds? She is squatting on the back of the mutant pangolin, making a crisp popsicle. The ice made by Hui Zhao's human flesh is of course only worthy of Zhuang Xiao to enjoy. Therefore, when everyone looked at Zhuang Xiao with admiration, Zhuang Xiao could only hum and smile in response. You all have no share of the ice today. Everyone, Under Hui Zhao's straightforward and unremarkable narration, in the afternoon, the attitude of the Mandrill squad towards the mutant hook snake had a shocking reversal. Except for a few people who were particularly afraid of mutant creatures such as snakes, and did not dare to get within 3 meters of the mutant hook snake, everyone else was extremely enthusiastic about the mutant hook snake. Cousin, does this mutant hook snake have a name? Yi Shiqing approached Zhuang Xiao with a shy face, and asked with a smile. Isn't it impolite to always call him hey, or just call him mutant hook snake? Mutant hook snake, I don't understand. When Hui Xiao saw Yi Shiqing coming over, he instinctively moved to the side of Zhuang Xiao. Before Zhuang Xiao opened his mouth, he said coldly, You can call it cousin. Yi Shiqing, In the moment when his expression froze, Yi Shiqing's mind was filled with a few words. Is Hui Xiao possessed by a ghost? Ha ha ha. Zhuang Xiao was stunned for half a second, then burst into laughter. Oh my god, cousin, this name is amazing. Cousin Mutant Hook Snake? Mutant Hook Snake, cousin, Yi Shiqing, He had reason to suspect that his cousin's husband was using this to smack them, but he had no evidence. Yi Shiqing laughed dryly twice, looked at Hui Zhao's expression, and consciously moved 3 meters away from his eldest cousin. Just as he was about to ask his eldest cousin for confirmation, he heard Zhuang Xiao loudly shouting at the mutant hook snake climbing a tree in the distance. Cousin! There is no coincidence in the world. The cousins of the Mandrill team turned back collectively. At the same time, the mutant hook snake's shiny black brain also stretched out from between the branches and leaves, looked at Zhuang Xiao from a distance, and spit out the snake core. The hissing sound was endless. Yi Shiqing was petrified, stunned. Then he turned his head, his eyes were shining, and his eyes were fixed on the mutant hook snake's head. From then on, he had a mutant hook snake as a cousin, right? This kind of good thing, you won't encounter it once in your life. Hui Xiao didn't care what Yi Shiqing thought. He grabbed the little girl's arm and left. Chapter 692. Go to a quieter place to pick fruits. A big family outing, a rare world for two. He wants to keep it for a few more hours. Let the newly promoted mutant hook snake cousin continue to lead the Mandrill team to play the game of taking bird eggs and catching mutant birds. They seem to like it very much. What's the name? Is it called Bian or Shi? Jiang Xuyun ran to Yi Shiqing and asked. According to the naming rules of his cousin, there must be a Chinese character in the name, he said. Seeing that Yi Shiqing didn't say anything, Jiang Xuyun continued, Is it called Gogo? That's fine, this name sounds quite special. When Jiang Xuyun was complacent about being able to figure out his cousin's thoughts, he heard the faint voice of his captain ringing in his ears. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Xuyun felt that he was not feeling well. No, Captain, you call me cousin. I can't bear it. Jiang Xuyun laughed dryly. Who the hell calls you cousin? I mean, the new name of this mutant hook snake is cousin. The last 2 words, Ishi Kiyoshi said loud and clear. Everyone heard it clearly, especially the last 2 words. The Mandrill squad looked at their captain, then looked up at the mutant hook snake that had disappeared in the lush branches and leaves. This world is always crazy sometimes, and they can accept it. Really, cousin. The mutant hook snake's double tail swished towards the new bird's nest, and the gray and white bird eggs flew into the air, easily and accurately falling into the mutant hook snake's open mouth. It's a habitual offender. After eating too many mutant turtle eggs, it's not bad to change the taste occasionally. The mutant hook snake is quite satisfied with its current life. Can I not keep an eye on it? Zhuang Xiao stood on tiptoe, trying to see the shadow of the Mandrill team through the gaps in the trees. Okay, no problem. They got along so well this afternoon. Hui Zhao's tone was calm, and he was annoyed. Another inedible Xanthoceras sorbifolia. Today's harvest is not good. Okay. Zhuang Xiao retracted his gaze and stopped caring. It's good this way, maybe the reputation will spread in the future, and the mutant hook snake will be converted from an illegal household to a regular household. Look at the flame cat. How well it is doing now. Occasionally, you can go on a business trip and earn extra money. With the Mandrill team scavenging nearby, the surroundings are much quieter. Until the sky was dark, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao never saw a strange scavenger in the dense forest. The whole day was spent in the dense forest. Zhuang Xiao completely forgot that their original intention of going out today was to catch mutant bees. Fortunately, the harvest of Xanthoceras sorbifolia was good, enough for her to eat for 3 to 5 days. When crossing the river, Zhuang Xiao did not perform any water floating and water landing skills, and the whole family crossed the river relying on the Huahua brand flight. The mandrill team said that it would be okay to lend them a paw of a flame cat. Really? They didn't mind. Huahua, Dislike. When returning to the parking spot, they ran into Lan Hong and his group again. Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered Hua Xiao's unfinished task, catching mutant bees. Hua Xiao, 1 pot, 2 pots. Carrying more, you will get used to it. Before the ride set off, Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong and others reached a small deal. The 2-day fishing work was over, and she planned to leave herself alone for the rest of the time. Be a salted fish for 2 or 3 days. Time passed slowly, and another 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The mutant hook snake really became a hot topic among the mercenaries. After that, when Zhuang Xiao occasionally went out to scavenge, he found that the patrol route of the mercenaries, who used to patrol near their home, seemed to have changed. It spread outward in a concentric circle. For this reason, one night, Zhuang Xiao ran to the stuffy kitchen and asked Hua Xiao without shame. You said they are not afraid of the flame cat, but why are they afraid of a snake? Chapter 693. She didn't understand it at all. It was the flame cat that suppressed the mutant hook snake, right? It might be killed instantly by the snake venom, but if the flame cat bit off a leg, it could still be saved. Hua Xiao replied casually. What if they swallowed it in one bite? Zhuang Xiao asked. After all, the size advantage of the 2 mutant animals determined that they could achieve the small goal of swallowing it in one bite. Then we are invincible. We are not afraid of anything. We are all dead. What are we afraid of? Only living people can have emotions such as fear and terror, Hua Xiao replied. You are right. You are so right. Zhuang Xiao praised Hua Xiao while retreating from the kitchen. Hua Xiao was stunned by the heat. Isn't this compliment too heartless, Zhuang Xiao? Your answer is also quite heartless. It's just that the kitchen is too hot, and her curiosity was extinguished by the heat. After leaving the kitchen, Zhuang Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled a breath of foul air. She wanted to eat a stewed chicken in this weather. It was really unfair to their Hua Xiao. She walked out of the door with nothing to do. Under the flame tree grove outside the door, the 2 had not returned home yet. It seems that I can't go to the blind spot tomorrow. Lazy people are also slow. The disinfectant has been piled up in the car for half a month. The pollination work outside has been over for several days. Her secret operation to the blind spot has not been carried out yet. It can be seen that she is really lazy. Not as diligent as Hua Xiao. In this kind of weather, he agreed to stew chicken for her without saying a word. She felt that she should be better to Hua Xiao. For example, it's not impossible to go a step further. It's time to eat. Here I am. I'm good at everything, but eating is my first priority. Zhuang Xiao, who had been waiting for the return of the flame cat in vain, happily went back to eat. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao sat at the gate, waiting for the flame cat together, and said, I may have to go to the number 6 safety zone in a while. Do you want to go? Go. For what? Zhuang Xiao had a piece of ice in her mouth, and her speech was a little slurred and unclear. However, Hua Xiao understood, reached out, and poked her bulging cheeks, and said, The future team and the sharp knife team will escort a batch of minerals to the number 6 safety zone together. The little girl is tanned. Under the dim light, Zhuang Xiao's face showed a warm color, which made people feel warm. Zhuang Xiao chewed the ice in his mouth twice, crushed it, and swallowed it. He Ming recovered? It has been quite a while. According to the medical level of the number 6 safety zone, if this person cannot be saved, she and Hua Xiao should go to the funeral. There is no funeral, so he is still alive. Hu. He Ming in the number 6 safety zone rubbed his nose and muttered, Who is this? Missing him. What did you say? Feng Xiang stared at the watch for a few seconds. It is He Ming for sure. He is not connected to other people. Who is he talking to? Still missing him. Feng Xiang trembled and thought, if someone misses him, it must be someone who misses him and wants him to come back to work. Xiaoyan has a work plan for the next 6 months. He took a look at it twice, and He Ming's name appeared quite a lot. Xiaoyan, Of course, after spending so many resources to treat him, if he doesn't die, then we can't use him to death. Have you seen our cousin? He Ming said casually. Feng Xiang, No, what are you talking about? Feng Xiang really didn't know that since he started working with Xiaoyan, he was like a spinning top that never stopped. As long as he had a breath left, he would work until the moment he lay in the soil. Busy, really tired, but full of sense of accomplishment. Houses, cars, points, energy stones are pouring in, painful and happy. So, he really didn't hear the news about the mutant hook snake and his cousin. As for the mutant hook snake, he knew, but he hadn't seen it yet. There was silence on the other end of the watch. He Ming understood and explained, mutated hook snake. Feng Xiang, When did they have such a distant relationship with the mutant hook snake? The safe zone is not the same as before, is it? Feng Xiang said quickly. I didn't find time to see your cousin. He Ming, The topic ended and returned to the main topic. As soon as Feng Xiang talked about He Ming's work arrangements for the next 2 or 3 months, He Ming immediately wanted to lie on the hospital bed again. Why should he be treated? Why not let him quit the mercenary team and let him fend for himself? After hanging up the call, He Ming thought about what Feng Xiang said. Forget it. Let's just live. It's not easy to survive. Besides, life is so interesting now. Besides, he hasn't even met his cousin yet. He will die with regrets. A week later, Zhuangxiao took Weixiao out to stroll around the blind area. After finishing the big thing he had been thinking about, the carriage was empty, and Weixiao drove his own car to the number 6 safe zone. As for Zhuangxiao's inexplicable and incomprehensible behavior, Weixiao just regarded himself as blind and did not ask any questions. What does the little girl say? Sometimes, this brain is not necessary. Zhuangxiao is of course happy and relaxed. Great. The main theme is a telepathy. Whether it works or not, only God knows. Zhuangxiao set off at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he did not go with Weixiao. She sat on Yanyan's back alone, and went to the number 6 safety zone first. Considering someone's knowledge and interest, Zhuangxiao let Huahua accompany Weixiao and his team. The temperature hovered at the highest point for a while, and there was a downward trend today, so Zhuangxiao's travel arrangements became more frequent. In Xiaoyan's second half of the year plan, Zhuangxiao and Lord Flame Cat were listed. However, they are all pending at the moment. Chapter 694. Zhuangxiao, who arrived at the number 6 safety zone earlier than Weixiao and his group, regretted it before entering her own yard. She forgot. There was a heavy rainstorm a while ago, and several surrounding safety zones were almost flooded. This number 6 safety zone was naturally among them. Standing at the gate, the yard was full of mud and unknown garbage, while the asphalt road outside the yard was faintly shiny and looked clean. Sister, you. Du Zhong hesitated for a while and said, I go to the next door to find someone to help you clean up. There are so many people in the school next door. Just call a few over, and the cleaning work can be done in less than 2 hours. Besides, there are flame cats here. I guess those people will rush to come. Zhuangxiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Her expression was solemn, but her heart was full of joy. She nodded and said, okay. Judging from the current state of the house, it is not enough to clean up the place before going to bed at night. Before Du Zhong was about to use the watch to call people over, Zhuangxiao added, tomorrow after we finish the work. Zhuangxiao originally wanted to treat them to a meal. However, thinking that the people Du Zhong called over must not lack a bite of food, he changed his words and said, tomorrow, please take a ride in the sky. Thank you for your hard work. She owed a favor, and her family paid it back. No problem. As soon as the people on the other end of the watch learned that there was a flame cat as a mount, in less than half an hour, the yard of Zhuangxiao's house was full of people. Zhuangxiao stood in the house, turned sideways, and asked Du Zhong in a low voice, how many people did you call over? Du Zhong looked at the people outside the yard, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, just 7 or 8 people. 7 or 8 people? There must be 27 or 28 people outside. Zhuangxiao mourned for his Huahua for 3 seconds, and then unceremoniously called the teenagers to start working. Originally, he only planned to let them clean the yard. Now that there are so many people, there are no important items in the room, so he simply handed over the cleaning of the house to them. Except for her and Weixiao's bedroom. Zhuangxiao was not worried about these teenagers. They didn't know how to clean, so they just wiped the dust and other things, which could be done by hands. Sure enough, the teenagers lived up to everyone's expectations. Come for half an hour, work for half an hour. Before noon, the house was brand new, with bright windows and clean tables. It was time for dinner, and it didn't seem good not to eat. Think about the long string of zeros in her watch. Most of them were contributed by the young men in front of her. They are all walking money grubbers. Invite her to dinner. It's only natural. It's to thank her for taking care of her business of rescuing people last year. Du Zhong, Sister, your thanks are too late. After Zhuangxiao told Du Zhong about her idea, Du Zhong went to discuss with the young men. A group of young men huddled together, whispering for a long time. Very good, Zhuangxiao said she heard it all. clearly. Who made the distance too close? Her hearing did not allow her not to hear. But, even if she heard it, she had to pretend not to hear it. Have you discussed it? Hearing Zhuang Zhao's question, the young men turned around and faced her, with a mysterious expression on their faces that no one could guess what they were discussing. Zhuang Zhao smiled as she scanned the teenagers, and finally her eyes fell on Du Zhong's face, thinking that it would be useless even if she agreed, and it would be useless if the families of these teenagers disagreed. Du Zhong, relying on his closest relationship with Zhuang Zhao, hurriedly stepped forward and replied with a smile. Sister, we have discussed it. What do you want to eat? Zhuang Zhao pretended not to know, and her smile remained unchanged. Du Zhong hurriedly waved his hand and said, We won't eat. Let's go back and pack up, and let's set out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to find dragon-tooth grass. As soon as Du Zhong finished speaking, the teenagers nodded in unison, like a group of praying insects. Chapter 695. The formation should be as neat as possible. You guys. Zhuang Zhao was about to say the rejection words that had formed in her mind, but was interrupted by Du Zhong. My brother is going too. Let's go with my brother, Du Zhong said hurriedly. With his brother as a shield, it would definitely be possible. I will go back from Shishia's house, and immediately go to persuade my eldest brother. Your brother is going too? Zhuang Zhao's mind suddenly appeared a pretty face. Isn't this a bit unfair to Hua Xiao? It's a sin. It's a sin. Food and sex are human nature. She just looked at it. After Du Zhong nodded, Zhuang Zhao immediately convinced herself. If she was allowed to take the lead, she would definitely not take this group of young people with her. After all, this is someone else's safe zone. Whoever relies on it will fall. It would be different if Du Huai was there. Du Huai is the head of the mercenary team in the number 6 safety zone. He should be responsible for the personnel in his safety zone. For Zhuang Xiao, it is like there is someone taller to hold up the sky when it falls. Her CP can stand together again. Let's go! If your brother agrees, then you can go. Zhuang Xiao nodded and expressed her thoughts. As for Hua Xiao, she had already thrown him out of her mind at this moment. And the dragon-tooth grass, I don't know what kind of grass it is, it can be lifted by Du Zhong, it should be a good thing. She likes good things. Bring a few more sacks when going out. This time it will cost some energy stones. After all, it is Yin Yin who goes out to work today, and Yin Yin is pregnant. As soon as Zhuang Xiao agreed, the teenagers cheered, and after saying goodbye to Zhuang Xiao, they pushed and shoved out of the door, and ran all the way in the direction they came from. In a blink of an eye, a group of people rushed into the school next door. Zhuang Xiao, is Du Zhong next door? Zhuang Xiao stood at the gate for a while, and just as he was about to enter the yard, a shadow appeared above his head. Hua, why are you back so early? Zhuang Xiao asked himself. Where is Hua Xiao? Where is he? Hua, No, I thought it would speak human language. So many questions. Hua shook his big head. Forget it, I'd better ask Hua Xiao directly. If you leave him like this, what if he is eaten by some mutant beast on the road? Zhuang Xiao went to check his watch while mumbling. Hua looked up at Yan Yan on the roof and ignored Zhuang Xiao. Captain Hua, why hasn't Hua come back for so long? Xiang Su sat on the roof of the car, bent down, and lowered his head to ask Hua Xiao who was sitting in the car through the window. It must have been more than an hour. At this moment, Hua Xiao's watch rang. Hua Xiao looked down and saw that it was Zhuang Xiao. After reading the 5 words Zhuang Xiao sent several times, Hua Xiao raised his head and reminded, let everyone be alert and try to enter the sphere of influence of the number 6 safe zone before nightfall. Did Hua go to find his cousin? Meng Qingyang guessed after hearing this, and this was the only possibility. Hua Xiao nodded and said, yes, Hua has arrived at the number 6 safe zone. Sure enough, only the cousin is Hua's true love. Hu Qianli smacked his lips and said with a smile, Captain Hua is not very useful. Hua Xiao, who is not very useful, is thinking about how to restore Zhuang Zhao's news. Should he reply with 1 word yes, or 3 words I know, or... He was struggling in his mind. And the 5 words sent by Zhuang Xiao just stated the fact. Hua is back, that's all. This watch is really good. Zhuang Xiao praised sincerely. Keep in touch anytime, anywhere. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the 2 flame cats and wondered if he could ask Xiao Yin for 2 more. Xiao Yin, Entering the living room, Zhuang Xiao looked around the newly renovated hall, and was very satisfied. A good housekeeper, Du Zhong and others, After taking out the food from the luggage he brought with him, Zhuang Xiao ate, and then curled up on the sofa to recuperate. If there is news about Du Zhong, it means going out. Chapter 696. If not, it means that someone was beaten up by his own brother. Say it or not, what you think will come true. When Zhuang Xiao was half asleep, his watch rang. Sitting in Du Zhong's car, listening to the chattering voices of the boys around him, Zhuang Xiao finally woke up completely. Wow, there are really two. That flame cat is so big, is it pregnant? Maybe. So awesome. I really want to go to the Imperial Forest. Why are there so many people and cars going? Is it close to the safe zone? Zhuang Xiao leaned out of the car window and looked forward and backward at the convoy that stretched for hundreds of meters. This is much longer than the convoy that transports were in their safe zone, especially, it is still quite strange to go out at this time. It is more than 3 o'clock. Although it is a little dark now, it is only 3 or 4 hours. What can you do in such a short time? I am afraid you can't even leave the safe zone. It is the month for picking dragon-tooth grass. Every year at this time, the safe zone will send people to harvest it. Du Zhong glanced at the car in front and continued, it will be there in more than half an hour, just on the boundary line between the safe zone and the blind zone. No wonder so many members of the mercenary team were sent. It turned out that they had reached the blind zone. Then it won't take long to pick it, right? Zhuang Xiao asked in confusion. This time and again, all the time was spent on the road. Du Zhong nodded. It won't take long, mainly because the mutant animals living near the dragon-tooth grass will go out to look for food at this time. It is the perfect time to pick dragon-tooth grass. This is why so many people are brought with them. There is strength in numbers. The reason why Du Zhong was able to convince his brother so quickly was because he said that Sister Zhuang Xiao was going to go, and if Zhuang Xiao was going to such a dangerous place, the flame cat would definitely take her with her. So, Du Hui agreed to Du Zhong's request without hesitation. On the way, Zhuang Xiao asked some questions that she was more concerned about, such as what is agarwood, what is special about it, and so on. Compared to looking up information by herself, it is natural to ask people who know about it, so that you can get the key information faster. Extracting useful information from the database on the watch is a very laborious task for Zhuang Xiao. After doing it many times, she doesn't like to do it anymore. In order to obtain a few useful information, she may have to read a lot of useless information. She is not writing a paper, so there is really no need to read the introduction that is like a professional paper word by word. So you want to extract agarwood from agarwood? Zhuang Gao's brain was pounding. This number 6 safe zone is indeed maintained by medical care, and all the knowledge points are related to medicine. Dragon-tooth grass, crane extract, I always think it is a medicine that can make you die after taking it, but it is not true. It is an extremely effective hemostatic drug in the safe zone. After mutation, the effect is extraordinary and visible to the naked eye. For the Wasteland people who have been fighting against various mutant animals and plants for many years, dragon-tooth grass can be regarded as a good medicine, especially after a series of medical technology purification. The effect is naturally needless to say. Yes. Du Zhong nodded and responded, I tell you. Du Zhong moved closer to Zhuang Xiao and began to teach Zhuang Xiao the skills of picking dragon-tooth grass. Zhuang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Learned. She must do a great job today. Half an hour later, the car stopped. We're here. Get off the car. Someone urged from outside. Zhuang Xiao followed Du Zhong and jumped out of the car in a hurry. Looking up, they were in a narrow canyon area. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The tall mountains blocked the setting sun and cast a heavy shadow on the mountain on the other side. There was no sign of high radiation around, which at least showed that although this was a blind spot, it should be relatively safe. Where is the dragon-tooth grass? Zhuang Xiao looked around. It was lush and green everywhere, and there was no yellow. Didn't they say there were small yellow flowers? Not here, we have to go a little further. Du Zhong pointed in a direction, prepared his backpack, and called Zhuang Xiao to follow quickly. Zhuang Xiao looked in the direction of Du Zhong's finger. Sorry, she didn't see anything. She was blind. All the people who got off the car were in a hurry. They walked quickly in one direction. Everyone looked like they were late for work. Zhuang Xiao suddenly found it a little funny. But he still followed Du Zhong. When Zhuang Xiao stood in front of a huge cave, no, strictly speaking, it was not a cave. There were tiny pieces of light shining on the bottom of the cave. It was a bit like a crack in the sky. But the space under the crack in the sky was much larger than Zhuang Xiao had ever seen. Today, the sky was dim, and the sunlight was blocked. Only some scattered light remained. It was dark to the naked eye. It was no wonder that she thought it was a cave. The mercenaries went there first. A group of people quickly checked below, and then quickly found the corresponding place to guard around. After the vanguard passed, the rest of the people followed in. Where's your brother? Zhuang Xiao was quite curious. She hadn't even seen Du Huai since she got on the bus. My brother? Du Zhong scratched his head unconsciously. I don't know. My brother told us to just follow Sister Xiao Xiao, right? As he spoke, he turned around and asked the teenagers around him. Yeah. The teenagers nodded to prove to Zhuang Xiao that what Du Zhong said was true. Zhuang Xiao, No, this is asking her to take care of the child? Chapter 697. I'm already here. It's too late to think about these things, so I'd better hurry up and grab some dragon tooth grass to take back. This way, it won't be in vain for my trip. Well, by the way, I get some seedlings to plant. I plant some for myself and give some to Mr. Lin. Now, Zhuang Xiao really wants to dig into his own safe zone when he sees useful mutant plants. After all, that might be where he will live in his old age in the future. Of course, he wants to build it better and better. It may not be realistic to kill other safe zones in a second during his lifetime, but at least he can create the largest safe zone. Xiao Yin, He lacks a pair of eyes that can see radiation. Zhuang Xiao, Didn't she show miracles? If you can't see Du Huai and Du Zhong in the same frame, then don't see them. In front of money, what is male beauty? With a rich family background, do you still worry about not having male beauty? Hua Xiao, Is the idea of the little girl too dangerous? It's too dangerous for me. The prerequisite for the teenagers to be approved to come here is to complete the picking amount mentioned by Du Huai. With this destination, everyone swarmed towards the target mutant plants. Zhuang Xiao was unwilling to lag behind, and with that extraordinary speed, he rushed in first, and everyone was surrounded by dragon tooth grass in an instant. Sister slowed down. I still have something to say. Du Zhong looked up at the sky in the gap, and the two flame cats disappeared. You say. Zhuang Xiao didn't even look back, and buried his head in his own sack and began to dig dragon tooth grass. Fill them up first. These can all be sold to safe zone number 6. There is no need to worry about the radiation level. The safe zone will purify them anyway. As for those that I want to leave alone, I will have to spend time testing them later. Dragon tooth grass has more than one effect. In addition to its medical value, it must be edible. Of course, we need to select edible plants or leaves that meet the radiation value standard. Such mutant plants can be directly applied to the affected area even if they are directly mashed into medicinal juice, but the efficacy is much worse than that of purified drugs. There will be 1 hour at most. There will be mutant birds passing by this canyon area and returning to their nests. Be careful to hide. Don't worry, the mercenaries will notify you in time. After saying what he wanted to say in one breath, Du Zhong also started his work. People should be honest. He must complete the workload he promised his brother. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to persuade his brother to do something next time. Zhuang Xiao said indifferently, I know. After that, he pulled up a dragon tooth grass with his little hand, shook the soil on the roots, and stuffed it into his sack. Eukamia almonds who was picking, No, at this rate, this area will be bald. Sister. We can't do this. We have to develop sustainably. Eukamia almonds hurriedly put down the dragon tooth grass in his hand and stopped her. Zhuang Xiao, who was about to uproot the grass for the second time, paused and felt a little hot. This is really... It's not my own. I don't know how to feel sorry for it. Du Huai said that there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. This has to leave a root for the offspring. Although this mutant plant can reproduce and survive through seeds, it is not easy to be in this state now. Oh, I see. Zhuang Xiao said embarrassedly, and then let go of the dragon tooth grass under his hand, and then took out the golden butterfly dagger from his waist. He started to shave the dragon tooth grass. Everyone had a task to do, and they worked very actively. In the canyon, except for the occasional bird calls, and the sound of water coming from nowhere, all the sounds were made when harvesting dragon tooth grass. Du Huai stood on the high ground on one side, looking for the figure of his younger brother below. From his angle, he could also see the shadow of the flame cat hovering in the air. I wonder if the flight route of those mutant crows will change today? Mutated crow, Why? Dancing grass, Because someone might take a fancy to your bird's nest. 6 o'clock passed in the blink of an eye. Captain Hua, I think I saw a flame cat just now. Xiang Su put down the telescope in his hand and shouted to the people in the car. After shouting, he raised the telescope again and looked into the distance. There is a small red dot. At this time, the sunset glow in the sky has not yet dissipated. If the fiery red color and the color of the flame cat are mixed together, it is really difficult to distinguish. However, the fiery red shadow is continuously moving closer to their convoy, and Xiang-Su is absolutely sure now. Without the confirmation of others, he shouted to the people in the car with an extremely certain tone, "It's a flame cat, or two. Is my cousin nearby?" Hu Qianli said in surprise. According to the route, they are very close to the influence of the number 6 safety zone. Before it gets completely dark, their convoy will definitely enter the influence of the safety zone, and then they can put their minds at ease. Xiao looked out the window. The trees that blocked out the sun happened to be in sight. If you want to see the sky, you can only wait for the next open space. Maybe the flame cats are out looking for food, Meng Qingyong said. Sima Yan nodded and agreed. It's very likely. Xiao thought so too. After all, it would take more than half a day to clean up the house, so that people can live in it, not to mention that the little girl would have time to go out and pick up trash. At this time, from where Xiao was, after passing through the dense forest in front and climbing over the high hills, you can enter the canyon where Shuangshao was. The straight line distance between the two is less than 5 kilometers. However, if you really want to trek through this distance, it will not be just a matter of 5 kilometers. The trekking distance may be more than 2 or 3 times. However, such a straight line distance is really not a problem for the flame cats. Look, the 2 flame cats came together following the smell of people. Just follow us and fly this distance. Hu Qianli could already see the full appearance of the flame cat, and he happily said to Sima Yin beside him. Yeah. Sima Yin nodded in agreement, and turned his head to look at the flame cat in the sky. If there is a flame cat with you when you go out, the risk can be reduced by at least half. Unfortunately, this flame cat doesn't even seem to listen to Captain Hu's words, let alone them. Sima Yan's job is no longer in the mercenary team. This time, he heard that the people from the future team were going to come to the number 6 safe zone to transport ore, so he applied for it. Work related to iron ore is one of his job contents. Therefore, he specially applied to go on a mission with the people from the future team this time, and he could also keep in touch with them. Chapter 698. Compared to the fear and trepidation he felt when he shuttled back and forth between the safety zones last year, this trip was so relaxing and comfortable. Of course, this could also be because there were more exchanges between the 2 safety zones. With frequent human activities, mutant animals will also retreat from human activity areas to a certain extent. Unless they are extremely hungry or have obvious radiation-induced animal instincts, mutant animals generally will not attack other creatures' territories. They are easily retaliated against. Anyway, under the addition of multiple factors, this trip made people feel happy. Sima Yin looked at the flame cat in the sky and was really envious. Sometimes, it is hard to say what a person's luck is. Who would have thought that their team member would could have such strange luck? We have to stay in the number 6 safety zone for several days? In our free time, we can go to the Imperial Forest as a team? Hu Qianli still feels upset about the fact that Lu Feng and his team members of the Qilin team went to the Imperial Forest with Zhuang Xiao. Why did the Qilin team go with their cousin, but their direct descendants in the future team did not? This is unfair. Zhuang Xiao, She doesn't want to work. Does fairness matter? You still want to go to the Imperial Forest? You really dare to think so? Meng Qingyong rolled his eyes at Hu Qianli with a fake smile. Old Hu of their team really dares to think so. They will stay in the number 6 safety zone for 2 days in total. Minus the tasks that must be done, let alone the Imperial Forest, they can't even enter Qixia Mountain. It's not against the law to think about it, Captain Hu, right? Hu Qianli looked at Xiao with a playful smile. Xiao leaned on the car window with one hand, staring at the sky in a trance, and said, "You can think whatever you want as long as it is not against the law." Every word seemed to cool down a little bit with the night. This Hu Qianli. He wants to hook up with their Xiao Xiao every day, running around everywhere. Hu Qianli curled his lips and glanced at Meng Qingyong. The eye-to-eye dispute between the two of them, probably only the two of them could understand it. The trace of the flame cat slowly disappeared in the night. The dense forest and mountain peaks in the distance were gradually shrouded by the night. As the night deepened, the forest became active little by little. Zhuang Xiao stood up and looked around. Everyone was still working hard. It was just that the quacking sound from far away was getting closer and closer, as if it was by her ear. And this sound. She was very familiar with it. This was the unique sharp and hoarse cry from the mutant crows. This is simply too good. Just in case, Zhuang Xiao quickly scanned the surroundings and fixed her eyes on Du Zhong, who was working behind her. Du Zhong. Zhuang Xiao waved to Du Zhong. "You come." Du Zhong stood up. Ouch. It hurts so much, my waist. Really hurts. Sister, what's wrong? Tell me. Du Zhong held his waist with one hand and dragged the sack with the other hand towards Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at him like that, pretending not to see anything, and asked with a smile, "You told me that the mutant big bird passing by, it can't be a mutant crow group." Zhuang Xiao's eyes were bright, and Du Zhong was stared at with horror. No, what's the look in his sister's eyes? Why does he look like a cat seeing a mouse and a dog seeing a meat bun? Du Zhong turned from his sister's burning gaze to the dusky sky and replied, "Yes. I should be back." Really? Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt that the dragon-tooth grass was not fragrant. The fastest way to get rich, the mutant crows, the shiny energy stones that decorate the bird's nest, she really missed it. At the beginning, if it weren't for the eastern side of Biling Mountain being burned, she might have used it as a long-term planting area for growing energy stones, going around every now and then. The harvest is better than any scavenging, mutated crows. Who did I offend? Du Zhong looked at the sky and then at his sister. No, why does she look a little wrong? Sister, don't worry. Without the flame cat, we will be fine, and there is my brother. If there is anything, let my brother and others go. There is no trace of the flame cat in the sky, so if there is any problem, it will be Du Huai and others who will go. Du Zhong thought so. Du Huai, Who is the relative? Zhuang Xiao noticed the comfort in Du Zhong's words and said indifferently, "It's okay, I'm not worried, it's good. It's good. It's so good." Zhuang Xiao wished that the mutant crows would appear in front of her now. She hadn't thought that the mutant crows were just passing by, and the nest was still not found. The energy stone was even more uncertain. As soon as Zhuang Xiao and Du Zhong finished talking, a sound suspected to be an alarm sounded. At the same time, in the night, a dark cloud moved quickly towards them from a distance. Du Zhong quickly pulled Zhuang Xiao, and the two hid in the lush dragon-tooth grass. Hush! Du Zhong made a gesture of silence. Zhuang Xiao understood immediately, but he raised his head at 90 degrees, waiting for the arrival of the little stars. 1, 2. Zhuang Xiao counted silently in her heart. In her eyes, apart from the sparkling little stars, the fierce and weird red eyes of the mutant crows were nothing. With a treasure in hand, what's wrong with asking others to be ruthless? If they are not ruthless, how can they keep the huge wealth? Mutated crows. It's really unlucky. Why can't they have a little hobby? The sparkling little stones are so beautiful. Zhuang Xiao. Yes, this hobby is great. What's the dragon-tooth grass? This is true love. Otherwise, there is no coincidence. The two flame cats also felt that they were extremely unlucky. How come they went out for a walk and came back, and ran into the mutant crows head-on as soon as they entered the canyon? It's not easy to turn around. If you fly up, you're too fat, and it's easy to get stuck in the gap above. Really? You can only fly straight or fly down. Flying down will inevitably bump into these ugly monsters in night clothes. The two flame cats are really troubled. Troubles aside, the force of rushing forward is really not relieved at all. Du Huai stood on a high hill, hidden in the bushes, looking at the feathers falling in the canyon, and was speechless. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Should I say that the mutant crows are unlucky, or the flame cats are unlucky, or are the mercenaries who are hanging their heads more unlucky? If the mutant crows and the flame cats fight, will they help or not? This is also a problem. Du Zhong, Brother, why do you have so many questions? Chapter 699. Captain Hua, did you hear any sound? Hu Qianli's ears pricked up, and then he stretched his head out of the car window. Hua Xiao did not answer Hu Qianli's question immediately, but listened carefully. It sounds like some kind of bird singing? A little familiar? It's just... Xiang Su grabbed a handle on the roof of the car, flipped over, and jumped into the car from the roof. His posture was flexible and light, and his movements were clean and neat. Why do I seem to hear the roar of a fire cat? It sounds like a group of mutant crows, Hua Xiao said. Maybe I heard it wrong. Xiang Su was not sure, because he only heard a faint sound from above. Maybe it was the sound of whistling wind. No matter what the sound from afar was, all the members of the team were on high alert. Whether it was a group of mutant crows or not, the sound coming from the sky must be some kind of bird. Since it was a bird, the battle would not be limited to a certain area. The route they passed by might become a battlefield for the mutant birds. As the saying goes, a fire in the city gate affects the fish in the pond. No matter what the situation is, they should be prepared in advance. The light strip winding in the dense forest is clear in the night, and the speed of movement is obviously much faster than before. It is still necessary to reach the sphere of influence of the safe zone as soon as possible. Everyone thought so in their hearts. Between the mutant crows and the flame cats were like two winged cannonballs, bombarding into the mutant crows, and piercing through a black cloud at an extremely fast speed. The two sides cursed at each other, but neither wanted to fight. Zhuang Xiao, hiding in the dragon-tooth grass, looked at the mutant crows that were gradually going away, and felt very sorry. The duck that was about to be caught just flew away. The alarm was lifted soon. The crowd hiding in the weeds and bushes retreated to the parking lot like a tide. We know the way today, let's come secretly tomorrow. Du Zhong walked back and whispered to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Du Zhong, and then at Du Zhong again. Does she look like someone who can take care of children? My brother will agree. Du Zhong's eyes shrank and promised. Then wait until your brother agrees. Zhuang Xiao carried the sack and walked towards the car he came from. This car is not public property in the safe zone, and it can take him home later. Du Zhong followed behind, looking at the large pile of sacks moving quickly in the dark, and was silent. I really want to give the sack in my hand to his sister. This is too heavy, Zhuang Xiao, After counting the number of people, all vehicles started at the same time and headed to the safe zone. Today's activity of picking dragon-tooth grass feels like it's raining in autumn, and people come out to harvest. They come and go in a hurry. Everyone is on edge. After getting on the car, the silence in the car is like the dark night outside. After Zhuang Xiao sat down, she suddenly remembered that Hu Xiao and his team should have almost reached the safe zone. Without the flame cat to fly with her, she didn't know whether the journey would be smooth or not. So she called Hu Xiao's watch. After a few beeps, Hu Xiao's communication was connected, and then the car horn sounded, breaking the silence in the car. One by one, they looked out of the car. Xiao Xiao. Hu Xiao's voice came from very near and far, accompanied by the sound of car horns. Zhuang Gao's eyes fell on the road on the other side of the intersection. Isn't it such a coincidence? Xiao Xiao. Hu Xiao's voice came again. Zhuang Xiao suddenly came back to his senses and said, I'm here, I'm here. There was a moment of silence on the other side, and then a voice came out. Are you in the opposite convoy? Zhuang Xiao, No, do you have to be so precise? She wanted to say that she was like a good wife and mother at home cooking and making the bed for him, but it seemed too fake. Well, Zhuang Zhao's answer was almost inaudible. It should be. It should be. What? My cousin is in the opposite convoy. Hu Qianli's loud voice came from his watch, and Zhuang Xiao put his wrist away from his ear. Du Zhong noticed Zhuang Zhao's movements and heard Hu Qianli's penetrating voice, and asked uncertainly in a low voice, Is it Brother Hua and his team? Zhuang Xiao nodded. After that, the convoy stopped. Du Zhong in front let the convoy on the opposite side, that is, Hu Xiao and his team, go first. When Zhuang Zhao's vehicle entered the main road, he saw his own vehicle parked on the side of the road. Du Zhong reluctantly said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao. Sister, I will go to play with you tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao, Okay. I still owe them a Huahua brand flight. Okay. Zhuang Xiao responded. Du Zhong's car slowly passed them, and caught up with the convoy in front. Hu Xiao put the sack in the car, and returned to the front car. Zhuang Xiao was already sitting in the co-pilot. Looks very well behaved. Zhuang Xiao, Sister, that's because I'm tired. You don't care about our safe zone team? Zhuang Xiao felt that she needed to care about Brother Hua's job. Hu Xiao started the car, turned his head and smiled at Zhuang Xiao. Sima Yin is here. And there is Du Zhong and his team behind. Sima Yin, Du Zhong, It should be safe. Zhuang Xiao felt that Hu Xiao's words were correct. The mercenary teams of the two safe zones were operating within the sphere of influence of the safe zones. Even though it was at night, under the double protection, what could go wrong? Besides, there are two flame cats in the sky, it's safe all the way. After arriving home, Hu Xiao praised Zhuang Xiao a lot. It was really difficult for the little girl to clean up the house, so cleanly, and still have time to go out to pick up trash. Zhuang Xiao accepted all the praises. After all, although these tasks were not done by himself, they were completed by his own strength. The method is not important, but the result is important. Sima Yin and his team will be responsible for the handover of the remaining work of the number 11 safety zone convoy to the number 6 safety zone. Except for the guards, all other members of the mercenary team were idle. He Ming saw that the members of his team were discharged from the hospital on the same day. If he continued to lie down, he would probably grow hair. In fact, he really recovered a long time ago. But he was just staying in the hospital. At least he could chat with his fellow patients. After going out, not only did he have no place to live, but there was no one to talk to. As for going out to scavenge, that was impossible. If he encountered any unexpected situation again, it would be really difficult to explain. In short, He Ming came out of the hospital in one piece. When Zhuang Xiao got up in the morning, he welcomed a large wave of guests, which was even more grand than yesterday. If you don't know, you might think that their family is going to hold a banquet. Chapter 700. Last night, 2 flame cats nestled on one side of the outer wall of the courtyard of Zhuang Xiao's house in the neighboring school. Fortunately, there were no people there at night, so it didn't cause any sensation. My cousin's house is really lively. Hu Qianli sighed. It seems that they are usually a little cold. Look at the people in this safe zone. Their enthusiasm is much stronger than theirs. Xiang Su nodded in agreement. When has my sister been unwelcome? Zhuang Xiao, The popular one is Hua Hua. There are so many people at home. The people in the future team spontaneously acted as their own family and served tea and water to these teenagers who were not in this safe zone. In fact, there were not enough cups. It was just a show. Fortunately, the teenagers didn't drink it. Hui Xiao claimed the task that Zhuang Xiao had agreed to yesterday, and took the people in the future team and these teenagers out of the door in a hurry. Is your brother here too? Zhuang Xiao asked Du Zhong, who was walking at the back. Yeah. Just let Brother Hua and my brother take them to play later. Du Zhong said with a smile, feeling very proud. He knew that his brother couldn't resist the charm of the flame cat. Du Huai, Whose silly brother is this? Take him away. Captain Du. Captain Hua. Hua Xiao and Du Zhong exchanged a few pleasantries as soon as they met, and then got down to business. One car after another was parked neatly on the side of the road. All personnel were ready to go. Today's goal: to train the boys and eliminate the mutant crows on the border at the same time. The news that the 11th safety zone was attacked by the mutant crows had spread to all major safety zones, and Du Huai had naturally heard about it. The mutant crows that settled on the border between their own safety zone and the blind spot have long been cleared to prevent them from becoming bigger and stronger in the future and posing a threat to the safety zone. When Zhuang Xiaochu heard about this goal, she felt a little regretful. She felt regretful that she could not take the energy stone alone. However, with so many people, safety should be guaranteed, and she was relieved again. After all, they are not familiar with the terrain here, and it is not necessarily a bad thing to have someone to cooperate with. And under Du Huai's supervision, they can repay all the favors owed to the teenagers yesterday, which is also good. So many people set out, and there are 2 big flame cats above their heads, which has long attracted the attention of the people in the safety zone. However, when they saw the mercenary team vehicles coming out of the safety zone, everyone automatically retreated, and no congestion occurred at all. With Du Huai's joining, there is another benefit. The destination of the mutant crow's nest is very clear, and completely different from what Zhuang Xiao is trying to find. To be honest, even with the help of Hua Hua, it is still not easy to find the nest of the mutant crows in the air. On the way, Zhuang Xiao even thought that the mutant crows were not hated by everyone, but the people in the safe zone knew that there were energy stones in their nests, so they were so enthusiastic about them. The so-called everyone hated them, but in fact everyone loved them. It's just that they never showed it. The more Zhuang Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. After all, no one would say that the nest of the mutant crows represented a treasure. Maybe it was a tacit secret in the safe zone. Hua Xiao, The little girl is really imaginative. When the convoy stopped in the depths of a dense forest, when he got off the car, somehow, Zhuang Xiao looked at the fully equipped people, and suddenly felt that they were going to the mountains to suppress bandits. It's just that what they want to exterminate are not people, but the mutant crows flying in the sky. At this point in time, most of the mutant crows are still in their nests, and have not gone out to find food, which is just right for the extermination operation. Of course, the large number of mutant crows in the nest also means that this operation is dangerous. In the current environment where eating can cause radiation poisoning, can this danger still be considered dangerous? Zhuang Xiao, Of course it is. No matter how small the danger is, it is still a danger. There are very few dangers on the boundary between the blind spot and the safe zone that the mercenary team cannot deal with, and Du Huai has already made sufficient preparations. Therefore, on the way through the dense forest, the group also hunted a lot of small mutant animals. The edible ones were left by themselves, and the inedible ones were also taken with them, just in time for the next operation to exterminate the mutant crows as bait. After arriving near the destination, the people Du Huai brought were divided into two groups. One group was arranged to go to the nearby mountain, which happened to be the back of the mountain wall where they collected dragon tooth grass yesterday. This group was responsible for hunting the mutant crows that flew into the sky from the jungle. The other group went to the dense forest below where the mutant crows' nests were located, responsible for destroying the mutant crows' nests. Except for the young birds. Most of the people here were the teenagers who were training. Because Zhuang Xiao had told Hui Xiao in advance that they and the future team were all in the dense forest, responsible for the latter task. The two flame cats were ordered by Zhuang Xiao not to participate in the work of hunting the mutant crows. It was unclear whether they understood or not, but she had explained it anyway. After entering the dense forest, where the mutant crows' nests were located, the crowd immediately became quiet. Except for the creaking sound of people stepping on dead branches and rotten leaves, and the sound of people panting, there was no other movement. Occasionally, some people would whisper a few words. For example, Zhuang Xiao. I ask you to dig up that bird's nest later, you dig up that one. You're responsible for digging it, and I'm responsible for finding the energy stone. Zhuang Xiao said the last three words very softly, almost in a whisper. His tone was heavy and a bit eager to try, and he couldn't wait to climb the tree. Yeah. Hui Xiao responded softly. Hui Xiao, who had experience in digging up mutant crows' nests, naturally understood why this matter made the little girl so excited. In fact, most of the future team was very excited. They were familiar with the work of digging out bird nests. The sound of crossbows breaking through the air rang out, which meant that the battle had begun. The mutant crows spread their wings and flew high in panic. Then, he was greeted by the people who had been waiting on the mountain for a long time. The dense forest immediately became lively. After seeing the mutant crows falling from the sky for no reason, Hua called Yin Yin, and immediately moved away from the battle circle to avoid being accidentally injured. Bullets don't have eyes. What if there is another one without eyes? The pain of the flowered bed sheet, it doesn't want to fall again, especially now that the weather is still very hot. Before Zhuang Xiao chose the tree she and Hui Xiao were going to climb, the teenagers around them were like monkeys, climbing up the tree in a few seconds. It's naturally impossible to fall behind. Climb the tree first, then look. The branches in this forest are so dense that you can look for it after you climb up. Chapter 701. After a while, the entire dense forest was plunged into chaos. The silence was gone, and the noises of noise and bustle rose and fell. The shouts of people, the hoarse and shrill cries of the mutant crows, and the whistling of crossbows and guns and ammunition through the air. The many sounds mixed together, but none of them had any impact on Zhuang Xiao, who was immersed in digging out the bird's nest. Hui Xiao, this tree, hurry up! Zhuang Xiao had a bird's nest hanging in front of and behind her, and at this moment, she didn't care whether the energy stone in the bird's nest would fall down. At most, she would go to the weeds below to look for it later. Hui Xiao wrapped the last bird's nest on the tree around his waist, grabbed the rope thrown by the little girl, and with the help of the power of the branches under his feet, he jumped to the other side. Zhuang Xiao held Hui Xiao's waist, and after he stood firm, he turned around and jumped towards the bird's nest he had just seen. Hui Xiao, Don't you give them some time to get intimate? Zhuang Xiao, Your idea is just too wasteful. At this time, you have to race against time to dig out the energy stone. The future team also climbed up the towering tree at the first time. Those who know what's on the tree know it. Their active and enthusiastic behavior made the people brought by Du Huai feel that these people are weird. This kind of high-risk work, they just do it. Not ambiguous at all. Future team, If you are slow, you will lose. Attacking mutant crows and lifting bird nests in trees is not always so smooth. For example, sometimes there are cubs living in them, and a mouth or a claw will come down. Then blood will be seen immediately. Or maybe there are other intruders in the nest, enemies, such as snakes. This is not a simple enemy of the enemy is a friend, but everyone is an enemy of each other, and enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. In a dispute between three parties, no one will give in to the other. If one side is an egg, it is a battle between two parties. Whenever Zhuang Xiao encounters such a bird's nest with a snake coiled, he misses the mutant hook snake at home. I should have brought the mutant hook snake back for a spin. Let the cousin coil on the tree first, and we just wait for a clean bird's nest. At most, some eggs will be lost. Zhuang Xiao muttered to Hui Xiao. After encountering the first mutant snake, Zhuang Xiao stopped urging Hui Xiao to act faster. Who knows if this snake is poisonous or not? It's better to be careful. It's heartbreaking that Brother Hua was injured. They already have an innate advantage over others, and it's okay to take it slowly, Zhuang Xiao comforted himself. It's not her fault that she's so anxious. The two flame cats consume too many energy stones every day. She has already reduced what was energy stones. But isn't there still a flame cat that can't be reduced? And when Zhuang Xiao thought about these two flame cats, they might become 3, 4, 5, or 6. She had a headache. It seems that she still has to be more self-reliant in the future. It was only at this time that she had some signs of not wanting to give up, but this sign was often suppressed in the cradle shortly after it sprouted. Brother Hu, what are you looking for? A fool in the future team had not realized the conversations in their team for so long. Therefore, seeing Hu Qianli, Xiang Su and others jumping around on the trees, it seems that they are hunting mutant crows, but it is unlikely, because there are no unhatched eggs or mutant crows in several bird nests, but these people are just digging in the pile of dead branches and feathers. In fact, he also dug one. Maybe he was unlucky, and he didn't find any energy stones in it. So, based on the idea that he is not very smart, but it is right to ask smart people, he chose to ask Hu Qianli who is closest to him. Hu Qianli, Brother, of course, he is a smart person. Meng Qingyang, Hu Qianli, The kind of great wisdom. Appears foolish. Hu Qianli threw away the bird nest he had searched and looked up at his teammates, who were asking questions. No, isn't this someone from their team? Are you from the future team? The teammate nodded. How could he not be? There were only a few dozen people in the future team, and they had worked together for several years. Brother Hu, how could you not know him? In fact, Hu Qianli certainly knew him, but how come the whole team knew about it? How come this person, who was standing on a mountain of gold and silver, actually? Although he still hasn't figured out how those people in the team knew the secret of the mutant crows, maybe this is the so-called wall that has no leaks in the world. Or maybe someone was talking in his sleep when sleeping in the dormitory at night. In short, everyone knew about it. How could this person not know it? Hu Qianli felt like he was disappointed with his friend, and said impatiently, Take a look yourself, take a few more, and you will know. After that, he was ready to find the next one. However, before leaving, he was worried and reminded, Be careful, look slowly. Don't be picky. Teammate confused, What does it mean? A quarter of an hour later, the meaning was clear. Because of being too excited, the teammate almost fell from the tree dozens of meters high. Fortunately, the tree was high enough, and the branches were dense enough, so the man quickly grabbed a thick branch and hung on it. Hee hee. The reaction arc was too long, and the man who almost fell to pieces was laughing while climbing up with the help of the force. Meng Qingyang, who was nearby, happened to see this scene, and was so scared that his heart was pounding. Fortunately, nothing happened. This kind of thing, no matter how much you hide it, it is completely useless in the dense forest with so many people, and you may not know who is standing behind the tree branch. Besides, the future team didn't hide anything. They were all looking for bird nests, and taking out bird eggs. They took out energy stones casually. Anyway, that's what they thought. In any case, one person noticed something was wrong, followed by the second person, the third person. Before long, everyone in the dense forest seemed to know about it. The enthusiasm for work suddenly increased several times. What's going on? Why are there more and more mutant crows flying out? The mercenary team member, who was ambushing on the mountain, muttered to the person next to him. The man was also confused, shook his head and replied, Who knows? Maybe. After a long time of maybe, he couldn't say 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 702. As more and more mutant crows flew out, the people ambushing on the mountain also became busy. Before, they could still find time to chat, but now they really never took their eyes off the dense forest. Captain Du said that they should kill as many as possible to prevent these mutant crows from coming back to build nests. The group didn't even have time to eat lunch at noon. The people on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain were working hard. The people at the foot of the mountain were full of fighting spirit, and excitement overcame hunger. And the people on the mountain seemed to be forced. Where are the other members of the future team? Why are they not in the dormitory? Sima Yin handed over the cargo transportation work to the people in the number 6 safety zone, and came to the resting place of the mercenary team. After turning around for several times, he didn't see the shadow of the future team, so he could only ask He Ming. He Ming shrugged and said, Who knows? Maybe they went to my cousin's place. All went. Why did Sima Yin not believe it? What can so many young and strong men do when they go to their cousin's house, even if they just eat for free? Even their team leader can't agree to this. Maybe, He Ming said indifferently. Anyway, these people all ran away early in the morning. He wanted to chase them, but couldn't catch up. In fact, he really wanted to catch up and go with them. But I don't know if these people had discussed it in advance. It would have been better if he didn't shout. As soon as he shouted, the group of people really ran away. It's like there's a dog behind them. Paw paw paw. What dog? In short, it's like he's a flood beast, and they avoid him as much as possible. This year, the people in the future team have been talking nonsense, and Ming is not surprised. People with abnormal brains are beyond the understanding of ordinary people like him. Ming looked at Sima Yin several times. His strange eyes gave Sima Yin goosebumps all over his body. He said hurriedly, "Let them do whatever they want. I'm leaving first." After walking a few steps, Sima Yin turned back and invited, "Captain He, let's go out for a walk together?" Ming raised his eyebrows, said nothing, stood up and replied, "Okay. Take the brothers with you?" Sima Yin said after looking at the others. Before coming to the number 6 safety zone, he and Feng Xiang discussed bringing a batch of goods back from here, acting as a second-hand dealer, and making a profit from the price difference. The car going back was empty anyway. If you bring some supplies back, the higher-ups will generally turn a blind eye. This matter was learned from Guzhua. It would be a pity if the resources that can be used are not used. The members of the Sharp Knife team followed Sima Yin for the whole afternoon, and they didn't even know some places. Led by Sima Yin, a group of grown men fell into a crazy shopping mode. Who doesn't want to make money from the difference between middlemen, and they can borrow an empty car from the mining area? They must make more space to go back. The work of Du Huai and his team to eliminate the mutant crows continued until the sun was about to set. The people on the mountain came down with tired faces, and looked at the radiant teammates below, and felt weird, very weird. However, after seeing the mutant crows on their backs and in their hands, they felt relieved for a moment because of the rich harvest. This feeling of understanding and not understanding continued until these people returned to the mercenary team. Anyway, they still looked confused at the moment. Except for a few people who couldn't hold back their expressions. The others in the future team barely held back. As for the young people, they were quite wealthy. After a day of fighting wits and courage with the mutant crows, fatigue attacked excitement, and the excitement was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. While Du Huai and Hui Xiao led people to clean up the battlefield, Zhuang Xiao, Xiang Su, and Wan He led a group of young people into the sphere of influence of the safe zone, and conducted flight test flights in batches. In the distance, the morning glow filled the sky, and the flame cat drew beautiful arcs in the air. The screams of the young people came one after another. Zhuang Xiao sat in the car, Xiang Su was driving, and Wan He looked at the young people in the sky with some concern and asked, "Sister, is this okay?" "Yes, why not? There are seat belts." Zhuang Xiao replied. "Aren't they all tied to Huahua with hemp ropes?" The second group of people waiting to take off sat on the top of the carriage, looking up at the flame cats circling freely in the air, and the noise was not much less than that of the group of people in the sky. This is much more exciting than taking a plane. In this way, when Du Huai and Hui Xiao finished their work and caught up with them, the young people were still clinging to the flame cats and refused to get off. After learning about Huahua's snack habit, they all enthusiastically fed him. And they fed him from high altitude. Zhuang Xiao looked at the two flame cats' increasingly bulging stomachs below, and decided to stop giving the flame cats some food for the next 2 days. It's not good to eat too much snacks. Flame cats, Liar. After returning to the safe zone, Hui Xiao had no worries about dividing the spoils, while Du Huai was thinking about how to deal with the people on their side all the way. However, these are not things that Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao have to worry about. Before entering the safe zone, the two groups separated. The Huahua brand flight ended today. When they got home in the evening, Hui Xiao cooked, and Zhuang Xiao naturally counted today's harvest. Zhuang Xiao didn't want any of those mutant crows. There were too many viruses, and it was not safe. Even if they were edible, they couldn't buy a few points. Now that she had energy stones, she didn't want any dangerous mutant crows. If you get sick after eating, you have to spend points, and you may die. In fact, the mercenaries will not eat mutant crow meat. After all, it is really not cost-effective, but this thing can be exchanged for points. You can buy anything with points. Even a nutrient solution is good. That night, the future team ran to the trading hall of the number 6 safe zone, and sold all the mutant crows they had brought back and exchanged them for points. Everyone got a little. However, no one despised it. After all, everyone now has energy stones. Whether it is 1, 2, or 3, in their own eyes, it is a sudden wealth. Old Hu, what did you do? Why did you come back so late? As soon as Hu Qianli entered the floor where they lived, he saw Sima Yin and Ming, who were chatting in the corridor, turned their heads and looked at him, and immediately became alert. What's going on? Why is Sima Yin so enthusiastic today, and this He Ming? Why is he smiling so sinisterly? Sima Yin, We are all in the same team, when has he never been unenthusiastic? He Ming, He usually smiles like this, okay. Chapter 703. At night, in the dormitory of the future team, there were bursts of snoring, as if a symphony concert without any rhythmic beauty was being performed. Suddenly, amid the thunderous snoring, an abrupt voice joined in. Bird's nest? Hee hee. Energy stone. Hello crow, energy stone. Hee hee. Hee hee. In the darkness, Sima Yin, Ming Qingyang and several others, who had not yet entered a deep sleep, were awakened by Hu Qianli shouting. After staying in the number 6 safety zone for another 2 days, Hu Xiao returned to the local safety zone. When they parted, Sima Yin looked at Hu Qianli, Hu Xiao and others, and he wanted to say something several times, but finally swallowed the words he wanted to say silently. This future team has a secret, absolutely a secret. Since he went out with Captain Hu for a day that day, he ate and slept for the next few days, and everyone looked rosy-cheeked. This made him doubt that what he heard that night might not be a dream talk. But what can we do if there is a secret? He is not in the future team anymore, so there is no chance to communicate with eyes for such top-secret information. Of course, no one noticed Sima Yan's hesitation and dilemma. Everyone was immersed in the joy of going home and thinking about how to share the joy with their families. And Sima Yan's damn curiosity was cut off on the second day after returning to the safe zone. The reason is that he was busy, too busy. Even a spitting top was not as busy as him. As busy as him, there were Xiao Yin, Feng Xiang, and all the members of the mercenary team and the guard team, and even the people of the entire safe zone were all caught up in a busyness. In the designated new urban area, near the mining area, the miracle brought down by Zhuang Xiao was discovered. Perhaps it was God's blessing. The area had several rains, which washed away the shadow of the disinfectant. Although the people sent to survey had doubts in their hearts due to the withered and yellow trees, no one dared to be sure of the exact cause. This incident has become an unsolved case for decades since it appeared. However, the impact behind this unsolved case is good. After more than a month of research and survey, the people in the institute discovered that strange pattern. A withered forest boundary line thus defined the high radiation area and the non-high radiation area. The work that was supposed to last until the end of the autumn harvest ended in this strange way just as the autumn harvest began. The work in the safe zone was carried out simultaneously. As a temporary safety zone near the mining area, after initially guessing that the boundary line perfectly divided the high radiation area and the non-high radiation area, the entire safety zone started to move. In less than 2 months, the demarcation of the new urban area, the clearing of mutant animals, weeds and trees in the urban area, and the construction and promotion of roads were carried out simultaneously. That's why Sima Yan's work became busy. Iron ore, as an important replacement resource for the number 11 safety zone, needs to be quickly transported to other safety zones to replace various resources used in the construction of the new urban area. In short, the entire safety zone is very busy. This includes Shuangxiao. However, she is busy for herself. The location of her third residence in the 11th safety zone has been settled. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has beautiful scenery. Hu Xiao didn't agree at first. After all, areas with mountains and rivers are prone to breed mutant animals. It seems that around the urban area of the safety zone, except for specific plant species and research centers, there is no trace of any mutant plants. However, their family has dancing grass, flame trees, and even mutant plants that bear fruit. It seems that a little more. It seems that it's just like that. And in addition to mutant plants, their family's mutant animals seem to be increasing. Maybe there will be more in the future. Under Zhuang Zhao's constant sweet talk, Hu Xiao compromised so carelessly. As soon as the location of Xiao Yan's big cake was determined, Zhuang Xiao notified him. Hurry up. The cake can be cached for her. Although Zhuang Xiao gave the location where he wanted to build a house, Xiao Yan still handed the question of whether this place is suitable for drawing cakes to professionals for evaluation. With the evaluation of professionals, Zhuang Zhao's big house, which had not yet been seen, was slightly moved. She was still willing to listen to the experts' opinions that made sense. Of course, she didn't listen to the one she didn't want to listen to at all. Zhuang Xiao, who had originally planned to follow up on the progress of the project, gave up after staying with them for 3 days. They were dealing with the foundation and transporting building materials before, so there was no room for her to play. She couldn't She couldn't go to the construction site to help move bricks. Although she was strong, but she didn't want to do it. She only participated in half of this year's autumn harvest collection activities. Due to acid rain and heavy rain, the mutant plants in the collection area did not grow well, and the harvest was naturally not much better. Fortunately, the area for scavenging has become larger. This makes up for the lack of relying on autumn harvest to store food for the winter to a certain extent. On this day, Hui Xiao went to be a supervisor. Zhuang Xiao rode Hua and went out. If the solar radiation value is not taken into account, this is a sunny and cool day in autumn, which is a good day for gathering and harvesting. Hua's wife's belly looks a little bigger. However, it has been more than half a year since Yin Yin could be seen to be pregnant, and there is really no sign of giving birth. If it is like what Hui Xiao said, the pregnancy will last for 1 or 2 years. That is really great. When Zhuang Xiao thinks of the extra members in the family, he is also very headache now, and the less headache he can have, the better. Sister, where are you going? Zhuang Xiao just flew over the mining area and heard someone shouting loudly below. She has become accustomed to this. The safe zone is also accustomed to the flame cats flying around in the sky. So when Yin Ming was yelling at the sky, the people around him just glanced at him casually and went about their business. This kind of greeting, if Zhuang Xiao was in a good mood, she would usually come down to respond. And she was in a good mood today. Did you get a promotion? Zhuang Xiao sat on Hua's back and looked at Yin Ming and the small team behind him. Now, she has distinguished the meanings of the different uniforms and badges on the clothes in the safe zone. At this time, Yin Ming's clothes and badges were different from those of the boy behind him, and it was obvious that he had been upgraded. Chapter 704. Yin Ming stood beside the flame cat, looked up at Zhuang Xiao, scratched his head and said shyly, I guess so. Temporary. Zhuang Xiao understood that this was still the probation period. Unless someone is particularly unlucky, this probation period will most likely pass, and the promotion is basically a sure thing. Congratulations. Zhuang Xiao said, and took out a small bottle of dragon tooth grass liquid from his pocket and gave it to Yin Ming. It was considered a gift. This kind of medicine was once brought to their safe zone by Du Zhong, who had to come to play in it, and brought a box to her. And she gave a large bag of purple Ganoderma at that time. This mutant purple Ganoderma is a bit intoxicating when you drink too much. After a nosebleed stained on the quilt during sleep one night, she never drank it again. The scene that looked like a murder scene was really too exciting and too shocking. It was strange to say that Hui Xiao was fine after drinking it, but she drank herself to the point of losing blood, which was quite speechless. What was her excuse to Hui Xiao at that time? He was in poor health and a little weak, so it was okay to take more supplements. At that time, Hui Xiao's face turned black. But it's black, just coax it, and it will be fine. Today, when Zhuang Xiao took out the mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum, she remembered Hui Xiao's face that looked like ash at the bottom of the pot, and this made her feel better. So, she took out another small bag and told Yin Ming very considerately, It's okay to let your brother drink it too, it's very nourishing. Yin Ming nodded wildly, and his eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something again, and fumbled in his bag for a long time, and finally found a small cloth bag. Here, sister. Yin Ming held up the small cloth bag high. What is it? Zhuang Xiao reached out to take it. The small stones I picked up are pretty, Yin Ming said casually. He has been collecting these stones for a long time, some from the mining area, and some from the river bank in the blind area. I was originally thinking about whether I could exchange them for a few points when I returned to the safe area. Is it the right time to meet Zhuang Xiao now? His sister likes strange and beautiful things, and I guess his return gift should be very pleasing to her. As for the value, it should not be as good as the 2 bags of mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum in his hand. It's just that they have known each other for so long. Yin Ming has a good understanding of Zhuang Xiao, so he is not worried that he will look down on his things. While Yin Ming was talking, Zhuang Xiao had already opened the small cloth bag. It was indeed a bag of raw or red, green, blue, purple, some crystal clear, some smooth and shiny, and it looked pretty good. At this time, she had not yet thought that this broken stone could be a gem. After all, who would just give a bag of gems to someone? Occasionally, Zhuang Xiao's first thought would still stay in the first world where she was. Yes, she now called the world that survived in her memory the first world, and the world she was in now was the second world. I just hope that she will not go to the third world or the fourth world again. Wouldn't she be a quick traveler then? She thought she would not be so unlucky. This world is pretty good for her at the moment. She is also very satisfied with her current life. It's good to be able to spend her life here. It's pretty. Then I'm leaving. Zhuang Xiao tied the bag, threw it into his own bag, and patted Hua Hua. Suddenly, the flame cat flew into the air. Yan Ning looked at the figure that was getting farther and farther away, and suddenly wondered if his sister didn't tell him where she was going. Forget it, he couldn't go even if he knew. Yan Ning looked back at his teammates, took out the posture of a leader, and said with great momentum, "Okay, stop looking, let's go." Hee, the owner of the flame cat is his sister. Is there anything more awesome than this? Captain Yin. A boy came forward with a smile. Is she really your sister? Real sister? Or cousin? The boy has heard about it. The sister on the flame cat just now, many mercenaries call her cousin every day, and they call each other so affectionately. Unexpectedly, the captain of their team, who is unknown and has no background, is so familiar with this legendary cousin. Yan Ning glared at the boy and said unhappily, "Of course it's a kiss." After that, Yan Ming walked forward with his head held high. "Boy, no, you don't have the same surname. How can this be a kiss, Yan Ming, We can't be half-siblings." After leaving the mining area, Zhuang Xiao went straight to the number 17 safety zone. Go visit the old site of the small hot spring. With a watch that keeps in touch all day, Zhuang Xiao dares to run around anywhere by herself. So far, she has been safe and has never encountered any mutant animals that are blind and insist on getting close to her. Of course, other mutant animals not getting close to her does not prevent her from occasionally provoking other mutant animals. After all, she eats meat. Since the beginning of autumn, as the temperature drops, the frequency of eating meat has increased a lot. She and Hua Xiao are like two big gluttons when eating meat. The only thing that hurts is that neither of them has gained a few pounds, which is quite heartbreaking. However, there is also good news. She has grown taller, although only 3 centimeters, but that is also growth, isn't it? As a wasteland with tall people per capita, her height growth needs to be accelerated. I don't ask to grow like Hua Xiao, but at least I can grow to be similar to Shen Yi and Lan Hong, which is also the average height of wasteland women. So, it's better to eat more meat. Eating more mutant animal meat may help to increase height. Because of the 3 centimeters, Zhuang Xiao came to a narrow conclusion. Anyway, I won't grow meat, so I just eat more meat. I have to eat more when I want to eat. After winter, her appetite for meat will probably drop sharply again. After all, she wants to eat whatever she lacks. In the cold winter, without vegetables, she just likes to eat some grass leaves. Before 10 o'clock, the location of the small hot spring was reached. However, looking down from the sky, in just a few months, the grass and trees below were lush and green, and there was nothing else in sight. It is indeed a wasteland. The growth rate of this mutant plant is fast. There must be many mutant animals below. After circling around the small hot spring location at that time, Zhuang Xiao walked around the mountains that used to be there. He also saw several connected lakes. The lakes were as clear as mirrors. There were various mutant birds flying on the surface of the water. There were 2 types that she had seen in the swamp area of safe zone number 17, but now it has become a new dense forest. The mutant ant's nest must have been submerged in the hot magma. The traces of the existence of safety zone number 17 were completely wiped out by a forest fire. Chapter 705. Do you want to enclose the entire mountain now? Although Hua Xiao has heard many people say this since he arrived here today, he still finds it incredible. What exactly are those people in the safe zone thinking? Although the mountain is not very high and the area is limited, it is too unrealistic to enclose it in the safe zone. Xiao Yin sat under the shade of the tree, with a large radiation-proof umbrella on his head. Facing Hua Xiao's question, he looked very calm. That's the decision. What can Hua Xiao say? However, it's always okay to ask. He took a deep breath and pointed to the nearby construction site and said, "Which house is going to be built over there?" "Mine." Xiao Yin smiled when he said this. Hua Xiao, Does your cousin know that you want to be her neighbor? Hua Xiao walked into the house under the moonlight. 2 great gods were meditating in the yard, one in a ball and the other in a poop. It was the daily time to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. "You're back?" Zhuang Xiao heard Hua Xiao's footsteps, looked up, and waved at Hua Xiao with a smile. After returning home at night, she felt that some of the small stones sent by Yan Ming looked like raw gemstones, so she waited for Hua Xiao to come back and help her identify them. It's a bit inconvenient to detect this or with a watch. When she first found it, she tried to use the cutting and grinding tools in Hua Xiao's bedroom, and then, a piece of it was directly destroyed and broken into slag. It was the kind of slag that was particularly beautiful. When the light shone, It was colorful and sparkling. Yeah. Hu Xiao asked Zhuang Xiao as he entered the living room. Where did you get so many raw stones? As soon as he entered the living room, Hu Xiao saw the raw stones of various sizes and shapes on the table. He heard that many people had picked up some gemstones and jade raw stones in the mining area recently. He also wanted to go, but he was busy building a house and didn't have time for it. Yan Ming gave it to me. Zhuang Xiao played with a piece of blue gold ore in his hand and presented it to Hu Xiao. This one is the best looking, and I like it the most. The combination of blue and gold is so harmonious and beautiful. It's lapis lazuli. Hu Xiao took a look and then gave an answer. This kind of stone also has green, yellow-green, and gray. Hu Xiao knew something about these stones, but not much. The name sounds nice, and the color is beautiful too. Zhuang Xiao put the stone down and started to search through the pile of small stones again. While Zhuang Xiao was searching for the ore, Hu Xiao told him that Xiaoyan wanted to enclose the mountain and build a house nearby. After that, Hu Xiao waited for the girl's reaction. However, Zhuang Xiao just said oh and still stubbornly looked for the next good target. You don't have any ideas? Hu Xiao couldn't help asking. After a long time, he had the most ideas. Zhuang Xiao, men's hearts are like needles in the sea. Zhuang Xiao raised her head and said puzzledly, what ideas can I have? That mountain is not mine. Then, she looked into the yard, leaned close to Hu Xiao's ear, and said in a low voice, when the time comes, let the eldest cousin go to Xiao Yan's house to cultivate immortality, and accompany him to sleep at night. Hee. The sinister and evil hee sound made Hu Xiao's ears numb. Then he heard Zhuang Xiao say, my eldest cousin will sleep with me for free. Hu Xiao, Numb. Okay, the little girl is still thoughtful. He didn't want to experience the benefit of his eldest cousin sleeping with him again. I don't know why Hu Xiao was in a good mood. Hu Xiao pushed Zhuang Xiao's head away and said unnaturally, you decide. I go cook. After saying that, he ran away. Zhuang Xiao twisted his head that was being pushed away and muttered, why are you running like this? The stones on this table have not been identified yet. But compared to identifying stones and having breakfast, the latter is naturally more important. When Zhuang Xiao was happily waiting for the meal to start, Yan Ming's house was in chaos. Chapter 706. Brother, I really didn't ask for it really. Yan Ming ran from the window to the door, and then from the door to the kitchen, explaining as he ran, it was really my sister who took the initiative to give it to me. Why don't you believe it? The thin bamboo stick in Yan whose hand slapped on the dining table, and even when Xian, who was sitting opposite, trembled. Brother Yan was too scary. He couldn't help but touch his little butt. Fortunately, it was not him who was beaten, but Brother Yan too. If I had known, I would not let Brother Yan too take it home today. Will Brother Yan too not be able to raise his head in front of him in the future? Yan Ming, No, shameless people are invincible in the world. Her sister said so. Zhuang Xiao, She is more wrong than Do Yi. When did she say such a thing? Yan Ming, You said it in your story? Zhuang Xiao, Okay, there are so many positive words in the story. If you can remember this one, you are a talent. Yan who seemed to have just remembered that there was another person at home today. He put on a gentle and amiable smile and said to Wen Xian, that Wen Xian is a good boy. Don't learn from your second brother. I won't learn from my second brother. Wen Xian nodded his head quickly and showed a cute and obedient smile. Brother Yan should not smile at him. This smile is even more creepy. Good boy. Yan Hu praised. Then he aimed at Yan Ming again. Then you didn't go on duty today? If he helped to move bricks or dig the ground at the construction site, it might really be a gift from his cousin. The problem is, I went. Yan Ming finished speaking, and while his brother was not chasing him, he quickly added, then I met my sister on the way. My sister said I got promoted and praised me a lot. Then the big bag was a promotion gift for me, and the small bag was for you to supplement more. Seeing the 2 bags of mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum with obvious eyes contrast on the table, Yan Ming was quite pleased. So, his sister still liked him more. Really? Yan Hu looked up and down at every inch of Yan Ming with a suspicious look. Really? Yan Ming nodded wildly, almost swearing to the sky. He stared at Yan Hu's expression carefully and whispered, how about I swear to the Queen Mother of the 9 heavens? Yan Hu glared at him and said with disgust, okay, I believe you for the time being. In fact, he was just afraid that Yan Ming would learn bad things by relying on his relationship with Zhuang Xiao. Recently, he has heard that this guy brags in the guard team. After bragging for a long time, He really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Whatever the cousin gives, he wants. Yan Ming quietly moved to the side of the dining table and said, I gave all the ore I picked up to my sister. Just your broken stones. Yin, who was so angry that he got angry for no reason, when Xiao quietly tugged at Yan Ming's collar. Second brother Yin, can you shut up? It's not a broken stone. It is said that there is a very valuable stone in it. Yan Ming muttered. He is not stupid. He can really give his sister a bag of broken stones. Brother Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing the Yin, who was about to change his face again, when Xiao spoke weakly. Brother, I'm hungry too. Yan Ming raised his hand to indicate. The two of them, one big and one small, sat opposite each other at the dining table. They looked so hungry that Yin, who was almost laughing. Yes, he made a big deal out of nothing. All these people know how to eat all day long. They are almost eating their brains out, when Xiao, When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond are affected. He still has his brain. Yin, who rested at home today and didn't go anywhere, so the dinner was quite rich. When he heard that when Xiao was coming, he specially added a bird egg. Speaking of which, this crow egg was brought by Hu Xiao. It seems that he has no right to beat Yan Ming with a small bamboo stick. Cousin likes your broken stone? After dinner, Yin Hu asked Yan Ming. If he likes it, he will look into those stones more often. Chapter 707. If it weren't for the energy stone that fell from the sky, he might have died long ago. Hu Xiao might have died long ago too. In short, the reason for the trace is that after the cousin appeared, they all failed to die. And the cousin also has the flame cat and the dancing grass. This is probably really a bit mysterious and suspenseful. Well, I like it. How can I not like it? Yan Ming said very sure. If Zhuang Xiao didn't like it, he would definitely not want it at that time. Okay. I like it. After getting a satisfactory answer, Yin Hu smiled immediately. In addition to the energy stone that everyone loves, it is really not easy to find something that the cousin likes. The cousin has already clarified the matter of the poisonous plant. So, it is impossible for him to dig up any poisonous grass and send it over. If you are not on duty tomorrow, remember to send Wenxuan back to the mercenary team for 2 training sessions. Yin Hu touched Wenxuan's head and told Yan Ming. Captain Yin, I promise to complete the mission. Yan Ming, the middle school boy, stood up from the stool and promised loudly. The result was that he was beaten by Yin Hu again. When Xiao curled up on the sofa in the corner of the living room, laughing. This kind of life, with a little warmth in the chaos, is really nostalgic, let alone a child. Time passed in a flash. The bag of ore that Zhuang Xiao got from Yan Ming was all ground into small pieces of regular shapes, either round, rectangular, or square by Hu Xiao. Of course, Hu Xiao also found the gem that might be valuable. It was a sapphire, which was of top quality in terms of gloss, transparency, and color. The little girl liked it very much. After knowing the value of this sapphire, Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao to send some more valuable mutant purple Ganoderma to Yin Hu's house. This mutant purple Ganoderma seems to have a certain effect on gene collapse and the pain caused by solar radiation. The key point is that it is not easy to buy. Scarcity makes things valuable. The total number of mutant purple Ganoderma in the safe zone is not as much as a small drawer in their house. Zhuang Xiao didn't feel bad at all when he gave it away. The mutant purple Ganoderma that Yan Ming brought home last time had not been consumed much, and Hu Xiao came to give it to Yin Hu again. Naturally, Yin Hu refused to accept it. After all, what was given away was a stone. If Yan Ming took it out for trading, it might still be a stone. Anyway, Yin Hu thought so. And he felt that he had taken advantage of his cousin. The sapphire was also discovered by his cousin. The price of 1,000 points is really. It's not a big deal now. He has points really. This year, he is richer than the previous 20, or so thoughts accumulated. In short, both sides felt that they were the ones who got the advantage. Hu Xiao, the courier, returned empty-handed. Zhuang Xiao didn't care. If he didn't want it, then he didn't want it. It was no big deal. Next time, she would take Brother Yin with her to do something big. She didn't go to the number 17 safety zone for nothing. She picked up a lot of energy stones from it. The key point was that the mutant plants that had grown there had a good chance of being edible. At least it was much better than the autumn harvest collection area in their safety zone. Recently, she was wondering when Hu Xiao would be free to drive there. The cold winter here really comes as soon as it said. This plan has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. At that time, the 2 immortal monsters at home can be temporarily handed over to Xiao Yin, so that he can adapt to this extremely exciting and refreshing life in advance. Do you think this is okay? After dinner one day, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao told Hu Xiao what he had been thinking about in the past few days. Hu Xiao was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Okay, I think it's okay. You see, Xiao Yan likes Hu so much, I guess he also likes the mutant hook snake very much. Also, as the temperature drops a little bit, I don't know if this mutant hook snake needs to hibernate. If it doesn't need to hibernate, what should this guy do when he sleeps? This mutant hook snake, they are raising it for the first time, and they have no idea about its habits. It's better to leave it at Xiao Yan's house, so that it won't come to rub the quilt when it's cold. Early the next morning, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went to work together. At the same time, the mutant hook snake also went to work today. The future Nani? This must be adapted. The mutant hook snake rarely shows up in the safe zone. Although Xiao Yan has heard of his cousin's reputation, he has never seen one. He wanted to meet him, but now that the new safe zone has been locked, he has no time at all. He is so busy every day, he doesn't even have time to visit his cousin, Hu Xiao. Who are you kidding? Aren't you just afraid of snakes? Xiao Yan, Who wouldn't be afraid? The painful experience of being chased into the blind spot by the mutant snake is still vivid in my mind. Zhuang Xiao, Didn't you say that you like your cousin, like him very much? After arriving at the destination, Zhuang Xiao put a hemp rope on the thick rope of the mutant hook snake. Chapter 708. Zhuang Xiao led the mutant hook snake and went straight to Xiao Yan's office. Along the way, many people stopped and looked at him. Zhuang Xiao put all the discussions behind her. Anyway, she would leave after the goods were delivered. If there are any questions, Xiao Yan will have the final right of interpretation. Zhuang Xiao led the mutant hook snake, and Hu Xiao followed by her. The two of them and the snake rushed into the office building. In less than a moment, the two of them ran out of the office building hand in hand. Xiao Yan's roar came from the window upstairs, which made the whole office building and the people in front of the building tremble, some with puzzlement, some with shock. When the car engine downstairs sounded, the truck that delivered the goods disappeared from Xiao Yan's sight in minutes. There was a knock at the door. Xiao. Qi Xiao, what happened? The young man stood outside the door trembling. Why is it him? Why is it him? In addition to the furious Xiao Yan, there is actually a big black snake thicker than his waist in this office. The young man swallowed his saliva. The right hand that knocked on the door was trembling, and he hurriedly pressed it with his own left hand. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, slowly turned around, tried to show a calm expression on his face, and said lightly, "It's okay, you go back to work." Although his facial expression was well maintained, his heart was still in a state of chaos. These two bastards. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, the young man disappeared at the door, as if he had been pardoned. He sat back in his office in a panic. When he thought of such an ancestor living next door, cold sweat broke out on his head. He was not one of those mercenaries who hunted mutant animals in blind spots all year round. He was brought here by his old man to do clerical work. Why is clerical work so hard now? As soon as Xiao Yan moved, the mutant hook snake's head immediately turned to him, and its eyes moved slowly with Xiao Yan's movements. A creepy feeling rose from under his feet. You sit down. Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand, and instructed the mutant hook snake as Zhuang Xiao taught him. The mutant hook snake thought about it, looked at it, and thought about it again, and reluctantly crawled to the corner of the office, and coiled up in two whooshes to become a scene in the office. Isn't it just a beautiful decoration? Understand, it understands. Seeing the mutant hook snake like this, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief and his teeth clenched. I regret it now. At the beginning, we agreed to bring him to see, but we didn't say that he would take care of the child. What about the older cousin? Who is the older cousin of the mutant hook snake? Instead of this, he might as well be the older cousin of the flame cat. At least the flame cat looks cute. Mutated hook snake. It's great to have fur. Sister Lan, Brother Yan. Zhuang Xiao greeted everyone one by one. Everyone is here. Let's go. Hu Xiao counted the heads, not one less. Everyone was here. The team for this trip was very large. Not only the people of the future team and their families, but also people from other teams. And I don't know where the news came from. Everyone who didn't have a mission rushed to form a team. There were even people like Black Tiger, who used to be in the number 17 safety zone. No one was rejected. Anyway, there were small teams in this team, and each team could manage itself. Yen Hu was alone, so he got on Hu Zhao's car directly. As soon as Yen Hu got on the car, he first thanked Zhuang Xiao for the mutant purple Ganoderma, and then naturally took over Yen Ming's job as a chatterbox. He was not lonely along the way. Zhuang Xiao's social activities were mostly passive, and Wu Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to inquire about the gossip of the safety zone or get into the crowd, so there was naturally less news and information about the safety zone. Yin, who had been working in the mining area for a while, he could talk to anyone he met every day. The amount of topics was very rich. Stealing chickens and dogs, domestic flowers and wild flowers, mutant plants and animals. In short, each little story had its own characteristics, making people unable to stop listening. Time passed quickly, and we arrived at the fork in the road between the number 3 and number 17 safety zones. Perhaps because of the wildfire, the difference between the two roads can be clearly seen from the fork in the road. One road is overgrown with weeds and rarely visited, while the other road is flat and has neat grass and trees on both sides. The convoy drove into the one with overgrown weeds. The flame cat circled in the air, as if the advanced troops were patrolling. This outing plan was not the kind that could be returned on the same day, but would last for several days. After the convoy could no longer move forward, it stopped. The afternoon operation range was nearby, and this was also their camp at night. Despite the presence of the flame cats, everyone still patrolled the surroundings to ensure that there were no large mutant animals active here. The activities throughout the afternoon were very simple. Most of the time, everyone dealt with mutant plants and mutant insects, and occasionally encountered a few small mutant animals. Autumn is the season when mutant plants bear fruit. Everyone harvested a lot of edible berries, nuts, pears, etc. The blind area is dangerous, but the harvest is also real. After all, under the condition of limited resources, they share dozens or hundreds of acres of shrubs and dense forests, while the safe area is more monks than porridge. Therefore, even if there are not many foods that meet the edible radiation value standards, it is enough for them to win by quantity. The group fell into a frenzy of picking activities. Night also fell little by little. Xiaoyan looked up and turned his neck. When his eyes fell on a certain place, his eyes suddenly stopped. The reminder sound from the watch suddenly sounded. "Ian, what time can you get home today?" Pei Minghai's concerned voice came from the watch. Xiaoyan looked at the time and quickly replied, "Around 7 o'clock. Okay. I wait for you to come back and have dinner together," Pei Minghai said happily. Pei. Xiaoyan was about to talk about the mutant hook snake, but the other party had hung up the phone, and the beeping sound echoed in the silent office. The mutant hook snake stretched half of its body. Under the pale white light, it made Xiaoyan look pitiful, weak and helpless. "Forget it, I can see it when I get home. I have a mutant thunderbird at home. It's just a snake, Uncle Pei should accept it well." Pei Minghai, What do you mean it's just a snake? What do you mean it should? It should be uncertain. And you are a poisonous snake, it's a poisonous snake. Now these young people are really careless. Chapter 709. Xiaoyan had a tense face, and the mutant hook snake followed closely behind him. A scene at work, a little girl walking a snake. In the scene after get off work, the male protagonist naturally became Xiaoyan and his eldest cousin. Everyone retreated from the road they passed. There was curiosity, but the fear of the first meeting was even greater. "Get off." Xiaoyan helplessly kicked the young man who was driving for him out of the car. Just this timid look, and the shaking hands like an old man with Parkinson's disease. Is this sending him back to the safe zone, or sending him to the hell? The young man's face flushed, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened the door from the driver's seat and jumped down. Xiaoyan opened the car door and waited for the mutant hook snake to get in the car. However, the mutant hook snake spit out its snake tongue for a long time, but it just didn't move. Just when Xiaoyan wanted to contact Zhuang Xiao, the mutant hook snake twisted its body and came to the front door of the passenger seat. Xiaoyan looked at its huge body and was speechless. If it was stuffed into the passenger seat later, would he not be able to get in the car? Speechless, as long as he could get in the car. Anyway, he would not carry it in the car. It would not work if he did not carry it, and it would be even more troublesome if it got angry. My cousin said that people must know the times in order to be loved by mutant animals. I don't know where this twisted theory came from. The mutant hook snake squeezed into the passenger seat. Then the young man who was kicked out of the car looked at Xiaoyan with great admiration and entered the driver's seat. Xiaoyan, What can he do if he doesn't get in? Let the mutant hook snake drive him home. When the car started, the cool breeze in the evening whizzed into the driver's seat. Xiaoyan felt that the mutant hook snake looked comfortable, and was satisfied with the seat for this trip. If its big head doesn't always want to turn to his side and look at the scenery on his side, it would be even better. Along the way, the man and the snake got along well. Xiaoyan thought, maybe they could live in peace. Naive, childish, right? The good life has just begun. Before entering the life of dire straits, these are just small appetizers. Maybe my eyes are blurry? Xiao Xiantai returned to the guard room in a daze, and grabbed the boy on duty and asked. The boy broke free from his hand and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't pull and tug." Guess what I saw? Xiao Xiantai grabbed the boy's hand again without giving up. What did you see? While the boy was talking, he desperately broke Xiao Xuantai's hand off. What kind of pulling and tug is this? What if Sui sees it later? What if he thinks he has that tendency again? His love that just came to fruition will be blown. Xiao Xiantai did not hold the boy's hand this time, but suddenly said loudly, "I saw a snake demon sitting on the passenger seat of Chief Xiao." Well, it's a mutant snake, but it's pure black. If it was white, it might be the white lady that Sister Xiao Xiao mentioned. He thought it might be male, so it was black. Boy, crazy. You don't have a fever, do you? The boy silently touched Xiao Xuantai's forehead. Although he was very reluctant, he had to treat the disease as soon as possible. A girl got out of the car outside the guard hall and knocked on the glass. The boy looked out the window, left Xiao Xiantai and ran outside, and hurriedly told him before leaving, "Xiao Xiao, if you are sick, you should treat it as soon as possible." Xiao Xiantai, The car was turned off, and the lights were off. Xiaoyan got out of the car, came to the outside of the passenger seat, opened the door, and waited respectfully for the mutant hook snake cousin to climb out of the car. After hearing the sound of the door opening outside, Pei Minghai hurried out of the living room to greet Xiaoyan. To be honest, Xiaoyan hadn't come back from the mining area for a while. Pei Minghai missed him. "Ian, what are you doing?" Pei Minghai and Xiaoyan were not very close, and the lights in the yard were dim, and the passenger door was facing away from Pei Minghai. Pei Minghai really only saw Xiaoyan standing stupidly beside the car like a wooden stake, and had no idea what he was doing. Xiaoyan, What can he do? Wait for his cousin to get off the car. Chapter 710. Hearing Pei Minghai's question, Xiaoyan's rice stuck at his lips. He slowly put down his chopsticks, and thought seriously for a long time. My cousin didn't seem to ask this question. Get some food for the mutant Thunderbird, Xiaoyan said after thinking for a long time. Recently, Uncle Pei has been feeding the mutant Thunderbird with the meat of mutant animals. The staple food of snakes is generally various small mutant animals, as well as bird eggs and the like. They are all meat. The menus of the two should be similar. After dinner, the mutant hook snake stayed in the empty living room for a while. Xiaoyan went to the second floor to wash up, and Pei Minghai went to prepare food for the mutant Thunderbird according to what Xiaoyan said. When Xiaoyan came down from upstairs, he saw Pei Minghai holding a bowl of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple wild fruits and staring at the mutant hook snake. Every time the bowl of wild fruits moved forward an inch, the mutant hook snake would shrink back a foot, perfectly interpreting the good virtue of, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet. Pei Minghai heard the movement in the stairwell, and looked up at Xiaoyan. Ian, this mutant hook snake doesn't like to eat wild fruits either. Pei Minghai was very puzzled. He thought that the diet structure of the mutant hook snake was different from that of other ordinary snakes, but the facts proved that it seemed not to be the case. Xiaoyan had already arrived downstairs, looking at the large bowl of wild fruits, and was silent. This is the latest mutant Thunderbird? He was careless. Yes, that guy is almost as fat as a ball, so I thought of feeding it a vegetarian diet to see if it can lose weight. Not to mention, this mutant Thunderbird likes to eat fresh fruits. Pei Minghai was quite proud of talking about the mutant Thunderbird, his pet. Xiaoyan said, "Oh." Then he said awkwardly, "The mutant hook snake eats meat. Then I get some meat." After saying that, Pei Minghai picked up the bowl of fruit and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xiaoyan. "Uncle Pei, go and rest. I feed it." "Okay." Pei Minghai didn't forget to remind him, before leaving, "You should also rest early." Xiaoyan nodded. After Pei Minghai left, Xiaoyan took out several pieces of meat from the room where Pei Minghai prepared meals for the mutant Thunderbird. These meats are highly radioactive and cannot be eaten by humans, but they are not edible like mutant animals. However, the mutant hook snake still refused. Xiaoyan said he was helpless. "Is it so tiring to raise mutant animals? I really can't afford to serve them." The bonfire flickered in the dense forest, and the people in the camp, except those who were on duty at night, had already rested. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were lying on the roof of the car looking at the stars. They were real stars. The night breeze floated gently through the gaps in the leaves above their heads, and occasionally a small piece of starry sky would appear in the vision of the two people. At this moment, The watch on Zhuang Xiao's wrist lit up. Zhuang Xiao raised his wrist, took a look, quickly replied a few words, and then looked at the stars in the sky again. Is it Xiao Yan? Hu Xiao turned his head and asked the little girl's profile. Zhuang Xiao hummed and said, he said that the mutant hook snake didn't eat, and I said it ate when it was hungry. It seemed to go out to find food last night. It's okay if it doesn't eat for a day or two, Hu Xiao said. Xiao Yan looked at the reply message and was speechless for a moment. But there was nothing he could do now. He should still follow the advice of the long-term meal ticket. Thinking of this, he stood up and showed the contents of the watch display to the mutant hook snake. This is what your cousin said. Whether he understood or not, Xiao Yan thought he understood. I'm so sleepy, I'd better go back to sleep. You can do whatever you want. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he went upstairs. It was midnight. A scream of extreme fear pierced the night, and the little stars in the sky twinkled. The mutant thunderbird flapped its wings and stood up all of a sudden, its two black eyeballs rolling non-stop, looking at the night vigilantly. Xiao Yan stretched out his hand with difficulty and turned on the bedside lamp. The mutant hook snake's cold body was tightly against his body. Its head was at the end of the bed, and its two tails pressed down one of its arms. Maybe it was frightened. The moment the light came on, the mutant hook snake had already crawled down from the end of the bed, staring at Xiao Yan again and again, as if it was very unhappy because its sleep was disturbed. The two of them were facing each other. Xiao Yan's forehead was covered with sweat, and he swore that he would never raise any mutant animals again. This thing is really terrible. Somehow, he remembered Hu Xiao's expression of wishing for the best before he left, and the fleeing figures of Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao. What the hell is being well-behaved and sensible? Xiao Yan's anger was surging. He couldn't vent his anger on the mutant hook snake. He didn't know whether this behavior was a way to seek death, but when he knew it, it would definitely be over. As a mutant hook snake that was very good at reading people's faces, it lowered its head dejectedly, and climbed up to the window flexibly with its black and glowing body. Xiao Yan glanced at the closed door, and then at the window that was opened at night. Mistake. After a while, he went to close the window. Just as the mutant hook snake came out of the window, there was a knock on the door. It must be the noise he made before that woke Pei Mihai up. After he repeatedly assured that he was fine, Pei Mihai left. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and lay down again. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Xiao Yan got up at dawn the next day. I didn't sleep at night, and my dreams were full of images of being chased by the mutant snake. Xiao Yan opened the door in a daze, and bumped into the head of the mutant hook snake. He even felt the snake tongue spit out by the mutant hook snake brushing against his face. People were stunned for a moment. I am so early. Pei Mihai walked slowly from the side of the corridor. After greeting Xiao Yan, he greeted the mutant hook snake very naturally. Good morning, cousin. Xiao Yan, It's so annoying. Xiao Yan stayed at home for 3 days. The mutant hook snake did not eat or drink during this period, and created surprises for Xiao Yan in different ways every day. In the 3 days, Xiao Yan felt that he was more exhausted than working non-stop. If his cousin doesn't come back, he will either die suddenly or have a heart attack. This day of chaos and surprises everywhere. Hu Xiao is really lucky. How can he be so lucky? Someone is scolding me. Hu Xiao rubbed his nose and complained to the little girl. These days, Xiao Yan can send a few messages every day to greet him and Zhuang Xiao. Later, Zhuang Xiao was impatient to reply to his messages, so he had to go online as his personal agent. Hu Xiao felt that he had to answer all of Xiao Yan's questions, and he didn't know how he had angered their chief Xiao. Don't ask him how he knew. He knew it just because he asked. From what he could tell from the words, every word in the message Xiao Yan sent him seemed to carry murderous intent. Xiao Yan, a hee-hee for you. Chapter 711. Oh, as long as you don't scold me. Zhuang Xiao laughed heartlessly. Yan Hu, who was sitting behind them, also smiled silently. Everyone is so happy today. In the past few days, everyone has made a lot of gains, and no difficult mutant animals have been encountered. Although some people have suffered minor injuries, compared with the gains, it is nothing. On the way back, everyone was happy during the break. Who can't be happy with a full load? If there is no trend of change in the next few days, they really want to stay here for a few more days. It's a pity, but they are afraid that they can't take back more things. Returning in time is the best solution. Not long after entering the main road, a convoy appeared in front of them. Is it our safe zone? Zhuang Xiao looked at the sign on the convoy. It seems to be, but... Hu Xiao looked at the last car in the convoy carefully, and felt a little strange. But what? Zhuang Xiao asked. But why are there so many people in this car? Hu Xiao responded. Are Sima Yin and Feng Xiang now engaged in human trafficking? This is obviously a convoy transporting, or, the last time he and the little girl went to the number 6 safe zone on the way back, although Sima Yin smuggled a lot of contraband in the car, they were all genuine goods. Why did he bring people in this time? Besides, is it really okay for them to take people away from other people's safe zones so blatantly? Moving, Zhuang Xiao said disapprovingly. Just look at the large and small bags on the car. What else can it be but moving? No one can carry so many belongings when visiting relatives. My cousin is right. I heard. After Zhuang Xiao expressed his thoughts, Yin Hu's I heard story was online again. However, his I heard story is genuine. Since the last storm, there have been quite a lot of people walking from the number 3 safety zone to their safety zone. Although the number cannot be compared with the immigrants in the number 17 safety zone, it is not small. Under this population increase, the population reduction in the number 11 safety zone due to epidemics, mutant animal attacks, and the earliest rumors has been compensated to a certain extent. It can also be regarded as balancing the population of the safety zone. Although the main source of population is the lower class people such as shanty towns, people can solve many problems. Now Xiaoyan is open to all people. Perhaps, population will become a problem one day, but at least he is eager for it now. In the afternoon, Zhuang Xiao and his group arrived at the mining area. After Xiaoyan got the news, he waited on the road they had to pass. Really save the child. His heart really couldn't bear the surprises of the mutant hook snake from time to time. Hu Xiao let the car behind them go first. He and Zhuang Xiao got out of the car. The mutant hook snake coiled at Xiao Yan's feet very obediently. After Zhuang Xiao got out of the car, he raised his head and twisted his sturdy body. He looked very happy. Yes, he had a lot of fun these days. As soon as Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao approached, they saw a face that looked like a middle-aged person. The dark circles, the red bloodshot, and the sparse and messy hair. He looked like he was in a state of distress. Cousin, don't just focus on work, you have to take care of your health. Zhuang Xiao immediately expressed her deep concern and regards. At the same time, she took out a bag of mutant purple Ganoderma from her bag and handed it to Xiao Yin. After all, she had taken care of the mutant hook snake for her for so long. Xiao Yin looked at the things in front of him with resentment and accepted them with hatred. Don't refuse it, but, is he tired from work? He was tortured to this state by the mutant hook snake. Thinking about the tragic experience of the past few days, the red bloodshot in Xiao Yan's eyes turned redder. It's really tears if I talk too much, but men don't shed tears easily. Thank you, cousin, Xiao Yan said, and took the things from Zhuang Xiao. While taking the things, the head of the mutant hook snake stretched between the two of them, and Zhuang Xiao slapped it. The mutant hook snake retreated aggrievedly. Didn't he call it? These days, it finally understood that the cousin's voice was calling it. Seeing the mutant hook snake's reaction, Xiao Yan felt a lump in his heart again. Is it necessary to be so obvious to treat differently? I just hope that my cousin will not send any living creatures to him anymore. I can't afford to serve him. However, during these days when he was in dire straits, Uncle Pei looked more than 10 years younger. He was cheerful every day, watching him fight wits and courage with the mutant hook snake, or maybe it was because he was like a fool whispering to a snake every day. In short, all kinds of comparisons are tragic. The foster care service ended here. Zhuang Xiao kicked the mutant hook snake, which seemed to be reluctant to leave Xiao Yan, and put a hemp rope around its head. I definitely won't hug her. Although there was an extra hemp rope on the mutant hook snake's head, the mutant hook snake's speed was not to be underestimated. When Zhuang Xiao turned around and prepared to lead it to the car, the mutant hook snake swooshed and gave Xiao Yan a loving hug. It moved so fast that Hu Xiao had no time to stop it or remind the little girl. This was really scary. However, Xiao Yan herself stood on the side of the road in a daze, without any reaction. It was numb. Whatever you want to do, I'm used to it. Xiao Xiao. Hu Xiao reached out to tease the little girl. When the mutant hook snake moved, Zhuang Xiao immediately turned around, but it was definitely too late to stop it. Especially at this time, when a person was coiled up, only the head was exposed, and there was another snake head next to it, she would be even less likely to move. Zhuang Xiao instantly thought of herself on the beach. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the cousin actually liked her cousin so much? Are you okay? Zhuang Xiao asked with a little embarrassment in her heart. At the same time, she took the initiative to reach out and pull the head of the mutant hook snake. This is too scary. Xiao Yan's face showed no expression, and his voice was also faint and calm. I'm fine. It's not good enough. Is this game fun? Can't you give a notice in advance or something? His heart. Chapter 712. It's really a heart of steel that has been tempered 1,000 times. Seeing that Xiaoyan seemed to be quite familiar with the magical operation of the mutant hook snake, Zhuang Xiao's only slight worry disappeared in an instant. It turned out that the mutant hook snake didn't want to attack violently. It doesn't matter if it doesn't want to attack violently, then she can take the mutant hook snake away violently. Under Zhuang Xiao's not-so-gentle action, the mutant hook snake left Xiaoyan like a newly married young wife, looking back every 3 steps. And the moment Xiaoyan was freed, he ran away resolutely, as ruthless as he could be, without even a reluctant look. When he came to the front of the car, the mutant hook snake paused in the co-pilot seat, lowered his head, and climbed into the back compartment by himself. A bloody smell came from the compartment. The mutant hook snake's movement suddenly became faster. No cheating. Zhuang Zhao's sinister voice sounded behind the mutant hook snake. Then there was a bang. The carriage door was closed from the outside. After moving its body several times, the mutant hook snake finally found a comfortable position and squeezed in the middle of a pile of goods, looking particularly pitiful. If you continue to send them like this, the mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum at home may not be enough to survive the winter. Xiao glanced at Zhuang Zhao's deflated cloth bag. Can't you dig some more before going out? Zhuang Zhao said nonchalantly. In her eyes, the wild mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum forest belongs to her alone. It does not include any mutant animals. If mutant animals are to be counted, the mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum forest is shared. After all, even if she wants to enclose the land, she does not have the strength to do so. After more than a year of being influenced by her, Xiao didn't really care how many mutant purple Ganoderma the little girl gave away, but he was really worried that after the mutant purple Ganoderma was delivered, the little girl would have nothing left to deliver. Xiao and his team didn't stay in the mining area for too long, and they quickly caught up with the team in front. He Hu and others who lived in the mining area did not go home directly, but remained in the team. Most of the edible mutant animals and plants harvested in this car were to be exchanged for points at the trading center in the safe zone. First, points are easier to distribute than physical objects, and second, they can also buy some common items to take back. When coming to the safe zone, He Hu and his team had already discussed the itinerary in the car. This also applies to the things in Xiao and Zhuang Zhao's car. They can't consume them all by themselves. However, the number of goods they want to trade is much less than that of others, because many mutant animals and plants are specified by Zhuang Zhao to stay and taste. Although we have tasted some of the food in the wild these days, the cooking method is too rough. Zhuang Zhao thinks that the food can be improved. This treatment was not given that night. After going out, Xiao also needs to rest. It can only be done on the second night. After passing the shantytown, the mutant hook snake was thrown out of the car and went home on its own. After entering the safe zone and handling the goods on the car, Zhuang Zhao and Xiao simply stayed in the safe zone. Xiao went out early the next day. Xiao and Ishi Kiyoshi received a temporary task to go to the number 3 safe zone together. Therefore, the matter of improving the food at night was ruined. 3 days later, Xiao returned from the number 3 safety zone, and Zhuang Zhao also learned about the last human trafficking incident. Many people like Jiang and who lived in shanty towns wanted to move to the number 11 safety zone in the inland area, but they were hesitant and unable to leave because there was no cheap transportation. The mining area transportation team obviously seized this opportunity and acted as a passenger truck at a very low price. Chapter 713. The income is distributed by the mercenary team and the transport team. This was tacitly agreed by Xiaoyan. The points income was not much, and Xiaoyan did not think of including it in the public fiscal revenue. Compared with this income, he valued people more. If there were special talents among the people who migrated to the 11th safe zone, the safe zone would even give rewards. With this tacit agreement, the transport team brought people back more and more frequently, and even occasionally pulled people everywhere. This directly led to slight dissatisfaction in other safe zones. But what can they do about dissatisfaction? They can't make these people well fed and clothed, so they can only hold it in. As for what will happen after these people leave, that's a personal choice. What does it have to do with them? Of course, when Xiaoyan couldn't bear it anymore, the implicit welfare was cancelled when the population grew larger and larger. All in all, it has not reached this point yet. The mercenaries and transporters are working hard on this, and occasionally they will move some goods to their own safe zones. Before winter, the entire safe zone looked prosperous. It is better than nothing. Green porridge is still the standard meal. However, it should not be a problem to get through this winter safely. Before winter, the site selection area of the new city only completed the clearing of trees and weeds on the surface. The work of laying the foundation and building houses is obviously the work after the beginning of spring. The house on the hill where Zhuang Zhao's new residence is located has taken shape, and the construction is still in progress. At the same time, in addition to the 2 houses of her and Xiaoyan on the hill, several houses have been built nearby. Do you think it's too late for me to regret now? Zhuang Zhao stood under the parasol, looking at the houses on the hillside, wanting to cry but without tears. She didn't care about the residents nearby, but now there were too many residents. This is almost a townhouse. Even though she and Xiaoyan's family are still the largest residential area on this hill, it still can't stop the little disappointment in her heart. Why didn't I say I wanted the whole hill at the beginning? Zhuang Xiao regretted it. But it's too late to regret. Xiaoyan, become the king of the mountain? Wu Xiao didn't say anything. The little girl didn't need his comfort, and the more he comforted her, the more counterproductive it might be. Instead of comforting her, it would be better to wait for the little girl to finish her muttering, and then the 2 of them would discuss what to eat in the evening, which would be more healing. Zhuang Xiao, Yes, there is no depression that can't be cured by a delicious meal. Are there fewer children on the road? Zhuang Xiao lay outside the car window, the cool breeze blowing on her face, but she didn't feel cold. Children under the age of 7, who have no parents, have all gone to the safe zone. Other age groups, those under the age of 15, have been relocated to the mining area. Wu Xiao knew a thing or two about this. This decision was made by the safe zone after the autumn harvest collection activities. Perhaps there were too many notices issued by the safe zone in the second half of the year, and Zhuang Xiao had no interest in understanding general notices. Xiaoyan is such a good person. Zhuang Xiao praised sincerely. This was sincere, not derogatory. Wu Xiao heard Zhuang Xiao's words and chuckled. Your cousin has made a lot of money in recent months. Otherwise, how could he have the resources to do these things? When he first met Zhuang Xiao, it was probably the darkest stage of the safe zone, and Xiaoyan's father Cui Fangjin was still in charge of the work of the safe zone. There are not many people who have money and power to do human affairs. Zhuang Xiao was moved again. For example, she doesn't have such a high level of ideological awareness. Do your best. If you don't want to try your best, don't do it. So, there should be more people with high ideological awareness in this world. Maybe if the environment is good, it can also help people like her who don't have a high level of ideological awareness. Chapter 714. Flame Cat, It patrols the mountains and opens flights. Isn't it helping you improve your level of ideological awareness? My friend, you really don't need to be too high. You are already high enough now. If you are any higher, it will hurt if you fall. Dancing grass, Yes, it's cold at the top. You help to trim the beautiful branches of this vicious beauty. Aren't those branches already contributed for free? So lie down, lie well. After returning home, Zhuang Xiao went to check her planting area again. 3 or 4 months have passed, and the fruit of the mutant plant in her planting area is still green, and it is still very small. If it continues to grow slowly like this, Zhuang Xiao is extremely worried that when the temperature drops a little more, one by one, they will fall to the ground and die. Zhuang Xiao picked a green fruit, wiped it on his body after testing, and handed it to Wu Xiao saying, Wu Xiao, try it. Wu Xiao looked at the green and black fruit that almost hit his face, and the saliva in his mouth was secreted crazily. It was sour. Looking at Zhuang Zhao's dark eyes staring at him, he took it slowly with a heart as if he was a hero cutting off his arm, put it to his mouth, and took a bite. How is it? Can't eat it yet? Zhuang Xiao looked up at Wu Xiao with bright eyes. Wu Xiao felt that his mouth was instantly filled with a sour and astringent taste, and it was slightly bitter. It was so unpalatable. It was completely different from the taste of the fruit after it turned yellow. But Wu Xiao's expression was tense, and he didn't show any pain. Wu Xiao replied calmly, Not bad. Try it too. As he said that, Wu Xiao pushed the green fruit to Zhuang Zhao's lips. We share happiness and difficulties. The taste of the fruit on the lips jumped into Zhuang Zhao's nose, and that taste. It was not bad. You want to lie to her? No way. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao was still not moving, Wu Xiao emphasized again, Really, it's edible. Zhuang Xiao slowly took the fruit and pushed it into his mouth, while Wu Xiao was not paying attention. If it tastes good, eat more. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Wu Xiao and turned away. Wu Xiao's irrepressible laughter came from behind, and Zhuang Zhao's voice came from the front. Wu Xiao, you childish ghost. Zhuang Xiao walked faster and faster, thinking about whether to go to the inner city of the safe zone tomorrow to see how the mutant plants planted by Grandpa Lin are doing. By the way, she hasn't been to the inner city of the safe zone for a long time. Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin had met twice, and both times the two young men behaved very steadily, which Zhuang Xiao was still a little uncomfortable with. Yan Ming, however, was still the same as always. When he saw her, he was still a chatterbox. The north wind howled all night. When she got up the next morning, the temperature dropped significantly again, approaching 0 degrees. Hu Xiao had no mission today, so he was resting at home. Zhuang Xiao got out of the bed, and immediately shrank back after feeling the slight chill outside. It was too early. She didn't want to go out. Besides, she didn't ask if Mr. Lin was at home yesterday. Although there was a 99% chance that he was at home, but she had to find a reason not to go out. Although Zhuang Xiao thought so in her heart, she still got up from the bed, with difficulty at 8 o'clock. After experiencing the extreme cold last year, what else could she not withstand? With this temperature, it's nothing. Zhuang Xiao comforted herself and brainwashed herself like this, and she really went out slowly before 9 o'clock. After going out, she suddenly remembered something very serious. Did the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake not come back this morning? Zhuang Xiao asked Wu Xiao. She has been busy these days, and completely forgot that there are two species at home that are suspected to need hibernation. Wu Xiao replied, not only are they not here, but didn't you notice that the flame cat is also not here? Ah? She only paid attention to adapting to the sudden drop in temperature, and she really didn't notice that none of the four big ones were at home. Usually, these guys are quite regular in their activities. Gradually, she paid less attention to them. And Yin Yin, that big belly, circle after circle, but there was no. Chapter 715. As soon as the car arrived at the south gate of the city in the safe zone, Qiao Xiantai came up to greet us with a smile. The small eyes disappeared again and again when they saw Zhuang Xiao. Sister Xiao Xiao. Qiao Xiantai hadn't seen Zhuang Xiao for a while, so he was naturally very enthusiastic when they met. Zhuang Xiao looked at Qiao Xiantai's fatter face and the disappeared eyes, and fell into deep silence. No, how come everyone has changed so much? Xiao Qiao, you are so plump. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but joked. Qiao Xiantai still smiled and said, eat well, sleep well, isn't it like this? While speaking, Qiao Xiantai also pulled the flesh on his cheeks very hard to show it to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly stopped him and said, if you pull it again, your face will be deformed. Qiao Xiantai put down his hand after hearing this, and then asked mysteriously, is the mutant hook snake here? He looked into the car, and did not see the shadow of the mutant hook snake. When Xiao Yan took the mutant hook snake away from the inner city of the safe zone, he saw it clearly. It was not a snake demon at all, but an ordinary mutant snake. It was not ordinary. First, it was a pure black snake, which was rare. Second, it had two tails, and was very sharp. Qiao Xiantai also went to inquire about it, and found out that the mutant hook snake belonged to Zhuang Xiao's family. He did not have much fear of the mutant hook snake, and curiosity completely took over. Just like those people who like exotic pets, Qiao Xiantai had a mysterious interest in the mutant hook snake. No, it went out. Zhuang Xiao replied. Oh, is that so? That's a pity. Qiao Xiantai felt quite sorry for this. He really wanted to take a closer look at the mutant hook snake's inky black, hard and regular scales, more dazzling than the brown scales of the mutant pangolin. While the two were talking, another vehicle was about to enter the inner city of the safe zone. So, after Zhuang Xiao and Qiao Xiantai said goodbye in a hurry, the car drove into the gate. The two had been to the Lin family more than once. After turning left and right, they easily arrived at the street where the Lin family was located, and Lin Xiangrong was waiting at the door. Next to him was Zhang Lin. As soon as Zhuang Xiao's car turned into the street, Zhang Lin recognized it. Here we are. In a flash, the car came closer. The gate slowly opened. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong got into Zhuang Xiao's car. Under Lin Xiangrong's guidance, Wu Xiao drove the car into the Lin family mansion. Sister Xiao Xiao, Brother Wu, my old man is waiting in the planting area. He was so happy to hear that you two were coming early in the morning, Lin Xiangrong said while leading the way in front. And he seemed to be in a good mood. Zhuang Xiao thought of Lin Ji and wondered if he should greet him, so Wu Xiao spoke. How is second Uncle Lin recovering? Lin Xiangrong seemed to have completely gotten over the incident. Seeing Wu Xiao asking about Lin Ji, he smiled and replied, I'm all right now. I'm helping the old man grow vegetables. And second Uncle Lin even asked a Yin for a mercenary team member, who comes to teach him every week and is very serious about his studies. Zhang Lin interrupted. Speaking of this, he had to admire second Uncle Lin. Perhaps, he was worried that Lin Xiangrong would leave a lifelong shadow because of this incident. Lin Ji's idea of taking advantage of this injury to lie down and be a salted fish was not put into action after he recovered from his injury. Instead, he began to be positive and worked hard. This made him and Xiangrong feel embarrassed to be lazy. Live and learn. Second uncle is awesome, Zhuang Xiao said in admiration. She probably couldn't do it. What's so great about him? He can't even grow vegetables properly. An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted the conversation of the four people. Chapter 716. The four of them looked up and saw that Grandpa Lin was lazily lying on a recliner, looking at the planting area opposite leisurely. The words must have been said by the old man, but he didn't look at them. Grandpa, where is my dad? Lin Xiangrong stepped forward quickly. Grandpa Lin glanced at him and said, he is testing the radiation value of the mutant plants inside. There was a strong sense of yin and yang in his voice. Professional counterparts. The second son did a good job. As for farming, it's really not good. He can't even dig a hole properly. It seems that the intensity of this exercise is not enough. We have to continue. Recently, the father and son are more than 100 years old together. They are like two children every day, disliking each other, but they are unwilling to let each other go. Lin Xiangrong said that he was also helpless. He didn't hear the old man's yin and yang tone at all. The uncle said that this was the way the father and son got along, and asked him, a younger generation, not to interfere. However, Lin Xiangrong felt that he couldn't interfere even if he wanted to. He was the cannon fodder every time. After raising his second son, Lin Jin stood up from the recliner, pushed away the grandson in front of him, and waved to Zhuang Xiao, who was approaching, smiling and saying, Xiao Xiao, come. Lin Xiangrong pouted secretly. Sure enough, things are precious because they are rare. In their family, yang is strong and yin is weak, and the old man likes the sweet and soft little girls in other people's families. However, this person is Sister Xiao Xiao, so it's not unacceptable. In front of the old man, Zhuang Xiao always likes to behave more well-behaved, and immediately ran with small steps, and went over to hold the arm of Mr. Lin. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiangrong. Look, look, as expected, when Sister Xiao Xiao appears, your old man has no one else in his eyes. Lin Xiangrong secretly slapped Zhang Lin and chased after him with his head held high. His old man has more than one arm, so it's okay to give one to Sister Xiao Xiao. Hui Xiao looked at the interaction between the four people, shook his head, and quickly chased after him. Of course, he was chasing the little girl. When the group arrived at the planting area of the yellow fruit mutant plant, Zhuang Xiao saw the fruit with a faint yellowing trend inside. Sure enough, she planted it too carelessly. How could the mutant plant growing in the small hot spring, like the increasingly cold temperature? It seems that I have to build a greenhouse when I go back? Zhuang Xiao said to Old Man Lin helplessly, I don't know if it's too late to start now. It's too late. How can it be too late? This mutant plant is very cold resistant. It's just that the harvest may be reduced. Lin Ji was also very sorry. Seeing Zhuang Xiao so disappointed, Lin Ji hurriedly comforted him. I help you find someone. Let's do a simple one first. Lin Ji had heard about Zhuang Xiao's house on the hillside in the new city, and his family also built a house nearby, and Zhang Lin also had one. It can be said that those who grabbed the hilltop early in the inner city of the safe zone have all grabbed it. Those who did not contribute much to the safe zone and were purely rich have also contributed a lot of resources to Xiaoyan. This wave of selling the hilltop plan, Xiaoyan really made a fortune. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao knew nothing about it. At noon, the two had lunch at Lin's house. After leaving the inner city of the safe zone, they quickly returned to the shantytown. However, the flame cat has not returned yet. Even the mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin are nowhere to be found. Lin Ji said he wanted to introduce someone to build a simple greenhouse for Zhuang Xiao. He was very clear about it, and made an appointment with Zhuang Xiao that night. So early the next morning, Zhuang Xiao started to get busy entertaining guests. As for the materials and wages for building the greenhouse, Lin Ji said it was not necessary, and Zhuang Xiao didn't have to pay. Didn't she still have so many mutant purple Ganoderma? Chapter 717. Just give that. Things suitable for all ages are good, and giving gifts is a no-brainer. As for the food and drink problem, Hui Xiao will solve it. For this reason, Hui Xiao was absent from work. No. He asked for leave again. The mercenaries work high-risk shifts for 300 days out of 365 days a year, while Hui Xiao only works 65 days out of 365 days a year. The degree of time freedom is so high, who can compare with the safe zone? The people who came to build a greenhouse for Zhuang Xiao's family are all from the Institute of Mutant Plants and Animals. When they heard that they were going to work at the Flame Cat's house, they were usually focused on scientific research, taciturn and a little silent, but they were so active that they almost fought for it. Who makes the Flame Cat a mutant animal so special? Everyone wants to study and observe it up close. And observe Zhuang Xiao up close. This person, is it possible that the direction of mutation is different from that of normal people? And the dancing grass. I have seen the grass, but I have never had the chance to see the mother plant. There are such novel things in the place. Who with a scientific spirit would not want to visit here? So in the end, the people who came to build a greenhouse for Zhuang Xiao's family were not the ones who were best at building greenhouses in the research institute, but those who were capable but inefficient. In fact, they have done it before, but they just haven't done it themselves for a long time. Everyone who came was not carefully selected by Lin Ji, so he didn't know that this would be the result. The group got off the car at the fork in the road, and the materials were temporarily left in the car. They walked slowly along the path into the sphere of influence of the legendary dancing grass, looking around from time to time, just to see what was so magical about this place. The dancing grass had long recovered from the acid rain incident, and now the woody main branches are more than 20 meters high. If this height is placed in the blind forest, it is really not outstanding. But for the shantytowns without tall trees, it is really a standout. Although the mother plant of the dancing grass has been pruned several times, it has grown more and more vigorously. Perhaps the footsteps of so many people have attracted the attention of the dancing grass. The docile branches suddenly danced like a group of demons. If you observe carefully, there is a kind of mysterious rhythm. Hua Xiao, is there anyone here? Go out and take a look. Zhuang Xiao was in the storage room, packing the mutant purple Ganoderma. The sound of the dancing grass branches cutting through the air was clearly audible in her ears. There was no wind today, so it was estimated that someone had come. Hua Xiao was preparing lunch in the kitchen, and when he came out, he saw the vicious beauty who looked like a madman. Fortunately, there is only one mutant plant that cannot run around. Otherwise, the house will be really lively today. Although Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao were a little worried about the four guys who went out and did not return, they were not that worried. After all, they did not come out all night before, but this time, the four guys happened to be together, which made it a little different. After seeing the movements of the dancing grass, the group of people standing on the path were hesitating whether to continue moving forward or shout loudly here. Hua Xiao appeared in their sight, and the group of people breathed a sigh of relief. They have all enjoyed the whipping of the dancing grass. It is said that this mother plant can kill people when it whips people. It is really hard to deal with. Captain Hua, can the car drive in? The materials are all in the car outside. One of the leading young men asked. Hua Xiao he knows. The captain of the future team. He has a younger brother who is also hanging around in the mercenary team. It is similar to this Captain Hua Xiao. Well, he got the rumor of hanging around by his strength. Yes, Hua Xiao said concisely. After that, he led people into the yard first. The group looked around, and there was no shadow of the flame cat. When they saw the flame tree at the door, they were instantly attracted by all their attention. Their research institute has this flame tree, which was sent by Grandpa Lin. There are only 2 or 3 of them. Unexpectedly, there is a large area here, which has become a small forest. Suddenly I felt that their research institute was so poor. However, I didn't see the shadow of the mutant squirting melon for the time being, and I felt more balanced. Zhuang Xiao, Speaking of which, why did she plant such a dangerous mutant species, the mutant squirting melon, in front of her house? As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Zhuang Xiao standing under the dancing grass with a smile, as well as the tea and fruit plate on the table. Sour, too sour. In an instant, all the young and middle-aged people from the research institute turned into lemon essence. What kind of family is this? Although they didn't come here to eat and drink, at this moment they really wanted to sit here, under the dancing grass with its claws and teeth bared, and have afternoon tea. Zhuang Xiao was just about to introduce himself, but I didn't know who shouted first from the group of people behind Hua Xiao. Hello, cousin. Cousin! Zhuang Xiao, Everyone in the research institute looked at the source of the voice. It was someone from the mutant animal side. Forced in. Good boy, you recognize your relationship now. After a moment of shock, Zhuang Xiao immediately returned to normal. Now, no introduction is needed. Hello, cousin. The relationship between cousins is still growing stronger. Although the young man called her cousin, He didn't expect the girl to accept it openly. Suddenly, he felt that he was too unstable. For a moment, he was embarrassed first. The awkward atmosphere did not last long, and the enthusiasm of the dancing grass came up. The soft branches brushed over the heads of every new visitor present, which made the people in the institute shudder. Chapter 718. However, after a few breaths, the dancing grass did not behave abnormally, and everyone relaxed. Hui Xiao followed the young man who had spoken to him at first, and went outside to meet the truck that was transporting the materials for building the greenhouse, while the others sat on the stools under the shade of the dancing grass tree with a little trepidation. After sitting down, no one drank the tea, and they all looked at the dancing grass branches above their heads. There is indeed a big difference between the mother plant and the dancing grass that grows from the branches. During this time, the dancing grass did not move at all. It looked like it was dead. Dancing grass, eh? If you don't know how to make metaphors, don't make random metaphors. What does like dead mean? She is quiet. With such a large group of people, Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to talk about. Seeing that they were staring at their own vicious beauty so fanatically, he simply sat aside and kept silent. Just ask who wouldn't be confused after seeing their beautiful lady. The tea on the table hasn't been touched yet, and the car outside the courtyard gate has arrived. Someone shouted loudly into the courtyard, "Come to work." After everyone went out, Zhuang Xiao slowly walked out of his own gate. The people outside the gate had already started to work. In addition to the group of people entering the courtyard, there were actually quite a few people in the car. Hui Xiao was directing the unloading. The work was done faster with more people, and all the goods were unloaded to the right side of the gate in less than half an hour. Looking at the piles of materials, Zhuang Xiao felt that this project should not be underestimated, and it might not be completed in 3 or 2 days. This was indeed the case. In Zhuang Xiao's opinion, building a simple greenhouse, as Lin Ji said, was not simple at all. Moreover, the people who came on the first day spent the whole morning checking the environment and plant growth conditions in the field. At noon, when the solar radiation was high, they began to make plans and designs. So on the first day, Zhuang Xiao didn't even see the shadow of a greenhouse. On the second day, it seemed that a new group of people came, and there were also a few familiar faces. According to the design drawings planned on the first day, it was officially started. This work lasted for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, when the greenhouse project was about to be completed, Lin Ji brought Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin to come together. "You give them tea with mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum?" Lin Ji glanced into the bamboo teacup, and then he clicked his tongue twice after he finished speaking. Zhuang Xiao didn't understand. Otherwise, her family didn't have tea leaves either, no green tea, black tea, or oolong tea. Their geographical location was not suitable for the growth of tea trees. Therefore, for so long, she really had never seen a mutant tea tree. There is still some dandelion tea, right? Too little, not enough for her to drink. If Lin Ji knew that she actually compared the mutant dandelion with the mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum in her mind, he would probably beat his chest and stamp his feet, then roll his eyes, and go straight over. Things are precious because they are rare, and you can't compare them like this. Fortunately, Lin Ji didn't know. "This is the only one at home," Zhuang Xiao said disapprovingly. Lin Ji, Okay, he shouldn't ask. Just drink it. Lin Ji drank the tea in the bamboo cup in front of him in one gulp, and simply said, "You 3 can play, I go see how they are doing?" His heart hurts. After Lin Ji finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the gate. Lin Xiangrong wanted to follow him, but was rejected by Lin Ji. When Lin Ji left the courtyard, Zhang Lin asked about the flame cat. Hua, not at home. After being reminded by Zhang Lin, Zhuang Xiao seemed to have just remembered that the 4 big children in their family had not been home for 5 or 6 days. This time was a bit long. Just when Zhuang Xiao wanted to answer that they were not at home, he heard a commotion outside the courtyard. Zhuang Xiao subconsciously looked up at the sky, and sure enough, the 2 flame cats came back. Only they have the strength to make the crowd outside so agitated. Back. Zhuang Xiao looked at the flame cats getting closer and closer in the sky, and answered Zhang Lin's question just now. Outside the courtyard. Except for Hui Xiao and Lin Ji, everyone else seemed to have been paused. The work they were doing stopped, and they tilted their necks to welcome the arrival of the flame cat. "The smell of strangers is so strong. What are you doing?" The 2 flame cats circled in the sky for several times, and only after seeing Zhuang Xiao standing on the threshold did they dive down and head towards the Red Grove. Because of Lin Ji's arrival, the people who were building the greenhouse did not dare to move. After appreciating the majestic appearance of the flame cats at close range, the work started again, and everyone was excited. What good luck. Yeah, I didn't expect to catch up with us. I heard that when the group of people came to work a few days ago, the flame cats were not at home at all. It was almost noon. Hui Xiao took Lin Ji home. Zhuang Xiao was directing Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin to move the table. In the past few days, lunch was eaten under the Red Grove. Those people did not mind the cold, and they all said that it was comfortable to stay under the flame tree. However, the location of the dining table occupied the place where the flame cat stayed before. Now that the flame cat has returned, Zhuang Xiao can only move the dining table to the side. Are these people mentally ill? Isn't it delicious to eat under the dancing grass in the yard? This is the soulful complaint from Mr. Lin, and the target of the complaint is Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao could only respond in his heart. They are very smart. They noticed the abnormality during the transportation of materials. Although they may not fully understand where this abnormality came from, Hui Xiao still had to go back to prepare lunch for more than 20 people. After saying something to Mr. Lin, he entered the yard. And Lin Ji circled around the flame cat. The flame cat's big, shining eyes, which were originally open, finally closed. It was dizzy. Ever since Lin Ji took the flame cat to the mutant bamboo forest, he has never forgotten that high-altitude flight trip. Mutant bamboo shoots are delicious. This Huahua brand air travel is even more exciting. The sky is clear, and the air is fresh. As the sun climbs higher and higher, the solar radiation value becomes stronger and stronger, and the people who are working on the construction gradually retreat to the Red Grove. Less than 3 meters away from the dining table is where the flame cat is lying. Everyone stared at the two flame cats with burning eyes, as if they wanted to burn a hole in their fiery red hair with their eyes. Zhuang Xiao took Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin to help Hui Xiao prepare lunch. Under the Red Grove, in addition to the two flame cats, there are former and current members of the Mutant Plant and Animal Research Institute. Given that the only former member had served as the director of the institute, this group of young and middle-aged people between the ages of 20 and 40, except for the burning eyes, all sat very straight. Chapter 719. It was a bit like a field seminar. This atmosphere didn't last long. After sitting under the flame tree for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ji also noticed the difference in the forest, so he said to the oldest middle-aged man in the group, "Xiao Yu, isn't this tree a bit unusual?" Although he also had this tree in his plantation and the research institute, the number was limited after all. The little girl gave him 2 or 3 trees at the beginning, and he also gave one to the institute. He spent time studying it, and there was nothing special at all. Is it abnormal? There is one thing, that is, the radiation value contained in the leaves and branches of these flame trees during the day is particularly high. It is higher than the mutant plants they have come into contact with in the past. The middle-aged man called Xiao Yu heard Lin Ji's shout and hurriedly turned back and responded, "Yes. It is a bit unusual." The middle-aged man Xiao Yu, full name Yu Meihai. It had been years since anyone called him Xiao Yu. He replied while glaring at the young people around him, who were looking at him with attention. Everyone pursed their lips and tried not to laugh. Even the two flame cats' slightly narrowed eyes opened a little, peeking at the obviously changed atmosphere of the crowd. "The flame tree I said over last time, did your dean give this research topic to you?" Lin Ji asked, but he was sure that the flame tree he gave to the institute was the responsibility of this kid. "Kid Yu Meihai, 48 this year." Yu Meihai nodded with difficulty, and a bad premonition swept over his heart. The flame tree in the institute grew well. Apart from that, he knew nothing. There were too many research topics for the institute this year, and he simply didn't have the energy to spend a lot of time on a mutant plant whose entire body was basically inedible. "Is there anything special?" Lin Ji asked again. Of course, Lin Ji's special feature was based on data. Although he did some basic tests at home, how could the testing equipment and personnel at home be compared with those of the institute? Moreover, he didn't mean to embarrass Yu Meihai by asking this question, but was simply curious about what was wrong with the flame tree. However, he happened to run into Yu Meihai, who hadn't done any homework. This was embarrassing. Zhuang Xiao and Zhang Lin were just about to step out of the courtyard to add some water to the people outside, when they heard the conversation between the two. Zhuang Xiao quickly taunted Zhang Lin. "Don't go, they are doing academic discussion. What are we going to do?" Zhang Lin's steps suddenly stopped, and after looking back at Zhuang Xiao's serious face, he decisively chose to retreat, and retreat again. They are not in the same circle, he is in the martial arts circle, and they are in the cultural circle, so he decided not to join in the fun. If he goes, he will stand out. If Mr. Lin calls him again and tests him, it will be too embarrassing. In short, The two people who were just about to go out to add water tiptoed back to the hall. Why are you two like these? Lin Xiangrong looked at the two suspiciously. Zhang Lin put the kettle on the table, snatched the knife from Lin Xiangrong's hand, and said enthusiastically, I think my knife skills are better than yours. Let me do the job of cutting vegetables. As he said that, he started to pick. Look at how uneven your cuts are. It affects the aesthetics. Lin Xiangrong, are you sick? Just now he said he didn't want to be a cook, but it's only been a short while, and he's already boasting. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xiangrong thinks he can do anything. Sister Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiangrong looked at Zhuang Xiao. He couldn't go alone. Just now you two were talking and laughing when you went out. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and refused. You go alone, I remembered. I go to the storage room to find out if there are any good things for you. Lin Xiangrong, what can he say? Who doesn't want good things? And Sister Xiao's house really has a lot of them. Okay, I go. After Lin Xiangrong finished speaking, he strode out of the living room with a kettle in each hand. So far, he has never returned. It was not until Hu Zhao's lunch came out of the pot that Zhuang Xiao and Zhang Lin saw Lin Xiangrong, who looked pale and had a dark cloud over his head. Lin Xiangrong glared at Zhang Lin fiercely. His trust was wasted, and he was deceived so badly. During lunchtime, everyone was silent for a long time, and they were all busy eating. Lin Ji snorted coldly. Zhuang Xiao pretended not to hear it, probably because the seminar was not going well. He took 2 more bites of rice, and mourned for everyone for 3 seconds. Everyone, There is nothing that a delicious meal can't solve. I just want to eat meat every day. Compared with the record of talking and laughing for more than an hour a few days ago, today's meal was all finished in less than half an hour. The dishes on the table were clean as new. Everyone rushed to help clean up the mess, and soon, only Grandpa Lin was left on the table. Lin Ji, is he a monster? When Zhang Lin was recommended by everyone to come and wipe the table with a rag, his movements were very cautious. Before he came out, he heard several people from the research institute complaining to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao. Miserable, really miserable. However, he did not sympathize with them. He only sympathized with himself, who was facing Grandpa Lin alone at this moment. After glaring at the timid Zhang Lin, Lin Ji immediately got up to find the flame cat. Talking to people is not as easy as talking to animals. It really exhausted him. It was too brain-consuming. Everyone, At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the greenhouse project was perfectly completed. Each person got a pack of mutant purple Ganoderma and a handful of flame cat hair, and they happily got on the bus and left. The flame cat hair was saved by Zhuang Xiao when Huahua lost his hair. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy here. After the convoy went far away, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao walked slowly home along the path. These 2 days are really exhausting. Zhuang Xiao rubbed his left shoulder with his right hand and said to Hu Xiao, it's finally over. There are fresh fruits to eat in winter. Hu Xiao said with a smile. Yes, Zhuang Xiao said with relief. These days of socializing and entertaining can be considered as gaining something. When the new house built completely according to my own wishes is completed next year, I will be settled. Are you going to work tomorrow? Zhuang Xiao suddenly turned around and smiled brightly at Hu Xiao while walking. She would let Huahua take her out to look for mutant pangolins and mutant hook snakes tomorrow. Hu Xiao should not go. Hu Xiao was dazzled by Zhuang Xiao's smile for a moment. Then he came to his senses and immediately became alert. He did not answer Zhuang Xiao's question, but asked, are you going to the blind spot with Huahua tomorrow? Chapter 720. This? Zhuang Xiao dragged out the end of her words, wondering how Hu Xiao had guessed it. How should she answer this question? When Zhuang Xiao was thinking of what excuse to use to prevaricate Hu Xiao had already walked in front of her. Take a rest tomorrow. Hu Xiao's voice came from the front. Not going tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao ran 2 steps quickly and answered after walking shoulder to shoulder with Hu Xiao. Then are you going the day after tomorrow? Hu Xiao asked casually this time, crossing the gate without looking sideways. Zhuang Xiao, why do I feel that Brother Hu is holding back something bad? Flame cat, Isn't this obvious? It's a lie. Zhuang Xiao stopped at the door and glanced at Huahua who was looking at her. What kind of look is that? Why aren't you leaving? Hu Xiao turned around and looked at the little girl, seemingly not caring that the previous question was not answered. I asked Huahua about the whereabouts of the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake. Zhuang Xiao thought of a perfect reason. She had to trust her intuition. Brother Hu must be up to something bad, Hu Xiao said, and started to clean up the yard. In the past few days, People have been coming and going in the house, and things are placed everywhere. He really needs to stay at home for a day to clean up the house. I haven't been there for 5 or 6 days. One more day is not too much, Zhuang Xiao whispered to the flame cat outside the door for a long time. Since they were not speaking the same language, it didn't matter how much the other party understood. It's okay as long as the matter of going out tomorrow is settled. The whereabouts of the mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin should be figured out as soon as possible, so that we can be completely relieved. As a result, man proposes, God disposes. The next day, it was windy and rainy. The temperature went straight below zero. This rain should be considered freezing rain, or sleet. The flame tree has visible black and brown edges on each leaf. It is estimated that the leaves will start to fall in a few days. Only half a year can enjoy the comfortable time brought by the flame tree grove. This is really an extremely sad story. Hua went out again. Hua Xiao glanced outside the yard, and then looked at Zhuang Xiao, who was a little depressed. Can you stay out when it rains? Zhuang Xiao lay on the table, weakly. Their Hua is not stupid. The firewood burning in the corner of the living room made a crackling sound. The bright flames exuded a reassuring warmth, but Zhuang Xiao only felt that her heart was cold at this moment. The plan fell through. After this, I don't know when I can go out to look for mutant pangolins and mutant hook snakes. It's raining and the temperature has dropped. It is estimated that the construction progress in the new city area will be delayed, and it is very likely to be delayed until the beginning of next spring. Everything makes her lose her spirit. Hua Xiao is not annoyed that she is being criticized again. I will come back when the weather is clear. Yes, I thought it would rain coldly all day, but it stopped at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was even a sunset glow on the horizon. When I got up again in the morning of the second day, due to the rain yesterday, a thin layer of ice had formed on the rainwater collected in the puddles on the ground. Zhuang Xiao got into the car with Hua Xiao in thick clothes. The weather is good today. The two planned to go out together to the new city area to see what progress the construction has made in the past few days. In addition, Hua Xiao went to work by the way. Today, the people of the future team are active near the mining area. Although the temperature dropped and it rained yesterday, the work that should be carried out in the safe zone did not stop at all. Safe zone? The campus where the Institute of Mutated Plants and Animals is located. Yu Minghai looked up at the flame tree whose leaves were almost falling off its trunk, and fell into deep sorrow. What should he do with this project now? There will soon be only a trunk left. 1 or 2 leaves fell slowly on Yu Minghai's head, as if comforting someone's heart that was shattered into pieces of glass. Chapter 721. Ah! Yu Minghai sighed heavily. The reprimand the day before yesterday was not in vain. This job will be done next year. Director Yu, what are you worried about? You are looking at it so seriously. A young man passing by looked at the flame tree curiously for several times, but couldn't figure it out. This young man didn't participate in the greenhouse construction plan of Zhuang Xiao's family, so naturally he couldn't understand Yu Minghai's mood at the moment. This tree is definitely not an ordinary tree. The people who were reprimanded all understood it very deeply from the old man Lin Ji's sermon. Lin Ji, In fact, he didn't realize it before, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. When you get old, you have to have face. Think about life. Yu Minghai replied without turning his head, and his tone was weak. The young man scratched his head, looked at the flame tree, then looked at Yu Minghai, and walked away quietly. He doesn't understand Director Yu's world, Zhuang Xiao. Anyway, she won't tell Yu Minghai. What's the meaning of the flame tree? It's just that I haven't been to the mining area for a few days. The changes in this area are also visible to the naked eye. All houses and residences have been treated to prevent winter cold and snow. There are only a few scattered temporary residences built by humans for the convenience of scavenging nearby, and most of the shantytown residents, who don't live in this area, have withdrawn. The road from the mining area to the new city area has been built in full swing. The car is driving on a flat and clean road, without any bumps, and the speed has increased. The bushes and weeds on both sides of the road have turned on the winter mode, and there is a scene of withering everywhere. This scene is completely different from the new city area. There are still so many people here. Zhuang Xiao got out of the car and looked at the convoys and construction vehicles coming and going in the parking lot, and was surprised. She thought there would be more than half fewer people here. Who would have thought that there were not fewer people at all? But it seemed even more lively. The car could not go in for the rest of the journey, and the two people could only walk into, well, the messy dense forest. Strictly speaking, there is no dense forest anymore. The trees on the ground were swept away and piled into tall wood mountains, one after another, extending to the boundary line of the new city area. The soil was washed with disinfectants, and the surface was full of rotten branches and fallen leaves. It took Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao 2 hours to get to the vicinity of the small hill, and they didn't know when the road would be extended further inside. This way, they can walk less when they come again in the future. The two stood at the foot of the hillside, on the other side of the river, looking into the distance. I saw rows of houses on the hillside, built against the mountain. All of them looked gray. From the construction site, I could see that all the houses were made of reinforced concrete. The structure of Zhuang Zhao's house and Xiao Yan's house next door has taken shape. If glass and doors and windows are installed, it should not be a problem for people to live in them in winter. Despite this, Zhuang Xiao had no intention of living here. The two flame cats could take shelter from the wind and snow in rainy and snowy weather. After seeing her own house, Zhuang Xiao didn't want to go back. There were quite a lot of people on the river beach. All of them bowed their heads and bent over as if they were looking for something. Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered the bag of small stones that Yan Ming gave her, so she pulled Hu Xiao along the river beach and slowly went upstream. To be honest, she had never paid attention to where this river came from and where it went. Had the mutated aquatic organisms in this river been dealt with in the safe zone? Zhuang Xiao carefully jumped over the rocks under his feet, stood firm, turned around and asked Hu Xiao. No. Hu Xiao responded. Zhuang Zhao's face was full of questions and curiosity. Chapter 722. The river will just flow through their future safe zone without any treatment. If there are any dangerous amphibious creatures in the water, then everyone will be finished, right? Hu Xiao was amused by Zhuang Zhao's expression, and then he continued, no dangerous mutant creatures have been found in this river, and the river will be diverted next year. Then my water by the mountains and rivers will be gone. After hearing Hu Xiao's words, Zhuang Xiao was speechless. Hu Xiao smiled and continued, yes, behind the mountains. That is also by the mountains and rivers. A group of ducks flowed under the bridge in front of the door. The duck that was about to be caught flew away again. As expected, 8 out of 10 things in life are not satisfactory. When Hu Xiao heard about the duck, he said, it is impossible for the mutant duck to appear in the safe zone. It flies too far and too high. Zhuang Xiao, The duck turned into a wild goose. Oh, now ducks are so successful. Zhuang Xiao said, while looking for the conspicuous bag in the stone. Since ducks are so successful, she must also be successful. Ding, energy stone level B energy. The reminder sound of the watch stopped abruptly. Zhuang Xiao held an energy stone in her hand and looked around nervously, petrified on the spot. This person. So many people are staring at her. It's over. She was careless and sloppy. Time froze in an instant, and Zhuang Xiao only hoped that time and space could be reversed. However, after a short period of time, she heard someone whispering. Is it the flame cat? Is it that cousin? Is it that snake? Is it? In short, it seems that she didn't hear anyone she knew among this group of strangers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many, right? Hu Xiao reacted very quickly and protected the people behind him. Zhuang Xiao took the opportunity to put the energy stone into the bag, pushed Hu Xiao in front of him away, stepped on a big black stone, split his legs, raised his head, prepared, and sank his chi into his dantian. Fire. Summon the dragon. She is the one who owns the flame cat. How can she not own an energy stone? A bright and high-pitched female voice echoed in the mountains and rivers. Hu Xiao, who was pushed hard by Zhuang Xiao, squatted on the rock at this time, with a helpless look on his face. After Zhuang Xiao shouted that, the whole audience fell into silence again. The whispers disappeared. Everyone looked at this girl who looked like a fool with her eyes wide open, and then looked at the sky again. If this is really what they guessed, then, it's better not to grab the energy stone. Anyway, they didn't dare to think about it. There are many mercenaries and guards nearby. If they fight, the result will probably not be very pleasant. Besides, if you grab it, others won't grab yours. Besides, you may not be able to win. It's better to be safe than sorry. In a flash, these people's brains were working fast, weighing the pros and cons, and finally gave up. Then, this earth-shattering howl pierced the eardrum, and rushed out of the left ear, and the right ear like an arrow piercing the clouds. Facts have proved that Zhuang Xiao is the chosen one again. Hearing the sound, the two flame cats flapped their big wings, and flew out of the high radiation area in a hurry. Yin Yin was holding a black mutant bird with almost bald hair in its mouth. Dragons came as soon as they said they would. Zhuang Xiao climbed onto Hua's back with his hands and feet, and pulled Hu Xiao. Hua flew into the air. leaving behind a group of people who were in a frenzy. However, this frenzy was not for the flame cats, but for the energy stones that were suspected to exist in this river. No, it has been confirmed now. This river does have energy stones. In the following year, this river became a place for everyone to pan for gold, and this frenzy did not fade at all after the river was diverted. Until high-rise buildings rose from the ground on the ground where the river was located, this frenzy gradually subsided. Zhuangxiao naturally didn't know about these. At this time, with the flame cat, she and Huixiao were much freer to act. The plan to find mutant pangolins and mutant hook snakes, which had been put on hold for a day, was put on the agenda in just a few minutes. A new journey was about to begin. The equipment they carried was obviously not enough. The two returned to the parking lot, repacked their luggage, and waited for Yan Yan to finish her snack before they set off again. The flame cat flew across the sky, leaving two fiery red shadows. While Zhuangxiao was looking at the scene on the ground, Huohuo took her and Huixiao into the high radiation area. In an instant, Zhuangxiao's eyes seemed to be covered by a thick red fog. It took Zhuangxiao a while to adapt again. Huixiao was behind her. Zhuangxiao turned around and looked at Huixiao. "Do you have an energy stone on you?" Zhuangxiao asked loudly, and the cold wind blew, and more than half of the voice dissipated. Huixiao could tell something from Zhuangxiao's mouth shape, so he nodded. Zhuangxiao was relieved now. Otherwise, she would not only have to find her own mutant animals, but also find energy stones for Huixiao. Today's energy stone was really picked up for nothing. It's estimated that it will all be lost. In the high radiation area, Huohuo flew for half an hour, and Huohuo had no intention of stopping. Zhuangxiao was bored and began to observe the vegetation on the ground. Maybe there was an energy stone on that tree, or maybe that tree was unusual. After all, it's not reasonable to come back empty-handed after a trip to a high radiation area. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Zhuangxiao looked into the distance along the source of the sound. It was a mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with white snow, and the sound obviously came from behind the mountain. Zhuangxiao directed Huohuo to fly in that direction. A moment later, Huixiao also heard the deafening sound of running and the collective wheezing of the beasts. Chapter 723. Over the mountains, looking down at the ground, we could see smoke and dust billowing, and we could vaguely see mutant animals with abnormally strong bodies running in the dense forest with sparse leaves. After the flame cat lowered its flying altitude, its sight penetrated the dust, and the appearance of the mutant animals was clearly reflected in the pupils of Zhuangxiao and Huixiao. This route was not planned in advance by Zhuangxiao, but a flight route decided by Huohuo on his own. Zhuangxiao still remembered the purpose of this trip, so he took a few photos with his watch at high altitude and left. Huixiao observed more carefully than Zhuangxiao, and the more he looked, the more he felt that it was the mutant animals described by Hu Qianli and other future teams in the tragic experience of He Mingyuan and Lin's second uncle. If this is true, then they are really lucky. They did not encounter such a large group, otherwise there would be no possibility of survival. With the flame cat flying at full speed, they flew in the air for another half an hour, and Huohuo's flying altitude gradually dropped. The scene below was no longer desolate and barren, but full of vitality and greenery. Hot springs, it must be hot springs, Zhuangxiao thought to himself. Finally, he found another hot spring, but after looking around, Zhuangxiao's joy suddenly disappeared. The surrounding scenery was shrouded in a red light. Obviously, this place was not suitable for her to escape the extreme cold weather. What a pity. He sighed in his heart. This not-so-good mood reached its peak when he saw the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake lazily cultivating immortals on the top of the mountain. Woohoo! When will she stop being afraid of highly radiated areas? Although she has countless energy stones, every minute and every second here is a process of constantly consuming energy stones. It's just like spending energy like water. Heartbreaking. After the flame cat landed, Zhuangxiao and Huixiao slid down from its back. Since she has seen the mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin that ran away from home, what else should she worry about? Filling her stomach first is the most important thing. Turn grief and anger into strength. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the energy to earn the travel expenses for this trip later? Energy stones. The two guys who were cultivating immortals on the top of the mountain, under Huohuo's loving caress, obediently climbed under the shade of the tree, waiting for Zhuangxiao to lecture them. But someone who was overwhelmed by envy, jealousy and hatred really didn't want to pay attention to these two big guys at all. Huixiao looked at it funny. The childishness of the little girl is really cute. Mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin, The legendary lover's eyes see beauty in everything. They have also learned something new. Zhuang Xiao doesn't care how Wu Xiao looks at her. Anyway, she just doesn't want to see these two guys at this moment. She was crying with envy all over the floor. Or maybe, she was stimulated by the sulfur smell of the mountain hot spring. After all, she has a keen sense of smell, and the smell is really strong. In short, Wu Xiao was just preparing lunch, and Zhuang Xiao had already comforted herself. What's more, lunch can heal her wounded heart. After eating and drinking, Zhuang Xiao slowly had the mind to seriously look at the place that Flame Cat found for the mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin to live in this winter. Continuous mountains and green forests. Of course, there are all kinds of mutant animals. Chapter 724. On the eve of the weather turning into an extremely cold mode, the two flame cats patted their butts and left. Zhuang Xiao didn't need to guess to know that the couple was going to avoid the cold. When it was sunny during the day, she hid in the greenhouse to hibernate, and when Wu Xiao came back from work at night, he would go back to the house to sleep. There were fresh fruits to eat every day, and life was quite leisurely and comfortable. After more than 100 suns rose in the east and set in the west, the snow melted, the grass and trees gradually recovered, and the safe zone gradually became busy again. There were people coming and going on the road, and vehicles were flowing continuously. Can we move in tomorrow? Zhuang Xiao looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling excited. After waiting for so long, it finally came. Wu Xiao responded, in about half a month, you can move in directly with your luggage. When saying this, Wu Xiao's words also revealed a hint of joy. Perhaps, some things can be put on the agenda. Then I find time to go to the safe zone and buy some things. In addition, the residences of the Flame Cat, Mutant Hook Snake and Mutant Pangolin also need to be cleaned up. And, Zhuang Xiao said happily. Wu Xiao listened patiently, and nodded from time to time. Since she was allowed to go out, as long as Hua didn't go out to work to earn extra money, she would occasionally sit on Hua's back and stroll around. She is not unfamiliar with the many changes in the safe zone. For example, now, this new city near the mining area. After the ice and snow melted and the land thawed, the river diversion project and the foundation project were carried out in full swing. Now these two tasks have been completed. Looking down from the sky, the outline of the new city is clear. A grayish-white nearly circular shape was laid out, and it would be completed if the circle was filled a little bit. There was a road leading directly to the foot of the mountain. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao no longer had to walk for 2 hours to the big villa halfway up the mountain. Xiao Yan is here too? As soon as Zhuang Xiao got off the car, she saw Xiao Yan at the foot of the mountain. She turned her head and looked at Wu Xiao and asked. Wu Xiao shook his head hurriedly. He didn't know that Xiao Yan was here today. I didn't know he was here too. If I had known, I would have brought the mutant hook snake. Zhuang Xiao said to Wu Xiao with some regret, as he walked towards the foot of the mountain. Wu Xiao's mouth twitched. Your eldest cousin may not like your eldest cousin. It will be convenient in the future. He will be next door to you. It should be quite convenient for the eldest cousins to come and go, Wu Xiao said lightly. However, Zhuang Xiao looked up at him. I always feel that there is a bit of gloating in brother Wu's calm tone. Xiao Yan saw Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao coming side by side, and greeted them warmly. Cousin. Captain Hua. Wu Xiao nodded and said, Chief Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the two people, and complained in his heart. These two people are being polite. Wu Xiao, you are absent from work every day, and Xiao Yan, you indulge absenteeism every day. This relationship seems to be unusual. Hello, cousin. Zhuang Xiao said with a smile. Finally, I met a big sponsor who was just a pie in the sky. I must be enthusiastic and have a good attitude. And Xiao Yan looked at Zhuang Xiao's face, which was a little too bright, and felt a little creepy. His back was a little cold, and he asked tentatively, Cousin, did you bring your cousin? No. No. Zhuang Xiao shook his head quickly. How could it be? Today is such a good day. How can the mutant hook snake ruin the atmosphere? Wu Xiao, I don't know who regretted not bringing the mutant hook snake. After hearing that there was no mutant hook snake, Xiao Yan was relieved and said with a smile, Uncle Pei is here too. Uncle Pei is here too? Zhuang Xiao looked at the hillside in surprise. There were still people coming and going there, and it seemed that they were doing the beginning and end work. In fact, there were only 2 completed construction projects on the hillside, hers and Xiao Yan's. The others were either under construction, or had not yet started. Anyway, the people living there did not have no housing in the safe zone, so Xiao Yan put these tasks on the back burner. Xiao Yan thought that he had to complete the defense wall of the new city before the summer of this year. Chapter 725. Why did you get up so early today? In the morning, Hui Xiao had just come back from taking care of the greenhouse, and saw Zhuang Xiao packing up, ready to go out at any time. I'm going to Fulei Mountain with Lan Hong and the others today. Zhuang Xiao answered Hui Xiao's question while putting things into her backpack. Lan Hong told me before I went to bed last night. I forgot to tell you. Zhuang Xiao stopped and showed an innocent expression. It's not that she didn't want to say it, it's too late. This is not afraid of disturbing brother's rest. After all, someone has to go to work today. Hui Xiao did have work arrangements today, and he only asked a few questions about Zhuang Xiao's going out, and let her go. The hills around the safe zone are now quite crowded with people, and the little girl has been there several times, so there is nothing to worry about. Hui is not here. You go out with the mutant hook snake. Even though they were around the safe zone, Hui Xiao still felt that it was better to have a mutant animal at home to follow him, so he instructed like this. Okay. Zhuang Xiao agreed readily. She not only wanted to bring the mutant hook snake, but also the mutant pangolin. She got the mutant pangolin from Fulei Mountain, and she took the time to let it go back to her hometown to see it. Zhuang Xiao felt that she was very considerate. Because Zhuang Xiao was going to Fulei Mountain, the family's big car was given to her to drive. And Hui Xiao drove Zhuang Xiao's tricycle out. Since she took a course in the safe zone for a while, and practiced for a while, under Hui Xiao's supervision, Zhuang Xiao was already familiar with driving a big car. However, if Hui Xiao, the old driver, was there, she would not be needed, and she was happy to be free. Hui Xiao stood at the gate, and watched Zhuang Xiao drive away. He watched for a quarter of an hour. Zhuang Xiao's driving skills were so good that he stalled twice before he got out of the small road. Finally, the third time, the car slowly drove out of Hui Xiao's sight. Hui Xiao shook his head and went back. There were many people who could drive in the group, so he was not worried that the car and people would break down on the road and could not go home. Zhuang Xiao, who are you looking down on? A red sun rose slowly from the horizon, dyeing the entire sky of the safe zone red. Fulei Mountain is located in the north of the safe zone. After Zhuang Xiao entered the safe zone from the south gate, he first went to pick up Lan Hong, and then went straight to the north gate of the safe zone. The meeting place agreed to be at the north gate of the safe zone. As soon as he got in the car, Lan Hong leaned over to Zhuang Xiao's ear and told him something. Really? Of course it's true, Lan Hong assured confidently. Shenyi told me herself. Zhuang Xiao nodded. No wonder Shenyi didn't come with us this time. I see. Then I go see her some other day. The two chatted, and time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were out of the north gate of the safe zone. There were 12 people on the trip at this time, and Zhuang Xiao knew half of them. They were all members of various mercenary teams. There was a pair of twin brothers and sisters, Wang Ding and Wang Qiong, from the Qilin team, and Zheng Pingsheng from the Vulture team, in addition to Lan Jin and Yan Ming. As for the others, Zhuang Xiao was not very familiar with them. However, seeing how familiar they were with the mercenaries, they should be related, relatives and friends. Sister, are you here? Sister. Lan Jin and Yan Ming ran towards Zhuang Xiao's car the moment they saw it. How did you two get here? Lan Hong looked at the two of them, and asked with concern. I got here by car. Yan Ming hurriedly answered Lan Hong's question. He was near the mining area recently, and Lan Jin happened to be there yesterday, so the two agreed to set off together. With Yan Ming's answer, Lan Jin nodded in agreement. Get in the car. Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong were the last to arrive, so they immediately started to urge people to get in the car after seeing Yan Ming and Lan Jin. As for the others, everyone greeted each other, and got in their own cars. Then the group headed straight for Fulei Mountain. Yan Ming and Lan Jin sat in the car. On both sides of them, two big guardians stood guard on both sides. It seemed that the two tall and strong boys were extremely pitiful and helpless. Why did Sister Xiao Xiao bring them out as well? Lan Jin approached Yan Ming and asked in a low voice. Yan Ming glanced at the two guardian gods and spoke in a normal voice. It's safer to bring my cousin with me. Mutated hook snake, Good eyes. Mutated pangolin, What about it? Lan Hong said, still a little nervous. On his left was Yan Ming, and on his right was the mutant hook snake. If he had known that the mutant hook snake was inside, he would have sat on the roof. He didn't know if his sister did it on purpose, but the two of them were forced in as soon as the door of the carriage opened a crack. Fortunately, Yan Ming was still there to keep him company. 2 months ago, when the temperature was not extremely cold, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao came to Fulei Mountain. The purpose was naturally to catch the mutant thunderbird, and by the way, they went to the place where they fell to have a look. The water level in the underground cave pool was quite high. people couldn't get down at all. Those small silver fish were naturally impossible to catch. If you really want to, you may not be unable to fish here, but in such a cold day, squatting in a snowy place with wind leaking from all sides to fish, you might as well become an ice sculpture. Zhuang Xiao gave up without hesitation at that time. This time, Lan Hong said that she wanted to come to Fulei Mountain to pick up waste, and Zhuang Xiao agreed without hesitation, more or less feeling a little resentful for not eating the small silver fish. When they arrived at Fulei Mountain, there were already many vehicles of various types parked at the foot of the mountain. This was the first time that Zhuang Xiao came to Fulei Mountain when the grass and trees were reviving. The Fulei Mountain at this time of year looked completely different from the snowy winter. The grass and trees were lush, and the mountains were rolling, like dark green waves, rolling freely in the sky with a little orange, and it looked particularly vibrant. The road to the deep mountains and dense forests is still the same one. Zhuang Xiao walked in the middle. The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin, two mutant animals, were like brave and fearless pioneers, leading the way in front, and a group of people followed behind them. People who had never seen mutant pangolins and mutant hook snakes were a little scared at first, but gradually this fear quietly turned into an inexplicable sense of security when they entered the dense forest. The destination this time was in a valley, and it would take 2 hours just to cross the mountains and ridges in the dense forest. The mutant plants on both sides of the mountain road had no need to stop to collect edible leaves and berries because of the long-term coming and going of people. If there were edible food on both sides, it would have been picked up by people long ago, so there was no chance for them who were late. Chapter 726. The future team was also on their way. Their destination today was the safe zone number 17. They were not the only mercenary team going there. The members of the Kirin and Mandrill teams were also among them. There were 5 teams in total. I always feel uneasy without Hua Hua. Hu Qianli stroked his chest and said to Meng Qingyang in a frightened manner. Meng Qingyang rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. This guy didn't need his comfort at all. Seeing that Meng Qingyang ignored him, Hu Qianli turned to talk to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao closed his eyes. Hearing Hu Qianli's nagging voice beside him, his heart was calm. He didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Hu Qianli felt bored and shut up. Hey brother Hu? Hu Qianli had just been quiet for a moment when Xiang Su, who was sitting behind him, suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Hu Qianli said in a bad tone. He didn't want to talk anymore, and wanted to pretend to be mysterious like Hu Xiao, so that he would look cool. However, he couldn't help it. It was still 2 or 3 hours before the destination, and 1, 2, 3 or 4 of them were as quiet as chickens. The carriage was so dull that he felt uncomfortable. Especially Captain Hua, who finally came to participate in a mission, but he didn't say a word. He deserved that he couldn't get a wife. Hua Xiao, eh? Is he even breathing wrong? When will my sister's flame cat give birth? Xiang Su wanted to know. According to this time, she must have been pregnant for almost a year. How should I know? Hu Qianli said unhappily, after the birth, are you going to give Hua Hua's child a birth gift? Hu Qianli glanced at the people in their car. Almost everyone was resting with their eyes closed. Everyone had gained a lot from the mutant crow incident in the number 6 safety zone, so Hu Qianli looked at Xiang Su and said, the birth gift of Hua Hua's cub must be energy stones. After all, the snacks of parents are energy stones. As for the little one, it goes without saying. Xiang Su was used to Hu Qianli's ups and downs and unstable temper, and said indifferently, that's a must. If not the flame cat energy stone, what else can be given? Hu Qianli, Has the birth gift of a child become so expensive? The other people who closed their eyes had a brief twitch at the corners of their mouths when they heard Xiang Su's answer. Are the people in their team so arrogant now? Captain Hua, we're here. It's in front. Someone pointed to the dense bushes in front and shouted loudly. Zhuang Xiao looked up and saw nothing except the endless green. The red berries that Lan Hong mentioned were nowhere to be seen. But in the thick green, there was a faint colorful light that seemed to penetrate the layers of dark green and shot straight into her eyes. What was it? Is it the sun? Or the energy stone? Zhuang Xiao felt that the last guess was unlikely. She had never seen the energy stone emit any color of light other than white. Obviously, the former was more likely. The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin had returned to Zhuang Xiao's feet. The 2 big ones stopped there, and their 4 eyes looked around from time to time. After the group walked another 100 meters forward, Zhuang Xiao finally saw the red berries that Lan Hong mentioned. The red berries are a kind of fruit called mutant hairy cherry. Both the color and taste are very similar to cherries, so this kind of berry is also called wild cherry. Wild cherry is the favorite of mutant thunderbirds. The feathers of mutant thunderbirds in this season are no longer white. The feathers are like mutant pheasants, with gray-brown and red-green mixed. The specific color is still closely related to the color of the flowers, plants, and trees where the mutant thunderbirds live. When picking mutant hairy cherry, you need to pay special attention to the sudden attack of mutant thunderbirds. Lan Hong had already told Zhuang Xiao about this on the way. Zhuang Xiao was not very worried. Besides, even if there is no flame cat, there is a mutant hook snake, so it is not certain who is afraid of whom. 12 people, almost everyone has a high military value. As soon as they entered the territory of mutant hairy cherry, they scattered in all of a sudden. Half of the group of people were mercenaries. They were still hoping to encounter mutant thunderbirds. How many edible mutant hairy cherry berries should be collected to be worth a mutant thunderbird? When they thought of this, everyone moved away from the mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin. Compared to the mutant hairy cherry, Zhuang Xiao was more interested in the faint colorful light. So, after the group dispersed, she collected the fruits of the mutant hairy cherry while following the light source. The first berry detected was stuffed into Zhuang Xiao's mouth. It's true that the berry tastes sweet and sour, and the flesh is plump and juicy, much better than ordinary cherries. No wonder Lan Hong and her group traveled so far to Fulei Mountain just for such a berry forest. After eating the first berry, Zhuang Xiao's attention was slightly withdrawn. This berry is so delicious that it should be good for making cold drinks or dried fruits. The berry forest is a bush. Compared with the tall trees around, it is very short. There are lush trees above, so the solar radiation is not strong even at noon. Therefore, the group did not rest at noon, and all members were immersed in the enthusiasm of picking mutant hairy cherries. Since the construction of the new city began, the scope of picking and scavenging in the safe zone has expanded, and the people in the safe zone, especially those living in shanty towns, have fallen into the enthusiasm of all members to save points to buy houses. In the safe zone, those who do not have real estate want real estate, and those who have real estate want bigger real estate. Human desires are endless. Naturally, struggle cannot stop for a moment. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun set in the west, and the light in the dense forest gradually became dim, but the colorful light was still dazzling. Zhuang Xiao gradually felt abnormal. Could it be that her eyes have been upgraded? After all, her height has been rising since the last fall. I believe that it won't be long before her height reaches Wu Xiao's shoulders. With the height change in front, she thinks it is not impossible for her eyes to be upgraded. Mutated hook snake. Thinking a lot. Sister Lan, I go over there and take a look. Zhuang Xiao pointed in a direction where the colors were most concentrated and obvious. After hearing this, Lan Hong looked up and saw that there was a bright red area with a lot of berries. Then go. Be careful. Although Lan Hong felt that her words were a bit redundant, she couldn't help but remind her. Zhuang Xiao responded, holding half a sack of berries in her hand, and called her cousin, and the two of them and the snake slowly moved over there. Chapter 727. Oh, Captain Hua, our mission this time is really, TSK, not easy. Shi Jingqing led the members of the mandrill team out of the bushes, and met Hu Xiao and his group, who were also preparing to retreat to the garrison. Everyone in the mandrill team was enthusiastically trying to get close to the people of the future team. Hu Xiao didn't say anything and walked forward in silence. Isn't this obvious? Isn't this obvious, Captain Shi? Hu Qianli smiled and came forward, holding Shi Jingqing's shoulders. Shi Jingqing staggered and rolled his eyes at Hu Qianli. Who wants to talk to you? You have to do it even if it's not easy. If you do it well, you can save a lot of contribution points to buy a house in the new city. Hu Qianli completely ignored Shi Jingqing's rolling eyes, and spoke to himself with great enthusiasm. How much have you saved? Shi Jingqing broke free from Hu Qianli's clutches and turned his head to ask him. Hu Qianli laughed dryly and said, Not much. Not much. What he saved were all energy stones. With old people above, and young children below, and a small family property, safety is naturally the top priority. Hu Xiao walked in front, thinking that after returning to the base, he would have to send a message to Zhuang Xiao to inform him of the situation here. The mission that was originally thought to be able to return on the same day now seems to take 3 to 5 days here. Since the volcanic eruption last year, the road from the safe zone to this place has gradually been abandoned. Now, let alone cars, it is very difficult for people to walk inside. Captain Hua, what exactly are they going to do? Send so many of us to clean up, Meng Qingyang said in confusion. After half a day, everyone was really exhausted. This so-called cleanup is to clean up mutant animals, not mutant plants on the abandoned road, but what's the use of it? Soon, Every inch of the area they cleaned will be occupied by mutant animals. So, isn't this just doing useless work? Hu Xiao shook his head. He heard a rumor. Whether it was true or not, he was not sure before. After receiving the task this morning, he was sure that the rumor was most likely true. There is also a mine under the number 17 safety zone. I just don't know what kind of mine it is. Black Tiger, Ask me. Seeing Hu Xiao shaking his head, Meng Qingyang suddenly changed the topic, followed Hu Xiao 2 steps and whispered, "How are you and your cousin?" Meng Qingyang, are you worrying too much? Hu Xiao suddenly stopped and stared at Meng Qingyang's smiling face. In Meng Qingyang's view, Hu Xiao's face was full of unsatisfied desires. It's been so long, and there seems to be no substantial progress. It's really frustrating. They always feel uneasy if they don't get this title, Meng Qingyang said with a smirk. Isn't it Xunyi who wants to know? Meng Qingyang decisively put the blame on his wife. Xunyi, People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Hu Xiao was silent. Meng Qingyang continued, next year I will be a father. His voice was very low. While saying this, his eyes kept looking around. He hadn't told this news to other people in the team. Hu Xiao was the third person to know. Zhuang Xiao, She found out today. After a moment of silence, Hu Xiao said, congratulations. What's so good about a child? Raising a child is so tiring. Having Zhuang Xiao alone makes him exhausted and difficult to handle. I don't know if the little girl is willing or not. It depends on the little girl's opinion. He can't make the decision alone. What are you talking about? Suddenly a loud voice interrupted. What are you talking about? Who is pregnant? Hu Qianli looked at Meng Qingyang and said, as a matter of course. Meng Qingyang looked shocked and stammered, Who? Who told you? My wife Lan Hong. Hu Qianli answered confidently. This is not an obvious thing. Me? The third person to know? Hu Xiao looked at Meng Qingyang with interest. Meng Qingyang, Why did you come back so late? Lu Feng, who was stationed at the base, had already lit a bonfire with the Qilin team and was now leading people to build fortifications. In the future, the members of the 3 teams of Qilin and Mandrill were very familiar with each other. As soon as they came back, the people of the other 2 teams hurried forward to help. Hu Xiao, Yi Qing, and Lu Feng sat together and discussed tomorrow's plan. As soon as they sat down, Lu Feng told Hu Xiao and Yi Qing about today's discovery. We found traces of mutant jackals today. When he said this, Lu Feng's expression was very serious. How many? Hu Xiao asked. After hesitating for a while, Lu Feng answered carefully. Preliminary speculation is that there are about 40 or 15 ga. Hearing the number, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With the weapons we carry, it's not a big problem to deal with it. But it's better not to encounter it. After Hu Xiao was silent for a while, he asked a few more questions in detail. Lu Feng answered them one by one. Captain Hu, what do you think? Lu Feng asked tentatively. If he didn't have an idea, Hu Xiao wouldn't have asked so much in detail. Perhaps, we can try to take the initiative, Hu Xiao said decisively. Compared to passive defense after being attacked, their chances of winning by taking the initiative seem to be greater. This time, whether from the number of mutant jackals, or from their weapons and equipment and the number of personnel, their advantages are still very obvious. Originally, their mission this time was to clean up the mutant animal tribes near the abandoned roads. And the danger of mutant jackals is obviously very high. Chapter 728. Hu Xiao came back to his senses, looked at Yi Qing, and replied calmly, nothing. Seeing that Hu Xiao didn't want to say more, Yi Qing didn't ask any more. Hu Xiao sat there, his face calm, but his heart was already turbulent. He took several deep breaths silently before he could calm down. Zhuang Xiao was in the small kitchen, chopping up the various ingredients and throwing them into the pot, preparing to stew them. Zhuang Xiao didn't mind that Hu Xiao hadn't replied to the message for a long time. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Tonight, the 2 flame cats went home, which meant that the task of this stage had come to an end. From tomorrow, she could ride on Hu Hua's back and stroll around again. Moreover, Hu Xiao was not at home. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although Hu Xiao couldn't control her when she wanted to go out, she still enjoyed this kind of free life occasionally. Just when Zhuang Xiao was thinking about what to do tomorrow, her watch started to beep. She looked up and saw that it was Grandpa Lin Jilin. It was so late, and she didn't know what the old man wanted to talk to her about. Zhuang Xiao answered the call and said, Grandpa Lin, it's so late, what's the matter? For some reason, Lin Ji didn't speak for a long time, so she could only ask first. At this moment, Lin Ji really didn't know what to say. What gift should he give? He didn't see a man. Mr. Lin, please. Yu Minghai sat on the sofa in Lin Ji's study, looking at Lin Ji with pleading eyes and whispered. There are others. Zhuang Xiao extinguished the fire in the stove and muttered almost silently. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't tell who it was. It seemed like he had something to ask for. Don't ask for the flame cat again. Come to think of it, why didn't anyone come to borrow the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake? Zhuang Xiao waited patiently for Mr. Lin to speak, only to hear Lin Ji cough lightly and said shyly, That. Shushao, I have something here. Perhaps Yu Meihai urged him too much. Mr. Lin gritted his teeth and said happily, I have someone here. Can I live with you for a while? Ah! Zhuang Xiao exclaimed. What does Mr. Lin mean? Why let a grown man live here? Before Zhuang Xiao asked, Lin Ji finished the most difficult words, and the rest of the words were much easier to say. After all, the rest of the words were why he arranged for someone to go there. That's it. Okay. After listening to Mr. Lin Ji's words, Zhuang Xiao agreed happily. There is nothing wrong with having people who can visit the garden for free. Besides, she has been very busy recently. Lin Ji hung up his watch and nodded to Yu Minghai. Okay. You can go tomorrow. Yu Minghai stood up excitedly and promised, Mr. Lin, I will definitely study this topic clearly. Lin Ji waved his hand weakly, asking Yu Minghai to leave quickly, and not to be an eyesore here. Don't you see what time it is now? Still come to harass him. After leaving the Lin family's house, Yu Minghai hurried home, packed his luggage, and went back early tomorrow morning. He was thinking about the data of the flame tree obtained recently. If the conclusion of this research is really as expected, he will be famous. More famous than the flame cat. Flame cat, eh? No, why are you comparing yourself to me? For the people who are coming tomorrow, Zhuang Xiao only hopes that the people who come have the eyes of Sun Wukong and can really see the difference of their red grove. In this way, someone will plant trees for free so that she can enjoy a low-radiation living environment. Zhuang Xiao squatted in the living room with a bamboo bowl in her hand. Take a bite, look at the glittering crystals, smile, and then take another bite of rice. This meal depends entirely on the crystals that were smashed. Otherwise, her strange-tasting stew would be wasted. Chapter 729. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao smashed all the stones she had picked up today, and got a small wooden box of crystals. She put the crystals in this small wooden box together with the box of gems Yan Ning had given her before. When the two boxes were compared, the gems were immediately eclipsed. Zhuang Xiao stuffed them under the bed, curled her lips, and thought, brother had just told her to keep them, but didn't say what they were. Doesn't he know the goods? Obviously, this newly obtained crystal looks like it is worth a lot of points. However, I don't know if a crystal can be sold for 2.3 million points. When she went to bed at night, Zhuang Xiao really dreamed about it. Before going to bed, Wei Xiao looked at the photos Zhuang Xiao sent her later, and didn't sleep well all night. In the early morning of the second day, it was just dawn. The garrison became lively. According to the plan made yesterday, they had to track the traces of the mutant jackals today and try to eliminate this group of guys in one fell swoop. Time is short, and the task is heavy. After a quick breakfast, the group started to act according to the plan. Although Wei Xiao didn't sleep well last night, he put the energy stone in his arms close to his body after getting up, so he looked energetic. Zhuang Xiao woke up early in the morning. There were guests visiting today, and no one entertained them for her. Before dawn, she sat on the threshold of her own door, waiting for the guests to arrive. The mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake were like two door gods, one on the left and one on the right on both sides of Zhuang Xiao. The two flame cats also woke up, and were waiting for Zhuang Xiao to feed them energy stones. Okay, no more. Zhuang Xiao spread out his hands, and showed them to the two flame cats. The process of waiting for someone was extremely boring, so Zhuang Xiao could only eat. The golden light of the sun climbed up the roof behind her little by little, and the person she was waiting for finally came. Yu Minghai looked around the bushes around him, and he was very scared, worried that a black snake thicker than his waist would suddenly emerge from the bushes. Behind him were two very young researchers, who were also his assistants this time. When Zhuang Xiao saw someone emerging from the bushes at the corner of the road, he hurriedly stood up to greet them. At the same time, the two door gods were also refreshed, especially the mutant hook snake. You are here. Yeah. Here. Looking at the mutant hook snake spitting out its tongue, Yu Minghai and the two researchers behind him were very nervous, and they looked at Zhuang Xiao with fear as if they had seen a ghost. There was nothing they could do about it. A person only has a pair of eyes, and when they saw Zhuang Xiao and the mutant hook snake at the same time, they could only show the same expression. Zhuang Xiao did not have a bad taste for everyone. So, she kicked the mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin to Huahua to watch, and she called the 3 people to the greenhouse. "Where are your luggage? Is it in the car outside? Do you want me to help you move it down?" After Zhuang Xiao led the people to the greenhouse, he began to pay attention to the luggage of these people. "If you want to sleep on the floor, at least you have to sleep on the floor." "Yes, yes. It's in the car outside. We can move it ourselves." Yu Meihai was very polite. Zhuang Xiao exchanged a few words of greeting and said that he had something to go out and asked them to do as they pleased. After Zhuang Xiao left, Yu Meihai took 2 researchers to the greenhouse first, and then moved the equipment and luggage here. When they were choosing a place to stay in the greenhouse, Zhuang Xiao had already gone out with the 4 mutant animals at home. This time, she did not fly high in the sky, but took Huahua and the other 4 to walk slowly on the road. Along the way, the rate of turning heads was naturally guaranteed. Although the sun was high at this time because of the arrival of Yu Meihai and others, many people coming and going on the road could still be seen rushing to the mining area. Her destination this time was Xinchen. Zhuang Xiao did not feel anything about the attention from the pedestrians on the road, just because she was wrapped tightly at this time, revealing 2 black and shiny eyes. The pedestrians on the road are now accustomed to seeing the flame cat, mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin. Apart from a little fear of the mutant hook snake, furry creatures, like the flame cat and mutant pangolins, which seemed to have no offensive power from the outside, could be treated with a normal attitude. After wandering all the way, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhuang Xiao and his group finally arrived at the gate of the new city. Chapter 730. "I'm back," Zhuang Xiao responded, his eyes swept back and forth over Hui Xiao. His arms and legs were all there. It can be seen that Hui Xiao's mission this time was quite smooth. Yu Meihai and the other 2 saw the 2 people's eyes intertwined, and hurriedly said goodbye to them and returned to the greenhouse. The mutant hook snake was freed from the carriage, slid into the yard, and coiled around the roots of the dancing grass. On the right side of the mutant pangolin, the 2 big ones raised their heads. The stars were brilliant, and the scenery was beautiful. Zhuang Xiao didn't miss Hui Xiao much after not seeing him for a few days. She only missed him a little when she was hungry. The rest of the time, she lived a very fulfilling life alone. She told Hui Xiao about the itinerary plan for the number 1 safe zone that Xiaoyan had told her today, and stood up and said, "I'm going back to sleep. You should go to bed early too." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave, but Hui Xiao grabbed her arm. Zhuang Xiao turned around and said, "What are you doing? Aren't you tired?" She didn't want to be kissed, hugged, or lifted up high. She just wanted to sleep. "Not tired," Hui Xiao answered straightforwardly, and then continued, "Did you forget something?" Zhuang Xiao thought for a long time, and suddenly realized, wait. After that, she pulled her arm out of Hui Xiao's hand and hurried into the bedroom. The bedroom door hit the wall with a clang, and the incandescent lamp above her head swayed left and right. Hui Xiao looked at his empty hand and slowly retracted it. While the lamp above her head was still shaking gently, Zhuang Xiao rushed out in 3 or 2 steps, and the wooden box collided with the wooden table with a crisp snapping sound. "Look! This is it!" Zhuang Xiao's hand slammed heavily on the wooden box, and her smugness was fully reflected in her every movement and expression. Then, the wooden box was opened. The room was full of light. Hui Xiao's beautiful thoughts were immediately shattered by the dazzling light in the room. "Is it a gem? Or an energy stone?" Zhuang Xiao asked. This question still needs to be clarified. To be honest, because these crystals are too different, she didn't dare to test them with a watch. Once the data is uploaded, there will be no secrets. Hui Xiao stared at the crystals in the wooden box on the table without blinking, and couldn't say a word. With the appearance of this wooden box of crystals, the family's status has been reduced again and again. Zhuang Xiao, The economic base determines the superstructure. Speak now. Zhuang Xiao urged, stretching out his hand and shaking it in front of Hui Xiao's eyes. If I look at this crystal a few more times, it will regenerate a nest. Hui Xiao grabbed Zhuang Xiao's wrist and uttered a few words with difficulty. Xiao Xiao, you really got rich this time. Every time she picked up an energy stone, the little girl would always whisper the word get rich in her ear. Under the influence of what she heard, Hui Xiao felt that only this word was the most suitable to express the value of these energy stones to the little girl. However, Zhuang Xiao was speechless after hearing this. Is he still saying that she must have gotten rich? And isn't she getting rich every day? So, it's the energy stone, right? This is the question Zhuang Xiao wants to know most. If so, then in her opinion, the energy stone that flashes white light is definitely not as valuable as these colorful energy stones. Things are precious because they are rare. It took her 2 years to find such a small box of colorful energy stones. It can be seen that these energy stones are not easy to find. While waiting for Xiao to speak, Zhuang Xiao even thought about whether she should go to Fulei Mountain tomorrow to take a look. It would be best to check the entire mountain range. Maybe there is a small piece lying in some corner. Yes, and it is the legendary top configuration. Xiao responded, picking out a piece from the wooden box and taking it in his hand to examine it carefully. His movements were cautious and his expression was solemn. Legendary? The legends here are really worthless. Zhuang Xiao pouted. Xiao paused and looked up at Zhuang Xiao. Where are you from? His speech was neither fast nor slow, and his tone was gentle. Zhuang Xiao suddenly stopped and stared at Xiao. This person wanted to trick her again. Our place is naturally the fairyland. Zhuang Xiao muttered softly. Isn't it the fairyland? There are delicious foods everywhere, and you can go wherever you want. There are no weird mutant plants and animals yet. Maybe there are, but they have not been discovered yet. At least, her world has greatly influenced the rules of nature to a certain extent, instead of being trapped by nature like here. The rule of the food chain is either you eat me or I eat you. Whether you can stand at the top of the food chain depends on your ability. Xiao was a little melancholy, and then smiled again. Whether it is the fairyland or not, at least it proves that they were not in the same world before. However, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Now at least they are in the same world, that's enough. If you think about which will come first, the future or the accident, every day, this life is simply unbearable. Zhuang Xiao was a little puzzled. What is Brotherhood doing? He just looked like he was going to ask about her past, but now he is grinning again. Getting these crystals, isn't it like a poor man who suddenly becomes rich and wins a lottery of 5 million? So happy that he goes crazy? Xiao, can you tell me what this top-grade method is? Zhuang Xiao continued to ask. Come here. I tell you. Xiao waved at Zhuang Xiao, his tone gentle. Zhuang Xiao felt that there was some conspiracy waiting for him, so he refused righteously and sat opposite Xiao, pretending to listen attentively. You talk, I'm listening. After failing to coax him, Xiao smiled helplessly, and could only start the class and tell Zhuang Xiao about this top-grade crystal in detail. Xiao talked for a full hour. In the greenhouse, Yu Minghai and the other two had not yet gone to bed, sorting out the new data obtained within 24 hours, and then comparing it with the data from the previous few days, and then summarizing it. Can this flame tree absorb solar radiation? At present, there is only 1 week of data, which cannot prove anything. Yu Minghai said to the assistant, who was talking while holding the summarized data. The feeling is very obvious, said another researcher. The current data cannot draw a direct conclusion, but the personal experience of the past few days is real. This flame tree has a ghost, flame cat, There are no ghosts in its grove. Yu Minghai nodded and thought, that's true. Although the data is too little to confirm the conclusion, it is obvious that this conclusion only needs to get enough data to prove that the conclusion is correct. They are now reversely analyzing whether the conclusion is correct or not. Just as the 3 people were discussing, a woman's scream suddenly came from outside the greenhouse, which scared the 3 people who were talking. The 3 people looked at each other. Chapter 731. What's going on? Zhuang Xiao was so surprised that she snatched the crystal from Xiao's hand, put it into the wooden box, closed the lid, and said to Xiao in a daze, let's all go to bed. After that, she walked back to her bedroom with weak steps. The bedroom door slammed shut. Xiao looked at the door, as if there was a chasm in front of him. I want to cry, but I have no tears. He wanted to touch the legendary top energy stone a few more times. Zhuang Xiao, No! You should touch my little hand. Yu Minghai came out of the greenhouse, tiptoed, and tried to see the situation between the branches of the leaves, but there were shadows of trees everywhere. The courtyard under the dancing grass was dark. He smiled and shook his head, turned and entered the greenhouse, and said to the 2 assistants who were looking at him, I'm on duty tonight, you 2 go to sleep. Although they carried a lot of testing equipment, machines are machines after all, and no matter how smart they are, they can't replace the status of humans. Some work still needs to be done by people. So, the 3 people work in shifts at night. All night, Zhuang Xiao slept with a wooden box in her arms. When the light outside the window turned from dark to bright, she woke up. She blinked, and the air was filled with the aroma of breakfast. These days, she should miss Xiao more, so that she can be worthy of Brother Hua making breakfast for her every day. If you don't go to work today, let's go to Fulei Mountain together. Zhuang Xiao asked Wu Xiao. If you go to work, just ask for leave. Just ask who can resist this energy stone that is comparable to the effect of resurrection. Anyway, she can't. Wu Xiao said yes. Zhuang Xiao's eating speed increased significantly. According to Wu Xiao, there are many people in the mercenary team who know about this kind of colorful energy stone. For example, Wang Qiong knows about meteorites. Does that mean she knows what might be in the meteorite? Zhuang Xiao's thoughts were running fast, recalling the expressions of the mercenaries when they saw the meteorite that day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was very possible. The meal was finished in a hurry. As soon as he walked out of the door, he met Yu Meihai, who was circling around the flame cat. Hearing the footsteps, Yu Meihai turned around, looked at Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, and greeted, "Are you going out?" Zhuang Xiao replied, "Yeah." Zhuang Xiao walked to Wu and then to Yin Yin. Yin Yin looked sleepy, obviously not enough sleep. Zhuang Xiao said a few words to Yin Yin seriously, and climbed onto Wu's back first. Wu Xiao followed. After saying goodbye to Yu Meihai, the two headed towards Fulei Mountain. Yu Meihai saw what it meant to talk at cross purposes. Zhuang Xiao talked to Yin Yin. He felt that his eyes had really been opened. He wondered in his heart whether his research direction could be expanded more widely. For example, how did this person communicate with mutant animals, and that? Yu Meihai looked at the tall dancing grass, and his mind was full of thoughts. He was getting more and more confused about this dancing grass. The longer he stayed here, the more he felt that this place was really weird. With the flame cat as a means of transportation, the two rushed to Fulei Mountain at lightning speed. Compared with driving a car, the speed of the flame cat was fast. In less than half an hour, Hu took the two through the shantytown, across the safe zone, and arrived at the Fulei Mountain range. From the sky, the ground below was lush and green. There was no sight of people or cars below, but as he got closer to the ground, the number of people he could hear gradually increased, and there were many of them. Zhuang Xiao had a bad feeling. Chapter 732. The combat power of the mutant squirting melon was fully materialized at this moment. Unlike their safe zone, where the roads are connected in all directions and surrounded by mountains, the mountains are much lower in altitude and steepness. It is easy and relatively free to enter and exit the blind zone and the safe zone. However, in the number 2 safe zone, it is difficult for ordinary people to leave the sphere of influence of the safe zone. First of all, the safe zone is surrounded by high mountains and many dangerous peaks, and there are only a few roads leading out. If Xiao Yan and his team go to the number 1 safe zone, the number 2 safe zone is an insurmountable existence, otherwise they can only take a detour, which takes a lot of time and a long distance, which is daunting. Back to the point, the convoy slowly moved forward, and the entrance to the number 2 safe zone was right in front of them. There was a checkpoint at the entrance. On both sides of the checkpoint was the mutant squirting melon territory, with a width of about 10 meters, stretching from the checkpoint to both sides until it disappeared into the mountains at the end of the jungle. It's really spectacular. Zhuang Xiao leaned on the car window, curiously looking at everything new around. Wu Xiao smiled, concentrated on driving, and reminded her to be careful of the passing vehicles from time to time. At this time, everyone in the number 2 safety zone was also looking at the convoy from the east safety zone in surprise. Is it called Flame Cat? The huge mutant animal hovering over the hanging card. They received news in the morning that the convoy from the number 11 safety zone would pass through their safety zone today, and this time, they finally waited for it. Just as Zhuang Xiao was concentrating on looking at the scenery outside the car window, Xiaoyan sent a message, asking the Flame Cat to move around the vehicle as much as possible. Zhuang Xiao understood. If they meet someone who is blind and blindly takes a fancy to their Huahua, it is hard to predict life or death. It is safer to recall the Flame Cats and walk on the ground. 2 Flame Cats stepped on both sides of Zhuang Xiao's car, one on the left and one on the right, blocking her sight tightly, which made Zhuang Xiao very disgusted. Flame Cat, you are not happy to be your left and right guards. Finally, the 2 Flame Cats sandwiched Zhuang Xiao's car in the middle, one in front and one behind, and were officially incorporated into the team. The people in the front team completed all the formalities in less than a quarter of an hour, and the team drove into the safety zone at a high speed. When they met the eyes of the checkpoints, Zhuang Xiao smiled at those stunned people in a friendly way. The people in the number 11 safety zone looked at the other side's mutant spray melon protection belt, and then looked at the 2 large mutant animals in their own team, and a sense of pride arose in their hearts. Look at it, this is their safety zone. The 2 Flame Cats had long been accustomed to the attention of the bipeds. They walked at a leisurely pace, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, with the majesty of an emperor. It should be said that Xiaoyan felt that there were still not enough dancing grass in their safety zone, and the mutant squirting melons were also pitifully small. He hoped that in 2 or 3 years, with the cooperation of the two, the dancing grass and the mutant squirting melons could become the most powerful first line of defense in their safety zone. After entering the number 2 safety zone, the route did not pass through the shantytown and the safety zone, and the convoy had no intention of stopping. Except for the mutant squirting melons that Zhuang Xiao saw at the checkpoint, she had no chance to see the local customs and people here. After it got dark, the convoy still had no intention of stopping. Hu Qianli replaced Wu Xiao in Zhuang Zhao's car to drive their car. Zhuang Xiao was not confident that she could drive to deal with emergencies in an unfamiliar area. To be on the safe side, it was better to let someone more experienced drive. She would never admit that she was lazy. After rushing on, they finally arrived at the number 1 safe zone before the rain. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed that a storm was about to come. There was a fishy smell of soil in the air, and the humidity was very heavy. The rain will not be too small. Zhuang Xiao felt the increasing humidity in the air, and said to Wu Xiao and Hu Qianli, "Let it rain." Hu Qianli said indifferently, "Anyway, we have arrived at the safe zone. What are we afraid of? Xiaoyan has a residence here, and he has arranged the residences of the 2 flame cats." Wu Xiao said truthfully. Xiaoyan had said this, so Zhuang Xiao naturally didn't worry about the accommodation of the 2 flame cats. What she was worried about at the moment was that the safety zone had a lot of rain, and it was continuous. If that was the case, how could she go out to play? This was the problem she was most worried about. Zhuang Xiao said "oh," and stretched her head out to continue blowing the wind. There was a hint of coolness in the wind, and the rain was probably coming. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the sunshine hours at this time of year, the sky should be bright at this time, but because of the rainy weather, the sky was already gloomy. Or maybe it was because of the weather. They walked all the way until they passed through the shantytown and came to the east gate of the safety zone, and they hardly saw anyone here. Here, the shantytowns are larger than their safe zone, and the degree of dilapidation is no different. The construction of the urban area of the safe zone, whether in terms of scale or grandeur, is several times better than their safe zone. It is worthy of being a safe zone. They can get the word one. It is really extraordinary. It is a good place to spend points. Zhuang Xiao secretly wondered what good things she could buy here. Points can only reflect their value if they are spent. Otherwise, they are just a string of zeros. The people of the future team are all in the number 1 safe zone for the first time, and even Hu Xiao is no exception. Each of them is like Lu Laoao entering the Grand View Garden, showing a face that has never seen the world. Of course, when entering the east gate, the guards and mercenaries at the gate of the other safe zone looked tense, but they also saw the curiosity and surprise in their eyes. No one should laugh at others for their own mistakes. As for them, didn't they show a look of inexperience as soon as they saw the flame cats? There's no point pretending. The people in their convoy all have sharp eyes. Everyone in the number 1 safety zone, As soon as they entered the safety zone, Zhuang Xiao arranged a thin hemp rope, not even as thick as her little finger, for her 2 flame cats to restrain their behavior. Although Xiaoyan said it was okay, she felt it was safer this way. Everyone in the convoy was speechless watching Zhuang Zhao's operation below, not to mention the escort team of the number 1 safety zone, who was going to escort them to their destination. It should be said that this hemp rope couldn't even tie up a half-grown child, but someone actually used it to clamp mutant animals. I have to say that the people in the number 11 safety zone are really impressive. This is something that ordinary people would never do. "Cousin, your hemp rope." Hu Qianli smiled and gave Zhuang Xiao a thumbs up, but in his heart, he secretly said 4 words. "It's useless." "You are sincere, right?" Zhuang Xiao replied. The convoy set off again and arrived at the destination. Zhuang Zhao's car followed Xiaoyan's car from beginning to end, and the 2 flame cats did the same. Most of the mercenaries who followed them, including the members of the future team, had their own residences, so Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao didn't have to worry about these things at all. Chapter 733. Since you can't go out, just lie down. You don't have to suffer the consequences of your own actions. Did Xiaoyan say what time those people will arrive? Do we need to prepare in advance? When Zhuang Xiao said this, from her movements to her eyes, she didn't show any intention of getting up to work. Wu Xiao looked up at her. The little girl leaned on the soft and comfortable sofa. A bright red fruit flew up and down in her hands. Her expression was lazy, and her movements were casual and comfortable. It is expected to be 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't need to prepare anything. The flame cat is fine at home. After Xiao finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to read the relevant information about the number 1 safe zone. If they didn't succeed in getting out today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, they will always have to go out one day. It's good to do more homework. Time flies. There was a noise outside, and Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao stood up at the same time and went to the door. Several cars came in one after another, and a group of people got off the cars and headed towards the living room where they were. Seeing this situation, Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao stopped walking to the door. So many people. How could there be so many people? Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that there would be so many people. Suddenly, he became a little nervous. The people in the safe zone wouldn't secretly kill their Hua. Xiaoyan didn't know if he could be trusted. Xiaoyan, Seeing that the people outside were about to come in, Zhuang Xiao turned around and pulled Hui Xiao upstairs quickly. What's wrong? Hui Xiao asked in confusion, letting Zhuang Xiao drag him upstairs. Zhuang Xiao replied without looking back, we talk later. The two hurried upstairs. The mutant hook snake, which firmly occupied the center of the hall, glanced at the two people who left and stood still. Look, this is a little bit of achievement. The door of the hall was pushed open from the outside. The footsteps of the people walking in front suddenly stopped. How can the people in the number 11 safety zone be so brave? The mutant hook snake is just raised like this? Many people in the crowd are from the Mutant Animal and Plant Research Center of the number 1 safety zone, and they have some understanding of the special mutant animals and plants in each safety zone. As a mutant creature on the list of the number 3 safety zone, how could they not know the mutant hook snake? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It won't bite. Hu Qianli opened his mouth and blurted out the words that Zhuang Xiao had comforted them. The people of the future team on both sides of the crowd also hurried to comfort the people beside them. Everyone, Xiaoyan looked around the hall and didn't see the shadows of Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao, and was a little speechless. Can't these two people be more reliable? Xiaoyan also whispered to an old man beside him. It's okay. It really doesn't bite people. The white-haired old man trembled slightly. As expected of a person in a safe zone, these comforting words are all the same and make people reassured. How did you forget that your cousin is still in the hall? Zhuang Xiao said, then turned to look at Wei Xiao. Go and bring your cousin up. Looking at those people who were stagnant at the door, they didn't seem to like the mutant hook snake. Wei Xiao had no choice but to put away his expression, put on his clothes, and walk downstairs slowly. Xiaoyan heard the footsteps, looked up and saw Wei Xiao, and he was relieved. After that, everyone saw a magical scene. The young man who came down from upstairs hooked his hand, and the mutant hook snake crawled on the ground and slowly walked up the stairs. This scene is so fantastic. Zhuang Xiao looked at the expressions of the people downstairs and said in his heart, Wei Xiao really played them. Wei Xiao stood on the stairs and waited quietly for the mutant hook snake to come up. When the mutant hook snake passed by him, it straightened half of its body and put its head close to Wei Xiao's head. It looked like its mouth was about to swallow Wei Xiao's head. Wei Xiao was as still as a mountain. After the mutant hook snake completely disappeared at the end of the stairs, everyone started to move again at Xiaoyan's invitation, with complicated feelings. Chapter 734. The two flame cats, who had been holding back for a long time, finally got the permission to spread their wings and fly. The convoy finally arrived at the mining area a few days later. In the mining area and the new city area, Xiaoyan had a lot of work to arrange, so he did not return to the safe area with the convoy. Zhuang Xiao and Wei Xiao went to the new city area nearby. Many of the materials purchased in the number 1 safe area are used for the decoration of the new house. While it is still early, they can be put there directly, and they will come to sort it out the day after tomorrow. Uncle Pei, why are you here too? As soon as the car stopped at the gate, Zhuang Xiao saw Pei Meihai going in and out of the next gate. Pei Meihai heard someone calling her, turned around and saw that it was Zhuang Xiao, and immediately showed a kind little face. Xiao Xiao is back. A yin said that you have arrived at the safe area. I thought you would come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Pei Meihai said, and touched the swaying furry tail of the flame cat. This feels really good. He can come here often in the future. Bring the mutant thunderbird with him. With mutant animals and mutant plants, life looks lively, and it will probably be even more lively when living here. Wei Xiao nodded to Pei Meihai and went to open the door. Zhuang Xiao continued to talk to Pei Meihai. Put some things here today, and come back the day after tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao said, glancing at Xiaoyan's house. His cousin's residence almost finished? Almost, it will be finished today, Pei Mihai said with a smile. Zhuang Xiao was envious. She and Hui Xiao were slow at work, but when she thought that they could move in within a week at the latest, she felt relieved. Before the extreme heat comes, she wants to plant some dancing grass, as well as flame trees in the yard and around the house. Hui Xiao has already driven into the yard. Zhuang Xiao looked back, said goodbye to Pei Mihai, and hurried into the yard. The two flame cats followed closely behind, and after entering, they strolled around the yard and then entered their own residence. The residence of the flame cats is ready for occupancy. If the weather is bad, it is also possible to live here nearby. It can be said that the flame cats finally have a proper place to stay in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao originally planned to rest at home for a day and then come here to clean up, but on the second day, he woke up early. I cut some branches of dancing grass, and we take them over there to plant them later. Zhuang Xiao stood in the kitchen and said to Hui Xiao, who was cooking. Okay. Hui Xiao responded, I prepare lunch for today. It's not convenient to fire there for the time being, and there's a lot of work to do during the day. In order to save time, let's prepare breakfast and lunch together. Zhuang Xiao had no objection to this, as long as there was food on time. The dancing grass branches that had grown up with great effort were once again cut off by Zhuang Xiao. She wanted to move the mother plant over there, but it seemed unrealistic. With the current size and volume of the dancing grass, it would be difficult to transport it over after fine-tuning. Besides, she still had the seeds of the dancing grass. When the time comes, try planting 2 trees in the yard to see what the effect is. As for these branches, the dancing grass has used 2 years to prove that small mutant animals will not grow on the tree, so there is no problem planting a circle around the courtyard wall. As for the flame trees, they were dug at night and planted at night. The red grove was reduced by half. It was not a dream. When Zhuang Xiao carried the branches to the car outside the yard, he looked up and saw Yu Meihai. He saw that the other party was holding an instrument in his hand, tapping here and there. He looked very serious. Zhuang Xiao, who wanted to say hello, closed his mouth in time. Yu Meihai did not notice Zhuang Xiao's appearance at all, and disappeared again. Disappeared and appeared again, completely immersed in the enthusiasm of recording data. 1 month's data, the data results every day are delightful. I wish I could hug these flame trees, and kiss them again and again, thinking that I can sit under the woods and enjoy the spring breeze, summer rain, and autumn sun in the future. This mood is so beautiful. The only pity is that this flame tree can't be evergreen like dancing grass. After returning from the number 1 safe zone, the mercenaries got 3 days of vacation. Hui Xiao accompanied Zhuang Xiao every day during these 3 days to do decoration at home, which is actually soft decoration. Finally, everything was done before the end of the holiday. She lived in her new home on the mountain that night. However, she quickly moved back to her safe zone the next day. The reason was, of course, that her hearing was too good. There were constructions everywhere in the new city at night, making it impossible for people to sleep. This was something Zhuang Xiao had never expected. If I had known this, why would I work so hard? Just do it slowly, for a year or 2. I guess most of the projects in the new city will be finished by then. Zhuang Xiao sighed. Hui Xiao could only comfort her. It would be nice to move in next spring, when the dancing grass will grow, and the crown of the flame tree will be big enough. There is no need to worry about mutant animals, or solar radiation. Hui Xiao said this sincerely, not just to comfort the little girl. The extremely hot weather that Zhuang Xiao disliked the most arrived as expected. She simply lived in the safe zone. Yu Meihai and others in the shantytown were still living in the greenhouse. In such a bad temperature, Zhuang Xiao had to admire their scientific research spirit. So, there was plenty of mutant purple Ganoderma licinium. In the hot weather, Yu Meihai and the other 2 had nosebleeds. They overdid it. It was another year of autumn harvest activities. This time, Zhuang Xiao did not participate in a single day. She followed Hui Xiao and the future team every day and ran to the original number 17 safe zone. This place has now become the number 2 mining area of the number 11 safe zone. The number 1 mining area is the iron ore that is currently being mined. The main mineral resource of the number 2 mining area is quartz ore. Quartz ore is also a kind of mineral resource with a wide range of uses in the construction of the safety zone. With this new mineral, Xiao Yan's small treasury can save some money. Before Xiao Yan went to the number 1 safety zone, the clearing of the dense forest here had been going on. With the original sphere of influence of the number 17 safety zone as a foundation, the work was carried out very smoothly. However, in autumn, the road connection between the number 2 mining area, the number 1 mining area, and the safety zone became extremely smooth. Moreover, With the successive development of the two mining areas, a lot of blind spots between the two safety zones have been cleared, which in turn increases the controllable sphere of influence of the safety zone. The shanty towns that were originally gathered outside the isolation zone are also constantly migrating with the expansion of the sphere of influence and development progress of the safety zone, especially around the number 1 mining area and the new city near it, where the largest number of people are gathered. Chapter 735. The reason why Zhuang Xiao was so keen to follow Hui Xiao and his team to the number 2 mining area in the autumn harvest was naturally because there were few people here, there were many opportunities, and the probability of finding edible mutant plants and animals in the dense forest was high. If you can choose not to fight with large mutant animals, who would bother yourself? Zhuang Xiao, who has flame cats and mutant hook snakes that crush small mutant animals, is naturally more willing to engage in risk-free collection and scavenging activities. In fact, her current behavior can no longer be called scavenging. In the past, she looked for edible mutant plant leaves among the grass leaves that others had tested countless times. Now, she is the first wave of pickers, and the scavenging is what others pick up from her. So, she calls her current action goal panning. Hui Xiao and his team have driven the road to the number 2 quartz mining area countless times. Before noon, the future team arrived at the destination. Their mission this time is very simple, changing shifts. Every month, the mercenary team will rotate here once. The future team is one of the mercenary teams on duty this month. They are lucky. According to the rotation schedule, the future team will not be on duty during the extremely cold winter this year. After getting off the car, Hui Xiao first took Hu Qianli and others to the mercenary team station to hand over their work, and then went to their 24-hour duty location. This place is not like the number 1 mining area, where there are many people. Most of the mutant animals assume that the number 1 mining area is no longer within their territory, so they rarely appear. However, the number 2 mining area is different. Except for the necessary mining area staff and a small number of other related personnel, there are no other redundant personnel. Therefore, mutant animals often appear around the mining area, and even occasionally mutant animals break through the mining area's defense line and enter the mining area. Therefore, the daily rotation of the mercenary team and the guard team is crucial. Among the people who have undergone genetic modification in the number 6 safety area before, some teenagers over 10 years old have met the physical fitness standards. These newcomers have been placed in the safety area and the number 1 mining area, and the number 2 mining area with the highest risk factor is where mature mercenaries, such as the future, Qilin, and Mandrill come to work. In addition, various talent training programs have also gradually begun to produce available people. Although the safety area is still short of people, it is not to the point of being stretched to the limit. The last time Xiao Yan went to the number 1 safety area, he exchanged a lot of available resources. These resources include not only materials, but also some high-end talents, which have now arrived one after another. These are one of the important reasons for the smooth development of work in the past 6 months. Zhuang Xiao waited alone for half an hour without doing anything. Hui Xiao then brought the future team over, and it took them half an hour to reach their temporary camp. It was only half an hour's drive from the mining area, which was quite close, and the mountain range where the ore was located belonged to the Danxing mountain range, which was in the north of the volcanic crater. Earlier, although Zhuang Xiao had run to the number 17 safety zone with Hui Xiao several times, he had not been close to the mining area, so he was here now. Wow! Standing on a high place, looking over at a glance. The mining area is sandwiched between the Danqingshan crater and the high radiation area. Zhuang Xiao watched silently, not knowing what to say. And the future team, by coincidence, is stationed between the mining area and the high radiation area. Who said that there is no way out? Does God like to leave no way out? There are often mutant animals here during the day and at night, so everyone should wake up. Hui Xiao walked and talked to everyone about the situation here. After Hu Qianli packed up his things, he ran over and asked Hui Xiao with a smile, "Captain Hua, let's set off later." I heard. Hu Qianli followed Hui Xiao and chattered about the news he had inquired before coming. Where can I hunt valuable mutant animals? Where are there high-yield edible mutant plants? In short, he told Hui Xiao all the news he got. Whether this news is accurate or not, they are now waiting to verify it. Hu Qianli is rubbing his hands, and he is already impatient. They have a cousin, a flame cat, a mutant hook snake, and a mutant pangolin. Their team is fearless. Hui Xiao glanced at the little girl, who was teasing the mutant hook snake next to him, pushed the annoying Hu Qianli away, and strode towards Zhuang Xiao. Boring? Hui Xiao's voice came from above. Zhuang Xiao looked up and nodded. Yeah, it's boring. Mutant hook snake, eh? You are bored, so you can play with me. It won't be boring in a while. Wu Xiao said with a smile, bending down and touching the top of Zhuang Zhao's head. The tone of his words was a bit like coaxing a child. However, Zhuang Zhao enjoyed it very much. Hu Qianli had stopped walking long after Wu Xiao pushed him away, and now he dared not go forward. Although it was not common to see him, it would happen occasionally. Wei Sheng quietly bumped Meng Qingyang's arm and whispered, "How are Captain Hua and his cousin?" He lived in the northern part of the safe zone. Except for the mercenary team's mission, he rarely went out to scavenge with Captain Hua and Zhuang Xiao, and he was not too clear about the progress of the two. Meng Qingyang shook his head, not sure. The two of them had been lukewarm, and he couldn't understand what Wu Xiao was thinking. Women's hearts are not easy to understand, and their captain Hua's heart is also difficult to understand. Your family doesn't know? Wei Sheng felt that even if Meng Qingyang himself didn't know, Shen Yi should know something, and the two of them didn't talk about it privately. He didn't believe it. Not sure. Meng Qingyang still said these three words. Wei Sheng couldn't control his eyes after hearing this answer, and stared at him. Wu Xiao, go and urge them to hurry up. A group of grown men are dawdling and gossiping. Zhuang Xiao pulled Hu Xiao's sleeve, and said in a low voice. Don't think she didn't hear it. It's just such a short distance. She can't hear anything. They are making rapid progress, and she will be ready to eat people next spring. Wu Xiao looked back at the people in the future team and smiled and agreed. Sure enough, after Wu Xiao went back, the people in the future team were obviously more agile. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuang Xiao set off with Hua Hua and the mutant hook snake, and Yin Yin and the mutant pangolin stayed in the camp to look after the house. The first patrol stop is the associated or storage area. This is the area that the mining personnel must come to every day. Their main job in the afternoon is to patrol nearby. At the same time, pick up useful ore or something. Chapter 736. Of course, it cannot affect normal work. Most people pick up usable minerals and are on guard. They work while walking and will not stay in one place for too long. Brother Hu, what did you pick up? Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Qianli and picked up a white ore that looked a bit like limestone and asked. Modmarillanite. Hu Qianli turned his head to look at Zhuang Xiao and said mysteriously. My cousin didn't understand it at first glance. It's time to show off her knowledge. Sister Xiao Xiao, this is the main material for making antidiarrheal medicine. Xiang Su jumped out from the side, looked over and interrupted, leaving no chance for Hu Qianli to show off. He then met Hu Qianli's angry glare. Xiang Su turned a blind eye. Also, there is also this mineral in the water purifier we use. In addition, this is also an important material for making cat litter. It's just that it's not popular to keep pet cats here, and this function of the ore has been ignored by everyone over time. With Xiang Su joining, Hu Qianli had no room to interrupt. It was useless to stare at him, and it was useless to have deep resentment. Xiang Su was just making him blind today. Can this be exchanged for points? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help asking Xiang Su, with a firm tone. Whether it was medicine for diarrhea or water purification, they certainly couldn't use it directly. So Hu Qianli picked up so much and returned, most likely to exchange it at the trading center in the safe zone. Xiang Su nodded in response, and Hu Qianli nodded vigorously on the side. Later, Hu Qianli pushed Xiang Su aside, and picked up a few pieces of ore to explain to Zhuang Xiao. Finally, Zhuang Xiao summarized. The minerals here can be exchanged for points, but not much. Half an afternoon, Wu Xiao and his men were familiar with the surrounding environment nearby, and Zhuang Xiao followed the idle members of the future team to climb up and down the piled mines to find useful ores. However, she was mainly looking for ores with characteristics and good shapes to decorate her own somewhat empty new house and yard. As for whether there is any meaning of exchange, that is no longer within her consideration. At night, Zhuang Xiao laid down on the car early. Tomorrow she plans to go to Danqing Mountain alone, and then go to the outskirts of the future team and walk around in the dense forests close to the high radiation area. Thinking about it, Zhuang Xiao fell asleep. When Wu Xiao opened the door of the carriage and came in, he saw that the little girl was already asleep. He laid down beside her quietly, lying on his side, staring at her profile, his eyes deep, like the starless and moonless autumn night sky. The second time. The weather was clear, but the wind was strong. The grass and trees rustled, and the north wind whistled through the branches, making a sound like ghosts howling and wolves howling, which was quite creepy. Zhuang Xiao wrapped his clothes tightly, and hid beside Hua Hua to block the wind. Because of this wind, all the plans last night were in vain. Not only that, in the next half-month, The wind blew from the east, west, south, and north, and there were 2 autumn rains in the middle. The wind swept away the remaining warmth of midsummer, and turned autumn into early winter. The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin stayed in the car every day, lazy. After returning, they would probably go back to the small hot springs to spend the winter. Zhuang Xiao envied, but he could do nothing. The construction of the new city in the number 1 mining area was in full swing, and the foundations and high-rise buildings showed their future size and outlines. As the extremely cold weather arrives, the work in the new city is about to come to a standstill. Before this, we worked very hard, almost to the point of racing against time. Once the new city project is completed, many people in the shantytown will have the opportunity to move in next year. How can we not look forward to it? However, these have nothing to do with the work of the future team for the time being. 3 days before leaving the number 2 mining area, the future team finally ushered in an attack from mutant animals. This is what they sincerely look forward to. The moment they got the news, everyone fell into an incomparable frenzy. Edible mutant animals not only have high meat value, but also may contain energy stones. Save more likes, save more likes. Having a new home in the safe zone is not just a dream. Especially when everyone thought that there might not be a big recovery back to the safe zone this time, this mutant animal was delivered to the door. Is there anything more exciting than this? Zhuang Xiao sat on Huahua's back, looking down from midair. It was no wonder that these people were so excited. The mutant animals running in the forest below were a group of more than a dozen mutant Sika deer. Many of these Sika deer were injured, and had a lot of blood on their hair. When they ran out of the high radiation area, they were almost panic-stricken. Each one looked so panicked. Zhuang Xiao wandered along the boundary of the high radiation area for a long time. After confirming that there were no other larger and fierce mutant animals behind the mutant Sika deer, she continued to track the group of Sika deer still running in the dense forest. After running with them for a while, Zhuang Xiao found that the movement trajectory of this group of Sika deer was actually heading towards the area responsible for the future team. This time, she notified Hua Xiao on the ground. After receiving the news, the future team made a plan in just a moment. They wanted to hunt the group of Sika deer, without Zhuang Xiao using the deterrent power of the flame cat to drive them away. In this case, Zhuang Xiao would certainly help them. I wonder if Hua Xiao and the others are ready? Zhuang Xiao thought so, and asked Huahua to speed up the flight, and fly over the mutant deer on the ground in one fell swoop. The future team held their breath and hid in the grass, bushes, and trees, waiting for the arrival of the mutant deer. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Here they come. Hu Qianli and Wan He looked at each other. Their joy was beyond words, and they tightened their weapons in their hands, waiting for Hua Xiao's order, and they could enter the battle immediately. At the same time, the people in the number 2 mining area also noticed the slight tremor of the ground. Here they come. Hua Xiao immediately notified the person in charge of the mining area of the news. At this time, the people active near the mining area had gathered in the nearest shelter. The nearby mercenary camp also received the news, and all members were on alert. At the same time, they were full of expectations. The value of edible deer is far greater than other small and medium-sized mutant animals they usually hunt. If 1 or 2 came from the future team, they would have no pressure to deal with it. They are willing to take this kind of bargain. Really. Unfortunately, how could the future team let go of this opportunity to make a fortune? Of course, it is impossible. Besides, there is also the Flame Cat. The other mercenary teams have zero chance to show their strength. Chapter 737. It was still early after leaving Meng Qingyang's house. Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao drove to Bailing Mountain. The eastern side of Bailing Mountain is now the sphere of influence of the safety zone, and the flow of people from the eastern shantytown scavenging here is still relatively large. Thanks to the wildfire at the beginning, not only did it burn down the mutant crow's nest, but it also saved the safety zone a lot of manpower and material resources to turn this area into the territory of the safety zone. Occasionally, Zhuang Xiao still misses the mutant crows very much, and misses the mutant crow's cute collection hobby even more. After crossing Bailing Mountain, the car drove for another hour. We're here, Zhuang Xiao said excitedly, pointing to a long green melon belt in front, mutated melon forest. Hua Xiao found a place to park the car. After Zhuang Xiao got off the car, he ran towards the mutant melon forest. It's called a melon forest, but the mutant melon vines crawled on the ground. The height of this mutant melon forest was only up to Zhuang Xiao's waist. Compared to other mutant plants outside the mutant melon forest area, it is really quite short. The mutant melon forest in our safe zone is well planted. Zhuang Xiao praised, and at the same time, she was a little proud. She carried these mutant melons back. Flame Cat, Didn't I carry them back? Even you were carried back by me. The border between the mutant melon forest and the safe zone is a wide isolation zone. Further west, that is, between the Biling Mountain, there is a mixture of dense forests, shrubs, and grass areas. On the contrary, there is no isolation zone in the area connected to the blind area. Why is it so? You can get a glimpse of it by looking at the mutant melon vines climbing densely on the branches of tall trees. This is equivalent to the mutant melons using the trees in the dense forest to weave a high and increasingly high vertical three-dimensional protective net in addition to the defenses planted on the ground. Huishao followed closely behind Zhuangxiao. They didn't take Huahua out today, so it's better to be careful. After all, this is the boundary between the safe zone and the blind zone. Even if there is a mutant melon forest, you still have to pay more attention to safety. Yan Ning was assigned to patrol here recently. He was chatting with his companions and heard someone say, "Someone is coming over there." Yan Ming heard it and looked up. I don't know which idiot came to see the mutant melon forest again. Idiot Zhuangxiao and Huishao, As the figures of the two people got closer and closer, Yan Ming finally saw them clearly, and immediately left his companion, who was talking, and strode towards Zhuangxiao. His companion was only halfway through his words, when a gust of wind blew past, and there was no one in front of him. The rest of his words were not stuck, and were all heard by the mutant squirting melon on the ground. If this was during the fruiting period, the mutant squirting melon would definitely talk about ideals and life with these humans, who chattered and walked back and forth every day. Sister. Brother Hua. Zhuangxiao and Huishao were talking when they heard a familiar voice calling them, and the two looked up at the same time. If it wasn't Yan Ming, who else could it be? How did I meet this kid again? Huishao muttered in his heart, gritting his teeth. There were really not many times when he could accompany the little girl so leisurely. Yan Ming. Zhuangxiao waved and called out when she saw Yan Ming. She hadn't seen Yan Ming for several months. He was working diligently, but she was idle all day. This kind of life is simply too good. In a short while, Yan Ming was close to her. Zhuangxiao smiled and said, "Why were you arranged to watch the melons?" She felt a little depressed when she mentioned Yan Ming. Watching the melons was quite interesting at first. Of course, this was because his first experience of watching melons was when the mutant melons were ripe. At that time, he could appreciate the unique fighting power of the mutant melons every day, and he could also pick up some leaks. But now, the new vines of the mutant melons have just grown out, and there are no flower buds, let alone fruits. It's my turn now. Yan Ming replied dejectedly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he stepped closer to Zhuangxiao and whispered, "Sister, guess who I saw a few days ago?" "Who?" Zhuangxiao was at a loss. With that tone and expression, you couldn't have seen the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. Zhuangxiao shook her head. "I don't know." Who could have guessed that? Yan Ming smiled slyly. "God of Wealth." "I saw the God of Wealth." And, seeing that both Zhuangxiao and Huishao's eyes were on him, Yan Ming deliberately showed off, and after a long while he continued, "God of Wealth, give me this back." As he said that, he took out a piece of energy stone from his shirt pocket. Zhuangxiao immediately realized who the God of Wealth Yan Ming was talking about. Wasn't that her God of Wealth? Although the other party has not appeared for a long time, how come it suddenly receives everyone's incense? It hurts a little. But not much. Because Yan Ming said with a very regretful tone, "It's a pity that you only hit my head with this once. The rest are just rotten nuts." Yan Ming still hasn't figured out why those mutant squirrels hit him for no reason. After listening to Yan Ming's narration, Zhuangxiao burst into laughter, and even Huishao beside him showed a barely noticeable smile on his face. "Okay, I don't let you do any work, I don't let you pay anything, but I give you such an energy stone, young man, let's be content." Zhuangxiao's tone was a little sour. How could she not be sour? She didn't have to use labor or materials to exchange for the energy stone. Yan Ming got it so easily. She hoped that the mutant squirrels would also hit her head. She is stubborn and not afraid, mutated squirrel. The sun is shining in the sky, let's not daydream. It's so hot. Yan Ming thought about it, and it was right. He was happy again. As he walked, he told Zhuangxiao how he met the mutant squirrels. "Did they all go to the blind spot over there?" Zhuangxiao pointed to the dense forest opposite the mutant melon forest and asked. Yan Ming replied, "Yes. There are more and more people on the east side of Biling Mountain now, and sometimes people will come out at night. If they don't leave, they might be caught one day. Besides, animals like mutant squirrels are considered small mutant animals in the eyes of humans today. If they are surrounded by everyone, they have no chance of winning." "Are there many people at night?" Zhuang Xiao felt that the people in the safe zone were getting bolder and bolder, and they even dared to go out to pick up waste at night. Thinking back to what Wu Xiao had told her in the past. Go home when it gets dark, and don't spend the night in the wild. Chapter 738. During dinner, Xiao Yan had a gloomy face the whole time. Zhuang Xiao, Wu Xiao and Pei Meihai were eating happily and lively. In order to be able to come for free meals in the future, Zhuang Xiao decided that she should drag the mutant hook snake away. How did they come here? And how did they return with 2 people and 1 snake? Pei Meihai stood on the ladder and said with a smile, Xiao Xiao, bring your cousin often. Xiao Yan was holding the ladder below, speechless and helpless. How could his life? How could it be so wonderful? Zhuang Xiao stepped on the tail of the mutant hook snake, turned back, and smiled sweetly at Pei Meihai, and accepted the invitation with a smile. Tonight, both flame cats are at home. Zhuang Xiao properly placed the mutant hook snake, and repeatedly warned it not to harass Xiao Yan tonight. After that, she went to see the flame cat again. Yin Yin was lying quietly, and Hua Hua was licking the hair on its neck. This scene looks quite loving. Go back to sleep. Zhuang Xiao yawned loudly and said vaguely, I'm so sleepy. The meal at Xiao Yan's house took 2 hours. After returning to the house to wash up, it was almost 10 o'clock, just in time for bed. She had an appointment with Lan Hong tomorrow. Wu Xiao said yes, and reached out to pull Zhuang Xiao. The two went back to the house together. Suddenly, there was a heavy knocking sound outside the window. Zhuang Xiao heard it, and quickly got up from the bed to check the situation. As soon as the window was opened, a row of mutant squirrels were seen hanging in the air outside the window, each carrying a large sack behind them. In the night, the sacks were dazzling. Zhuang Xiao was anxious and yelled at the mutant squirrels, Put down the energy stone for me. While shouting, she stepped over the window with 1 step, and her feet were empty, and she fell down. Zhuang Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Her thin clothes were already soaked with sweat. Was this a nightmare? Thinking back to the dream, it was actually a bit funny. She almost became someone else's god of wealth. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning. Just as she was about to get up, change clothes, and continue to sleep, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a hurried knock on the door. Xiao Xiao, Yin Yin may be giving birth. Hu Zhao's voice sounded outside the door at the same time. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiao's somewhat confused mind suddenly became clear, and she didn't care about changing clothes. She got out of bed and opened the door. Let's go and have a look. Hu Xiao paused while knocking on the door, and glanced at her casually, saying without giving her permission, Yin Yin is fine, go back and change your clothes first, it's cold outside. He knew that the little girl had been waiting for a day and a long time, so he came to call her to get up as soon as he found that the flame cat was abnormal. Hu Xiao blocked the door. As the wind from the corridor passed by, Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt cold, and turned back to change clothes without hesitation. The bedroom door was open, and Hu Xiao turned around silently, looking at the end of the corridor. Okay, let's go! In less than half a minute, Zhuang Xiao changed into a refreshing and loose pajamas. In addition, she was holding a coat in her hand, and she was putting the coat on while talking. This time Hu Xiao did not stop anyone. As the two walked, while Zhuang Xiao put on her coat, Hu Xiao helped her tidy up her messy hair. How did you find out? Zhuang Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao thought she would get the answer soon, but she didn't hear Hu Zhao's voice for a long time. She couldn't help turning her head to look over. Hu Xiao was immediately shocked by Zhuang Zhao's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I woke up from a nightmare, and then came down to take a walk. After saying that, Hu Zhao's nervous heart was pounding. It was a dream, but not a nightmare, but a dream that couldn't be told. Zhuang Zhao's eyes showed suspicion. What a coincidence, I also had a nightmare. Hu Xiao, Same as me, while the two people were talking, they didn't stop. The lights in the yard were on. The humming sound of the flame cat was clearly heard by the two people. The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin woke up at some point, and now they were all around the door of the flame cat's residence. Looking inside, Zhuang Xiao walked over and kicked one of them. No, what's so good about it? Besides, both of you are male. Please have some gender awareness. Okay, at first she didn't know, but Meihai told her after seeing the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake. At that time, he also taught her a lot of knowledge about these two mutant animals. Now, Yin Yin has given birth to a cub. Why are they joining in the fun? Why do you all want to be a godfather? Seeing that the two guys didn't leave, Zhuang Xiao kicked one of them again. In desperation, the two big guys were unhappy, and walked away with their heads turned back every few steps. Humph, if Hua didn't care about you. Zhuang Xiao said unhappily, just wait to be beaten. Hua Xiao, eh? If he goes, he has to be happy to be a father, so is he going or not? Hua Xiao stood at the door, took a look, and decided to follow Zhuang Xiao. In fact, the two humans couldn't help much. Not only could they not help much, but Hua couldn't help at all. When Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao went in, Hua glanced at them and continued to comb the hair of Yan Yan who was lying there. Zhuang Xiao found a corner, and sat on the ground. This position was just right to see the newly born little flame kittens. The blanket under Yan Yan was wet, probably because her amniotic fluid had broken. At this moment, her stomach was heaving and she was panting. Zhuang Xiao was very worried. When Hua Xiao sat down, she whispered, "Do you want to feed a colorful energy stone? People eat ginseng slices, and mutant animals eat energy stones. There is nothing wrong with that." Hua Xiao turned his head and stared at Zhuang Xiao for several times before slowly saying, "Try it?" He was not sure. "Just try it." Zhuang Xiao stood up and rushed back to the house like the wind. Next door. The lights in Xiao Yan's house were on. Pei Meihai stood on the 4th floor, looking at the bright lights next door, muttering, "What happened over there in the middle of the night?" "Go and have a look." Pei Meihai thought so and did it. He picked up his coat, opened the door, and tiptoed downstairs. The night wind was a little cold. Pei Meihai put on his clothes, and then slowly walked towards the top of the wall. As soon as he climbed up the wall, he saw a figure running out of the house in a hurry and heading straight to the residence of the flame cat on the west side. Pei Meihai was about to shout, "What happened?" and thinking that it was late at night, if he shouted, everyone in their building would probably wake up. So, he found Hua Xiao's contact information. Chapter 739. It's okay. No need to come over. Okay. Hua Xiao hung up the call and said to Zhuang Xiao, "It's Uncle Pei, asking if we need help here." "Oh." Zhuang Xiao held the wooden box tightly in her arms, which was full of colorful energy stones. No one can help Yan Yan give birth to a child. What's more, she is holding a bunch of treasures in her arms now. The moment Zhuang Xiao opened the box, the slightly dim room suddenly became bright and colorful. Hua turned his head to look at Zhuang Xiao, and the saliva in his mouth fell uncontrollably. "Okay, now it's confirmed. It can be eaten," Zhuang Xiao said helplessly. You can tell by looking at Hua's greedy look. "You can't." Zhuang Xiao turned Hua's head aside, held the box and slowly moved to Yan Yan's head, picked up the smallest and lowest brightness colored energy stone from the box, and stuffed it into its mouth. She didn't dare to test the energy value of anyone. "I found one that might be slightly less valuable based on my guesswork." As soon as the energy stone entered her mouth, Yan Yan's eyes opened. Zhuang Xiao's eyes collided with Yan Yan's big blue eyes. Zhuang Xiao muttered, "It's not that I'm stingy, I'm just afraid that you overdo it." Seeing the colored energy stone slide into Yan Yan's abdomen little by little, Zhuang Xiao slowly moved back to her corner. Hua drooled all over the floor. "Don't look at it anymore. When you learn to give birth, I give you one." Zhuang Xiao stuffed the wooden box into his arms, and turned his head to continue looking at the exit of the new life. Yan Yan hummed, Hua collected the saliva in his mouth, and turned his head away instantly. Zhuang Xiao stared expectantly. Time passed by. Suddenly, Yan Yan stretched out her limbs, and straightened her body. A bloody thing like a huge blood bag slid out from behind its buttocks, and pressed on Zhuang Xiao's feet. Yan Yan's body relaxed instantly, her abdomen rose and fell, and the smell of blood in the air became strong instantly. Zhuang Xiao was completely frozen. What to do? What to do? Hua Xiao didn't know whether to move or not. Should he go over and help cut the umbilical cord or something? But will he be punished for helping at this time? Just as the two were stunned, Hua turned his head and started to work. The blood stains on the blood bag were cleaned up by Hua in a short while, revealing a small beast emitting a soft golden light. No. A big beast. No matter how small the cub of the flame cat is, it is bigger than Zhuang Xiao. And more. Zhuang Xiao stuttered. Yan Yan started to exert force again. Another flame cat with golden fine hair came out. With the help of the flame cat father, the two cubs successfully found a place to eat. Zhuang Xiao stared at Yan Yan's bulging belly and said, "Hua Xiao, do you think there is more?" If there is more, she thinks she and Hua Xiao have to go out first. Otherwise, they can only crawl over Hua later. "It should be gone," Hua Xiao said, "but wait a little longer. The placenta has not come out yet, so it is not completely certain." Zhuang Xiao said, "Oh," and continued to wait. Half an hour later. Hua Xiao was busy cleaning up the dirt in the flame cat's residence. While Zhuang Xiao sat on a stool in the yard, resting his chin on his hands to supervise. It has only been a short time since the two little flame cats became very cute. The color of the fetal fur is getting darker and darker. It is no longer the light golden color that we saw at the beginning, but it is glowing red. That's what she said. Both parents have red fur. How come the children have golden fur? Genetic mutation is not so exaggerated. Fortunately, it is still a beautiful red. It's just that the two little eyes have not opened yet. I wonder what color those eyes are? Zhuang Xiao thought about it and laughed silly. The mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin in the house next door quietly crawled out, silently and slyly, to see the two little flame cats. Mutant hook snake, this one can be swallowed in one bite. Soft and tender, it looks a bit delicious. Mutant pangolin, Finally there is one smaller than himself. It was not until the white light appeared in the sky that Hu Xiao cleaned the flame cat's house and replaced the soft cushions. Are you tired? Let me massage you. Zhuang Xiao was about to ask Hu Xiao to massage his arms and legs, but was stopped by Hu Xiao. He said helplessly, I'm dirty, I go back and wash first. Okay, then you go wash first. Zhuang Xiao urged. The two of them entered the house one after the other, and went upstairs. Hu Xiao's room had to go inside. Zhuang Xiao looked at her open door and said, I go wash too. She didn't smell very good either. Without waiting for Hu Xiao to say anything, Zhuang Xiao ran into her bedroom. When Hu Xiao came out of the bedroom after taking a shower, he wanted to see if his massage service was still available. But he saw that the person on the bed in the open bedroom had fallen asleep with a quilt in his arms. The box with the colored energy stones was placed on the small table beside the bed. The window was open. The morning breeze blew in from the window. Hu Xiao slowed down his pace, walked in, closed the window, put the wooden box into the cabinet, and pulled the quilt from Zhuang Xiao's arms and covered her with it. Chapter 740. When Zhuang Xiao came out after packing up, Pei Mihai and Xiao Yan were no longer in the courtyard. Where are they? Why are they gone? Zhuang Xiao rushed to the door of Flame Cat's residence and asked Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao looked up, pointed at the wall, and said lightly, They climbed over the wall and left. Zhuang Xiao, know this? That? Or else the two families can open the door. Why did they leave? Zhuang Xiao muttered, I thought I could stop by for breakfast. Hu Xiao suddenly felt funny and said, I sent a message to Lan Hong this morning, telling her what happened last night. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong will come over at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I just said I forgot something. Zhuang Xiao made up for himself. She really didn't mean it. It's a good thing Hu Xiao has such a brain. Will you save some food for me tonight? Come at 4 or 5 o'clock. Sit for a while. Won't it be just in time for dinner? Zhuang Xiao felt that Hu Qianli was suspected of coming here to eat for free. Hu Xiao kept cleaning and replied without raising his head, No. They still have to go to the mining area to see Lan Jin, and then rush back that night. Oh, so. Zhuang Xiao couldn't tell whether he was happy or unhappy. This matter ended here. There were still a few hours before the agreed time in the afternoon. Zhuang Xiao moved a bench and a small table from the house, took out dried fruits and tea, and sat under the flame tree, watching the two little flame cats eating leisurely. Early in the morning, Hua went out to hunt. Now there are only Yin Yin and the two newborn cubs left. It seems that after the extremely hot weather, the two cubs have grown up, and the house next door can be used. Chapter 741. Don't dare, really don't dare. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and refused. No, I can't hold it. How could the baby understand this? She just stretched out her hand stubbornly, smiled, and drooled from the corners of her mouth when she spoke. After Lan Hong wiped her daughter's saliva with one hand, she stuffed the baby into Zhuang Xiao's arms without letting anyone refuse. It's okay, just do it like this. It's okay like this. After Lan Hong stuffed it in, she didn't forget to guide her twice. Zhuang Xiao turned around to look at Hu Xiao, asking for help. Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao's helpless look with a little amusement, left the nagging Hu Qianli, and went forward to rescue the little girl. As a result, the baby could do it too. After calling Hu Xiao one by one for a long time, he sat happily in his arms, and the group entered the house. Hu Qianli was puzzled. Who is the real father? Hu Qianli glared at his little girl. One by one. The baby grinned at Hu Qianli, turned his head suddenly, and hugged Hu Xiao's neck tightly with his tender hands. Bad daddy, not cute. What are you doing, Hu Qianli? Lan Hong's voice suddenly came from the front. Hu Qianli hurriedly replied with a guilty conscience. I'm wiping my daughter's saliva, wiping her saliva. He took his sleeve and touched the back of the little girl's head, pretending to wipe her saliva, Hu Xiao quickly took a step back, bypassed Hu Qianli, and strode towards Zhuang Xiao. For adults and a child sat under the flame tree, still a certain distance away from the flame cat's residence, but they could see the two big cubs clearly. Compared to the flame cat, the baby seemed to like Hu Xiao more. Hu Xiao looked down at the little man hanging on his neck, and the energy stone held tightly in the little man's hand. At this moment, the truth was revealed. Hu Qianli and Lan Hong stared at the two flame cat cubs eating with great interest, discussing from time to time, and took photos with their watches, intending to go back and show off the first-hand news. Hu Xiao took the opportunity to free up one hand, poked Zhuang Xiao, and then pointed at the baby in his arms. Zhuang Xiao was immediately happy, and smiled and gave the baby a thumbs up. Good vision. As for whether the baby understood it, who knows? Anyway, the baby laughed, and Hu Xiao's neck was almost strangled. The energy stone necklace string is made of metal wire. Hu Xiao held her little hand to prevent himself from being strangled to death, and then helplessly glared at Zhuang Xiao, who was overjoyed. Suddenly Zhuang Xiao thought of it. This little guy wanted her to hold him. Maybe he also felt the breath of energy stone on her body. After all, she heard that children always have some magical powers when they are very young. It's just that when they grow up and are disturbed by external things, these special abilities, which are like instincts, gradually degenerate. After Hu Qianli and Lan Hong sat in Zhuang Zhao's house for half an hour, they hurried to the next game with their baby. After meeting Lan Jin in the mining area, they had to go to the shantytown to see Zhao Chun. When she returned home in the evening, Lan Hong found an extra energy stone in her little girl's pocket. The small energy stone was strung with a red rope, shining under the light. Really? Born rich. Lan Hong muttered to herself. Then she got up and put it away. The next day, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went out early in the morning, only bringing a mutant hook snake. Along the way, they received countless acquaintances asking about the situation of the flame cat. Hu Xiao responded one by one and refused the request to visit. The two cubs are still young. It would be best if they could show up in 2 or 3 months. For several days, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went out early and came back late, sometimes staying in the shantytown, sometimes in the safe area. During this period, the weather and temperature were suitable, and the construction of the new city was in full swing. Almost every 3 or 5 days, standing on the hillside, one could see obvious changes in the area below. Chapter 742. People gradually began to live in the neatly arranged small villas on the hillside. At night, the lights twinkled. From a distance, it looked like a shining light strip inlaid with gemstones. More than half of the members of the future team ordered houses in the east district of the new city. The rest were waiting and watching, and some also bought houses in the original safe zone. The population of the shantytowns was drastically reduced, while the population of the mining area and the new city was increasing rapidly. Time was extremely hot again. Zhuang Xiao hardly left the house. There are fewer people scavenging in the morning and evening, and the construction of the new city will have to stop for a while. Hu Xiao sat in the living room and polished the energy stone again. The set of tools in the shantytown was moved to the new city by him a while ago. Yu Minghai moved into the greenhouse again to observe the flame tree, and they also took care of the yellow fruit trees in the greenhouse, including the task of regularly pruning the branches of the dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao had never given a name to the yellow fruit tree, but now she has one. It's called flame fruit. I don't know who gave it such a vulgar name. Flame cat, flame tree, plus a flame fruit. It's so vulgar. When Zhuang Xiao first heard this name, she complained to Hu Xiao. The third name is flame, isn't it vulgar? Who gave such a bright yellow fruit such a name? Zhuang Xiao felt that if she had known earlier, she should have named it directly. Hu Xiao lowered his head and worked on the work in his hands, and didn't respond to Zhuang Zhao's words. Anyway, he didn't need to answer. Hey, I've seen it, and this is what the watch shows now. It's probably hard to change it. Flame fruit is flame fruit. Zhuang Xiao talked to himself and reconciled himself. Is this ready? Do you think it works? Hu Xiao handed the finished beads to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao took it, tried it on his wrist and said, "It's good. Compared with the energy stone, this blue gem looks better. Energy stones can save lives." Hu Xiao replied lightly. "I didn't say it can't save lives, I just think it's ugly." Zhuang Xiao felt a little bit arrogant, and actually thought money was not beautiful. This energy stone, which is as valuable as gold, is not beautiful. How inflated must one be to have such an idea? Although I think it's not right, the sapphire is more beautiful than this energy stone with no color. Hu Xiao cleaned up the powder from the energy stone, and put it in a clean small box. These can still be used, and not a bit can be wasted. By the way, why haven't the four of them come back yet? Zhuang Xiao glanced at the sky, and it was about to get dark. There was no trace of the four flame cats. Speaking of expansion, she really can't catch up with the speed of the two little flame cats. It's only been a few months, and their bodies have grown like an inflated ball. According to the current growth rate, they will grow to the same size as Huahua and Yin before the end of the year. Wei Xiao couldn't respond to this. Of course, he didn't need to reply. Just half a minute after Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, four flame cats flew back with the last afterglow in the sky. Each of them still had prey in its mouth. Zhuang Xiaoxing hurried to the door, passed through the shade of the flame tree, and stopped when she was still a certain distance away from the flame cats. Fortunately, she had planted a lot of flame trees in the yard. Otherwise, in this weather and in this afterglow, she wouldn't dare to go out without any equipment. Oh, you're back. Zhuang Xiao just stood still, and didn't expect the person on the wall to appear again. Pei Meihai was lying on the wall, hiding under the shade of the flame tree, staring at the flame cat here. Zhuang Xiao had gotten used to it. Since she and Hui Xiao moved in, Pei Meihai basically lived here all the time, but Xiao Yin was not often here, because the mutant hook snake really loved to show off its presence in front of him. Chapter 743. This year's Autumn Harvest Collection activity is here again. Zhuang Xiao thought about the mutant squirrels, and decided to go to the cotton collection point. As soon as the gathering notice was issued in the safe zone, Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong made an appointment to go together. Because Meng Qingyang and his future team were very busy recently, Xin Yi had to stay at home to take care of the two babies, so she couldn't go out with Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong. It had been more than a year since she participated in such a large-scale collective activity. Zhuang Xiao was quite excited, and felt like going to the countryside to experience life. This kind of activity is no longer for survival. Zhuang Xiao can't say that he likes it, but he definitely doesn't hate it. It's good to come here once in a while to adjust your life. However, when Zhuang Xiao arrived at the gathering departure point, the scene she saw surprised her greatly. Why are there so few people? Zhuang Xiao asked Lan Hong and others beside her. In addition to Lan Hong, there were also Lan Jin, Mingyu, Jiangyan and others this time. Last year, she did not participate in any of the autumn harvest activities, let alone cotton collection activities. She was confused about the sudden decline in the popularity of this activity. Lan Hong walked and said with a smile, "Now there are more collection points in the safe zone, plus there are 2 mining areas and the new city, the staff are scattered, and naturally there are fewer people participating in the autumn harvest. Now there are fewer people not only in the cotton collection points, but also in other grain and cash crop areas." As Lan Hong was talking, the car horn sounded, someone in the car kept urging, and the people in the square quickly lined up to get on the car. Lan Hong stopped talking for a while, and the group hurriedly got on the car and found a seat to sit down. The vehicle started. In the darkness before dawn, it moved forward slowly. The lights of the car shone on the flat and smooth road surface. This road was newly repaired in the past 2 years. The vehicle drove fast and steadily on it, with almost no bumps. Mingwei and Jiang Ping squeezed to Zhuang Xiao's side after getting on the car. Lan Hong sat opposite her, and Lan Jin and Jiangyan sat on the left and right. After getting on the car, no one was talking, and the other people in the car were also resting their eyes and catching up on sleep. Compared with before, Zhuang Xiao could clearly feel that the mental outlook of the people in the car had improved a lot. There was no longer the feeling of turning around and seeing someone casually, like a refugee fleeing famine, and there was no longer the feeling of being sallow and thin, and the atmosphere was very peaceful. The immediate changes in the safe zone, such as the addition of new cities and minerals, and the subtle changes in people, although not obvious, are all factors that make Zhuang Xiao feel at ease. It also made her feel that this was life, not survival. When the sky was bright, the convoy arrived at the destination. The endless white cotton appeared in front of Zhuang Xiao again after 2 years. Without the sense of urgency of survival, the scenery was pleasing to the eye and refreshing. She took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. She looked at the sun that had just emerged from the horizon. Fortunately, the sun did not have a high radiation value, and did not affect her breathing, otherwise she would have to pay for breathing. Buying various equipment for breathing, isn't it an indirect breathing charge? Thinking about it this way, the sun she is enjoying now seems to be charged. Just looking at her outfit, it's all small money. Our number plate is on the east side, let's go quickly, the sun is about to rise, and we can't work for a few hours in the morning. Mingwei hurriedly urged the group, and called Zhuang Xiao by the way. What are you looking at? Look, the cotton can't run into its own sack automatically. Zhuang Xiao responded, retracted his sight, and turned to chase Mingwei and the others. It took a quarter of an hour for the group to reach the end of the field. Mingwei and Lan Jin, Jiangyan and Jiangping went into the cotton forest as soon as they arrived at the end of the field, and Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong followed closely behind. The area this time is different from the place Zhuang Xiao came before, but the end point is the same, all in the blind spot, and if you look further away, you can even see the faint red sky. Although Zhuang Xiao is not interested in picking cotton, he can't waste the fare for this trip, so as soon as he entered the cotton forest, he concentrated on picking cotton. Today is the first day of cotton picking. On the branches below the cotton plants, you can reach a lot of cotton, so everyone can pick it easily. Until 10 o'clock in the morning, no one stopped for a moment. The sacks brought by Zhuang Xiao were soon filled. When Zhuang Xiao appeared at the weighing site dragging a long string of sacks, he shocked everyone. Immediately, the mercenary team recognized Zhuang Xiao and came forward to help enthusiastically. Until the formalities were completed and the sacks were loaded on the car, Zhuang Xiao did not intervene again. "Thank you, Captain Yang," Zhuang Xiao said politely. It was the uncle from the vulture team, Yang Lin. Although Zhuang Xiao had not met him many times, he could still remember his name. "You're welcome, sister. This is what we should do," Zheng Pingsheng happily answered. Yang Lin glared at Zheng Pingsheng. "Is he talking to you? Just answer." After Yang Lin glared at Zheng Pingsheng, he smiled and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. We are very familiar with Captain Hua and often go on missions together. With Hu Zhao's attendance rate, it is really difficult to go on a mission together." What Yang Lin said was as true as it was true, but Zhuang Xiao didn't believe it. After all, their Hu Zhao always explained clearly every time he went out. Who was he going out with? What was he going to do? How long would he be back? If it was not clear, there would be more to it later. She really rarely heard that Hu Zhao went on a mission with the people of the Vulture Squad. Even so, they helped, so they couldn't spoil it. Zhuang Xiao also smiled, and the group of people seemed to be having a good time. "Sister Xiao Xiao." At this time, a crisp child's voice came from behind. Zhuang Xiao turned to look. He looked familiar, but he didn't recognize him for a moment. Wen Xiao looked at the confusion in Zhuang Xiao's eyes, and then looked at his head. It was natural that he didn't recognize him. So Wen Xiao smiled shyly and said, "Sister Xiao Xiao, I am Wen Xiao." Wen Xiao? Zhuang Xiao said in disbelief. Two little kids squatting in the collection area outside the shantytown to test grass leaves flashed in her mind. "This is not the mutation method for gene mutation, right?" Wen Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's me, Sister Xiao Xiao." He has grown a little taller, and a little older. Zhuang Xiao didn't know how to respond for a while. After all, she hadn't seen this kid for more than 2 years. The few times he accidentally broke into her memory were still mentioned by Yan Ming inadvertently. Chapter 744. "You've grown so big." Zhuang Xiao couldn't help wanting to touch the child's head. A child of 7 or 8 years old is still a child, but this size? Forget it. I always feel that if she grows up, she will be like Yan Ming and Lan Jin, and it seems inappropriate to touch her head. Zhuang Xiao controlled his claws that wanted to ravage other people's heads. The two fell into silence for a while. Wen Xiao didn't know why he called Zhuang Xiao. Maybe he just wanted her to see herself now. I'm no longer the child who was unable to fight back when someone robbed his mulberries, or maybe there are other things. He doesn't know. However, he has learned a lot about Sister Xiao Xiao in the past 2 years, and even when he was at the Yin family, Brother Yin and Brother Yin mentioned her frequently. Thinking of this, Wen Xiao smiled again. It was a bit hard in the mercenary team in the past 2 years, but there were also many happy things. If my sister were still here, I wonder what her reaction would be when she saw him like this. Wen Xiao, you are here today too? Lan Hong appeared from behind Wen Xiao and patted the child's head. Behind her was Lan Jin, who was panting while dragging a sack. "Sister Lan." Wen Xiao turned around and greeted, "I have been interning here throughout the cotton picking season." "Yes, I am with our team." Zheng Pingsheng watched for a long time and interrupted. "I didn't expect that they were all acquaintances. It seems that I have to take care of this kid a little more recently." The people in the Vulture team also thought so. Wen Xiao nodded. When there are more people, and they are all familiar with each other, the conversation becomes lively. You talk, I talk, and there is no dull moment. The autumn sun looks gentle, but in fact the solar radiation value is still very high. People in the cotton forest come out one after another, and sit in the shade after completing the formalities. Wen Xiao sat here for a while, and was called away by Yang Lin. They still have patrol work to do. This place is close to the blind spot, so it is better to be cautious. After everyone left, Lan Hong said, "This child has stood up. If when you is still here." The word stopped here. There is no if in this world. Perhaps, Lan Hong felt that this topic was a bit heavy, so she turned and said, "I saw this child a few days ago, but I was shocked at the time. I didn't dare to recognize him for a while." "Me too," Zhuang Xiao said with a smile. "Except for a limited number of people who call her sister Xiao Xiao, most people now call her cousin. Now it's good, there is one more. Maybe we will meet again in the future. As long as Wu Xiao is in the mercenary team, her brothers, sisters and cousins will continue to grow." It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the cotton forest, Zhuang Xiao got rid of Lan Hong and others, and walked quickly towards the boundary of the blind spot, occasionally pulling 2 cotton balls into her sack, until the watch issued a beeping alarm. Zhuang Xiao stopped. However, until the return trip, Zhuang Xiao did not see the shadow of her god of wealth, the mutant squirrels. The next day, the third day. Every day after that, she went to the cotton collection activities. The cotton at home filled the living room, and Zhuang Xiao still did not see the mutant squirrel she wanted to see. Looks like they really moved? Zhuang Xiao lay on the sack, staring at Wu Xiao's working hands, and her mind was full of yellow waste while she was talking. She wanted to have the best of both worlds, including money and sex. "Xiaoyan next door is here. Do you want to borrow some equipment from him to deal with these cotton seeds?" Wu Xiao suggested sincerely. How long will it take for him to finish so much cotton? This seriously affected the time he had to communicate with the girl. "No, absolutely not. That's a must. How long will it take for one person to finish it?" "She will go to Uncle Pei in a while. By the way, ask if they have cooked at home?" "Ah, my god of wealth, where have you been?" Zhuang Xiao turned over on the sack, stood up and walked out the door. "No, she will take Wu Hui out to earn snacks." Wu Xiao stood up, shook his head, and decided to cook first. After a full meal, the girl will not keep thinking about the god of wealth. When Zhuang Xiao climbed over the wall, Xiao Yin in the opposite yard was also about to climb over the wall. Unexpectedly, the two bumped into each other, 2 people with 3 heads. The one next to him was the mutant hook snake. "Why did you go to the next door again?" Zhuang Xiao scolded his rebellious son. "No. This is the mutant rebellious son of Huahua's family, mutated hook snake. Is the generation downgraded?" The mutant hook snake certainly couldn't answer Zhuang Xiao's question, but just stretched out its big head blankly and innocently, and its fat body went down the wall very smoothly. "My belly is a little tingling. I'm full, go back to sleep. Today, my playmate is very considerate and gave me snacks exclusive to Flame Cat." After the initial shock, Xiaoyan quickly regained his composure and asked calmly, "Has Wu Xiao cooked?" Zhuang Xiao, Uncle Pei is not here." Zhuang Xiao asked back. "That's not right. Even if Uncle Pei is not here, the cook of Xiaoyan's family is here. How did he fall to the point of coming to their house for a free meal? Uncle Pei has work to deal with in the safe zone today, so he won't come over these few days." Xiaoyan replied with a smile. "Cousin, you don't want him to eat for free. But sorry, he has to come over every day for a free meal these few days." At the dinner table, Wu Xiao looked at the extra person and acted very enthusiastic. This is very abnormal, too abnormal. Xiaoyan was a little restless during this meal, but who told him that he was so hungry after working all day, so he didn't eat less at all. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh at his cousin's good appetite. Neither she nor Wu Xiao can eat this much. It is definitely not possible to have a relationship with him in the future. No matter what, she and Wu Xiao will have to avoid him for a few meals. They ate their meals with a sense of uneasiness. After dinner, Zhuang Xiao had a job to wash the dishes. Wu Xiao and Xiao Yin, 2 grown men, sat on one side and started picking cotton seeds. Not to mention, Xiao Yin felt that this job was fresh and stress-relieving. In the long run, will its fallen hair be rejuvenated? The 2 of them worked until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Remember to cook for me tomorrow night." Before stepping out of the door, Xiao Yin turned around and said this to Wu Xiao in the living room, and then strode towards the wall. Wu Xiao felt like he had shot himself in the foot. When he finished washing and returned to the room, Zhuang Xiao was sleeping soundly with a sweet smile on her face. In her dream, the god of wealth came to see her again. Energy stones were sent home in sacks. Xiaoyan went back and laid down to sleep, and in his dreams there were sacks of cotton, which he could never finish. In the morning, Xiaoyan looked down at his aching and swollen fingers and thought, it would be better not to go to dinner today. Chapter 745. Zhuang Xiao thought about it day and night, but she still couldn't expect the god of wealth to come. A few days later, Pei Meihai came back from the safe zone to live in the new city, and he also told her something that she didn't know how to comment on. Those old men said that the flame cat can protect the house, so why not build a fire sculpture in the new city and place it in the square outside the main gate of the new city? Pei Meihai said, while observing the expressions of Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao. Although he thought this was a good idea. The flame cat can avoid disaster and bring good luck, just like the mythical beast, and it is the most suitable image ambassador of their safe zone. So, when the old man of the Zhang family proposed it 2 days ago, he did not object, but he did not agree at that time. It would be better to deal with the matter here with Zhuang Xiao. Seeing that the two people did not react, Pei Meihai continued to talk about the ideas of those guys, of course, part of which also represented his ideas. What do you think? Is this a good idea? Pei Meihai stared at Zhuang Xiao's head expectantly and nodded. Hui Xiao was the background bored and did not express his opinion. Zhuang Xiao looked at the 4 flame cats, who did not go out hunting today but strolled in the yard. For a moment, her mood was very complicated. In terms of social status, she is not as good as the flame cat. This is really heartbreaking. It should be possible. Zhuang Xiao agreed vaguely, and then said, can the mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin also be 2 door gods? She felt it necessary to fight for some benefits for the other 2 mutant animals at home and improve their social status in the safe zone. This way, they don't have to sneak out to look for food early in the morning and come back late at night. Isn't it better to go out in a swagger? Mutated hook snake, I don't want to. Mutated pangolin, I don't want to. Okay, why not? Pei Meihai agreed hurriedly, with a big smile on his face. Now I can get the job done. The older people get, the more mysterious they become. With mutant animals, like flame cats and mutant hook snakes, that have some magical powers, they can more or less indirectly help Xiaoyan manage the safe zone. As soon as Pei Meihai left, Zhuang Xiao whispered to Hui Xiao, I would not have eaten the mutant turtle if I had known that. If we put it together, we can have an azure dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, a vermilion bird in front, and a black tortoise in the back. All 4 corners are complete. Good luck. What does your non-dragon, non-tiger, non-bird, and non-black tortoise have to do with this? For mutant animals, except for the mutant hook snake, which is slightly related to Xuanqiu, really can't see any similarities. Why not? If I don't eat that turtle, won't I have 4 mutant animals? Zhuang Xiao said confidently. It's just that the front and left are replaced by animals, aren't they all the same? Rules are made by people, and of course they are also used to be changed by people. How can we stick to the rules? Zhuang Xiao was very unconvinced. Then why don't we go to the number 3 safe zone and get a mutant sea turtle back? Hui Xiao thought, this Xiaoyan has been coming to eat every day recently, it's not a big deal. It would be best if they could hide away for 2 days, Xiaoyan, He had only eaten a few meals, and was already thinking about hiding away. After hearing what Hui Xiao said, Zhuang Xiao was thoughtful. It doesn't seem to work. The sea turtles must live in the sea all year round. What do they have here? Just 2 small ditches? The mutant hook snakes can crawl around, but the sea turtles probably can't adapt. Forget it. Zhuang Xiao decided to give up this idea. 6 mutant animals at home are noisy enough. She doesn't run a zoo. Pei Meihai got the news and hurriedly took his mutant thunderbird back to the safe zone that day. He planned to talk to the old men about it. They should pay money and work hard. No one should be lazy. Not long after Pei Meihai left, Xiaoyan also went out. The work of picking cotton seeds is too deadly. Although his fingers are not very good looking, he can't waste time on it. He has a lot of work to do before going to bed every night. Besides, the love of the mutant hook snake is okay occasionally, but it's unbearable to come every day. The person who can make the decision next door left. At night, the lights in the main building were not on. Zhuang Xiao and his family were all leaning on the wall, leaning their heads out, expressing their deepest regrets. Dinner, no one found it. Cotton seeds, no one picked them. Snacks flew away. This is really bad news. The next day at noon, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were having lunch at home. Someone knocked on the door. The two looked at each other. What was going on? I heard someone was coming over today. Besides, the people next door were all climbing over the wall. For a moment, both of them were a little confused. Hui Xiao stood up and said, I go and see. Okay. Zhuang Xiao responded, then lowered his head, and continued to eat the rice in the bowl quickly. In the afternoon, she and Hui Xiao had to go out again. After a while, Hui Xiao came back. Zhuang Xiao looked up and asked, Who's here? The cottonseed machine is here. Hui Xiao replied, and before Zhuang Xiao could continue to ask, he continued, Xiaoyan sent someone to deliver it. After that, both of them were happy. It's good to have power and influence, and you can have everything you want. However, it's not bad to cling to someone's thighs. You don't have to work hard, and you can get some convenience. She, Zhuang Xiao, is a complete winner in life. Ha ha ha. Hui Xiao didn't know what Zhuang Xiao was thinking, but Hui Xiao was really happy at the moment, and the two of them had more time alone at night. During the day, Hui Xiao occasionally had to go to work. If he didn't go to work, Zhuang Xiao would occasionally take Hua to inspect a territory, and make an appointment with Lan Hong, or that person, to go scavenging or something, and the schedule was also full. To be honest, the time they spent together was not really much. After packing up at home, the two drove down the mountain, left the new city, and headed for the safe zone. When they arrived at the shantytown, Lin Ji and Yu Meihai were already waiting for them under the flame tree at the gate of the courtyard. As soon as he saw the car stop, Yu Meihai hurried over and greeted the two with a smile. Zhuang Xiao looked at her watch. They came really early. She and Hui Xiao arrived half an hour earlier. Brother Yu. Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car and greeted Yu Meihai, who came over first, only to see Lin Ji's mouth twitching. He was startled by Zhuang Xiao's call of Brother Yu. Yu Meihai is already over 40, and he still has the nerve to let a girl in her 20s call him brother. How shameless! It's enough for him to be a father at his age. Zhuang Xiao, There's no need to give her a living father. It's easier to have a dead father. Xiao Yin, I agree. It's better to have a dead father. Xiao, you've grown taller and fatter. Old Master Lin spoke very kindly, and in a very amiable manner. Chapter 746. That's right, old man. Can you please stop saying she's fat, although she has indeed gained weight? Zhuang Xiao couldn't argue with an old man. Being able to eat is a blessing. She took this fatness as a compliment. After all, in the Wasteland, it's not easy for her to grow taller, and it's not easy to grow meat. Grandpa Lin, you're getting younger and younger. Your hair is getting darker. And Zhuang Xiao flattered wildly, and flattery never wears out. Who doesn't like to hear good words? Lin Ji was happy, and the wrinkles on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows suddenly deepened a lot. The sense of age suddenly came up. It's undoubtedly for the old man. Hui Xiao got out of the car, greeted the two, and went straight to open the door. If there is anything, we must talk about it in the house. I haven't been here for a while, and the living room is covered with a thin layer of dust. As soon as Zhuang Xiao was flattering, Hui Xiao cleaned the living room with his hands and feet. The tea had just been boiled, and the three people who were greeting outside came into the yard. Your dancing grass is still growing well. Lin Ji looked up at the dancing grass that was almost towering into the sky and exclaimed. Although the branches are often trimmed, the woody part of the trunk is increasing, and the height is also getting higher and higher. Nowadays, the heroic figure of dancing grass can be seen in the safe zone. There are no tall plants in the isolation zone and the shantytown. This house was originally built on the hillside of a small earthen hill. In the periphery of the shantytown, although there are mutant plants, there is no mutant plant as tall as the dancing grass today. It is too close to the human settlement area and is not safe. The ones in the mining area are also good, and there are also mutant squirting melons. I also went to see them. The ones in our safe area are better than those in the number 2 safe area. Zhuang Xiao continued. Good or not, who can I compare with? Hee. The best growing dancing grass in the safe area is naturally ours. As for the mutant squirting melons, they are naturally from other safe areas, not as good as ours. Old Master Lin glanced at Zhuang Xiao, but did not expose the small suspicion of self-praise in her words. At this time, Yu Meihai was just a background board. Just quietly watch the old and the young flatter each other and perform. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and the less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. The three of them entered the house and sat down, and the tea was ready. After Hui Xiao poured it for everyone one by one, he sat down on the seat to the right of Zhuang Xiao. The four of them chatted for a while, and then got to the point. The main purpose of my visit with Xiaoyu this time is this. Grandpa Lin started, as if he was thinking about something, and then continued after a pause. I won't say much about the benefits of mutant plants such as flame fruit. They are more edible than the mutant plants we have planted. The Research Institute wants to try planting them on a large scale in the safe zone next year, but there are not enough cuttings, so we want to cut some branches. At this point, Grandpa Lin stopped again and looked at Yu Meihai. Yu Meihai understood and immediately smiled and said, Of course it's not for nothing, our Research Institute will pay you. And there's a reward? Zhuang Xiao glanced outside the courtyard, where she had cut countless hairs of dancing grass. In short, these mutant plants are really treasure pots and money trees. Year after year, they can make money every year. Of course. Yu Meihai replied with a smile. Their research institute would not do such a thing as getting something for free. In the future, I hope that my cousin can bring back some special mutant plants, for example, the flame tree. Getting rich in the safe zone is not a dream, Zhuang Xiao said, but she didn't know it. Hu Xiao, you go ahead. Zhuang Xiao signaled Hu Xiao with his eyes. However, Hu Xiao didn't have any experience in this matter. Before the two people's eye contact lawsuit came to a conclusion, Yu Meihai spoke again. He didn't talk about the flame fruit, but the flame tree. Yu Meihai talked about a lot of data like a small essay, and then came to a fact that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao had already known. Lin Ji on the side added, that is, the flame tree safe zone should also be tried. The matter of the flame fruit and the flame tree has been preliminarily discussed at the meeting of the high-level officials in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao thought to himself, Xiao Yin and Pei Meihai have been eating at their house every day recently, but they haven't said anything. They are really tight-lipped. All are paid. Yu Meihai said solemnly at last. Zhuang Xiao rolled his eyes silently in his heart. Brother, can we stop talking nonsense and put it into practice? The flame fruit and flame tree can be lent to the research institute for use. As long as the plants don't die, it won't matter. Zhuang Xiao said righteously, but, as for the compensation, if the research institute insists on giving it, I can take it. When she said this, Zhuang Xiao was also frank. She is not a fool. If they insist on giving it, why should she refuse? Isn't a paid contribution a contribution? In the history of 5,000 years, there is no one who is purely contributing and does not charge for anything. It's just that some people charge money, some people charge fame, and some people charge more secret things. Lin Ji and Yu Meihai were both happy and said, it must be given. There is no such thing as freeloading in the world. Although they originally thought that the little girl would not refuse, they were still happy to hear that she agreed. The research institute is not just about the present. Long-term cooperation is the right thing to do. In the past 2 years, the little girl has not seriously dug up good things in the safe zone. For example, the dragon scale fruit plant in the number 4 safe zone, it would be nice to get a few of them, and let them cultivate them. Number 4 safe zone. Is there anyone who cares so much about other people's things? Besides, we can't support them, can you? The right time, right place and right people are indispensable. Thinking about the flame cat that ran out of the Emperor Forest, it hurts too much. A preliminary agreement was reached, and the remuneration will be presented to Zhuang Xiao in written form, and we will discuss it later. After Lin Ji left, he immediately turned around and said, by the way, Xiao Xiao, if you go to the Imperial Forest this winter, can you take the old man with you? There are 4 flame cats, so it shouldn't be a problem to take him with you. Safety zone number 4, that's fine. But, she just doesn't want to go out in winter. Zhuang Xiao scratched her head. What does this old man want to do? He won't go to find the flame cat too. She heard from Du Zhong that, not to mention his brother Du Huai, there are also several groups of people in their safety zone who have entered the Imperial Forest, hoping to meet the divine beast by chance and fall in love at first sight. It's just that it's cold. I don't really want to go out, Zhuang Xiao said embarrassedly. Besides, she is not short of money, and there may not be people for her to fish in the Baishui River every year. Chapter 747. Lin Ji and Yu Meihai bid farewell to Zhuang Xiao and the others. On the way back, Lin Ji said helplessly, the little girl is really good at everything, but she lives a little too freely and easily. Lin Ji absolutely refused to admit that he was jealous. You always want to say that this little girl is not very motivated. Yu Meihai curled his lips and said lightly, if I had this condition, I could also live freely and easily. The jealousy spread 10 miles. No words were spoken along the way. The 2 sour people were soaking in the vinegar jar, not to mention how sour it was. After returning to the safe zone, the Research Institute discussed the follow-up matters, formulated a preliminary plan, and submitted it to the inner city of the safe zone. 3 days later, the inner city had a conclusion. Yu Meihai brought people from the Research Institute to meet Zhuang Xiao again. However, only Hu Xiao was present. Zhuang Xiao was shopping with Xiao Yin and Pei Meihai at the moment. Which shops on this street do you want? Xiao Yin waved his hand and pointed at the brand new shops on both sides of the street and asked Zhuang Xiao. This shopping street is located in the east district of the new city. Dongcheng is the first completed area, and the residential buildings have been sold out. The shops on this shopping street have not been put up for sale for various reasons. 2 days ago, Feng Xiang came to Zhuang Xiao and wanted to buy her shop in the safe zone from her. Zhuang Xiao then remembered that she had a shop. It's no wonder that she forgot. Compared with her huge deposit base, the rent of the shop is really not enough. What's more, she is usually very busy, Xiao Yan, busy eating, drinking, playing, and playing with cats and dogs. After Feng Xiang's reminder, she felt that being a landlady was an easy job. Just collect rent at a fixed point. Therefore, she put Feng Xiang's matter on hold for the time being, and did not give a definite answer. Instead, she took advantage of Xiao Yan and Pei Minghai's temporary stay in Xinqing to climb over their walls and eat their food. The next day, she brought people to choose a shop. Originally, she wanted to buy a house, but Xiao Yan said that there was a purchase limit, and she couldn't buy much even if she had the money. But a shop is fine. Zhuang Xiao is fine, because she is collecting rent anyway. Hu Xiao can do the occasional accounting and rent collection. Let Hua's family of 4 inspect their own shop when nothing happens. This ordinary shop can probably become a prosperous shop. After calculating the points and energy stones in her hand, Zhuang Xiao decisively bought half of the street. The balance of property is still very substantial. When Zhuang Xiao paid out, she was so proud. This means that she and Hu Xiao will not have to worry about their lives if they lie dead at home every day in the future. You should find an intermediary to manage it. Hu Xiao still has to work in the mercenary team. The schedule is a bit tight. You will feel bad if he is exhausted, Pei Minghai said earnestly. Hu Xiao's life is not much easier than their yin. Zhuang Xiao felt that what Pei Minghai said made sense. She couldn't just watch Hu Xiao alone. If he got exhausted, she would still feel bad. Uncle Pei is right. After pausing for 2 seconds, she continued, or, just use one manager for the half street of my cousin. 1 person per street, so that the 2 sides don't fight. Harmony brings wealth. Zhuang Xiao was complacent about his proposal. Pei Minghai had no objection. Most of Xiao Yan's family's business was still managed by him. It didn't make any difference if he managed it more or less. Ian, what do you think? Pei Minghai decided to ask Xiao Yan's opinion. Although the result was already determined, the 2 of them just stared at Xiao Yan. Their eyes were passionate. What could Xiao Yan say? Uncle Pei, you can do it yourself. Anyway, this job is not his job. A group of shopkeepers who do not care about anything were wandering slowly on the street, looking here and there. Zhuang Xiao had nothing to do today, so he followed Xiao Yan and Pei Minghai and walked around every corner of the new city. When he went home at night, he followed Xiao Yan home directly. When Hu Xiao came back, not to mention people, there was not even a mutant animal at home. He changed his clothes and went out again, and climbed over the wall to the next door. As expected, the little girl squatted on the ground, and the gray-haired Pei Minghai was next to her, and in front of the 2 was the mutant Thunderbird. The old and the young talked and laughed, watching the mutant Thunderbird feasting. Hu Xiao heard the little girl's voice from a distance. I go to Fulei Mountain some other day, and catch 2 mutant Thunderbirds to breed them. That's good, it won't be alone anymore. Hatch a few more eggs and raise them like poultry. Then you can roast mutant Thunderbirds at home and eat them occasionally. Pei Minghai, Wrong stage, mutated Thunderbird, Eat, it didn't hear anything. As he was talking, Zhuang Xiao heard Hu Xiao's footsteps, and turned around to see Hu Xiao walking slowly in the night. Zhuang Xiao stood up suddenly and said loudly, Uncle Pei, it's time to eat. Hu Xiao is back. Dinner only took half an hour to finish. After Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao said goodbye to Xiao Yan and Pei Minghai, they climbed over the wall and went home. Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to share with Hu Xiao her behavior of spending money like water today, and she was more eager to know whether the agreement with Hu Xiao could make her money back a little bit. Let me see. Let me see. As soon as she entered the room, Zhuang Xiao was impatient to find Hu Xiao to ask for the documents. Hu Xiao opened the cabinet and took out the documents inside. There were both electronic and paper versions of the documents, but the paper version had a sense of solidity and made people feel more at ease. Zhuang Xiao took the document handed over by Hu Xiao and flipped through it casually. This is not right. Why is there another copy? Why do you have an extra copy? Zhuang Xiao took out the document at the back separately. Take a look, it's a good thing. Suddenly, Hu Xiao was not sure again, so he said it was. Zhuang Xiao opened it doubtfully and read it quickly. How? Hu Xiao asked tentatively when he saw Zhuang Xiao didn't speak for a long time. Zhuang Xiao slapped the document on the table and said angrily, Let's go to the blind spot tomorrow. Let's go find unknown plants and special plants. I will get back the half-street money I spent within a year. Zhuang Xiao felt that she had missed 100 million. She knew that unknown plants were worth some money, but she didn't expect that they were so valuable in the research institute. Moreover, after a major mutation, the mutant plants that were not archived in the system database, even the mutant plants that were common in the past, could be exchanged for points. The mutation direction of mutant plants is ever-changing. The blind spot and the high radiation area inside are now areas that ordinary people cannot set foot in. The animal and plant resources in the mountains and forests are extremely rich, and there are many unknown animals and plants hidden, and now it is even more so. Chapter 748. At this time, there were only 3 words in Hu Xiao's mind: half a street. What half a street? What earth-shattering thing did the little girl do on the day he was away? What half a street? Hu Xiao's voice was not so calm. This is not what he thought. It's enough to buy 3, 4, or 5. What's the point of buying half a street? It's the shopping street in East City, Xinchen. I bought half of it. Xiao Yin and I each got half. No one else got a share. Zhuang Xiao has the arrogance of a rich woman. This is a big deal. She didn't dare to think about it before, but today she did it. Life is so beautiful now. God played a big joke on you. But it doesn't matter. Isn't it all compensated? Relax physically and mentally. And the Research Institute, Mr. Lin and brother, you are really loyal. She is quite satisfied with the conditions in this document. It especially fits her life goal of fishing for 3 days, and drying the net for 2 days, and wanting to lie down every day. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. The main point is to do whatever you want. Hu Xiao was silent, and slowly got up, and went upstairs. He went to make the bed. Seeing Hu Xiao turn around and left, Zhuang Xiao didn't care. She looked at the documents in her hand happily. Next year, she can own half a street. In the morning, Zhuang Xiao opened her eyes, and turned her head to look at the other side. Hu Xiao was not in the bed. He went to prepare breakfast. Zhuang Xiao got up slowly. Last night, Brother Hu worked too hard. She was a little overwhelmed. Hu Xiao, you must work hard to ensure that the god of wealth eats well, sleeps well, and has fun. Zhuang Xiao washed up and went downstairs. A table of delicious breakfast was already in place. As soon as she sat down, a cup of mutant purple Ganoderma tea was placed next to her. The temperature was just right. She drank it in one breath and felt refreshed. By the way, since Feng Xiang wants the shop in the safe zone so much, give it to him. Zhuang Xiao said in a calm tone. She owns half of the street, so if she can sell it, she can sell it. Hu Xiao smiled and replied softly, okay. It was so gentle that it was almost drowning. Zhuang Xiao swallowed the first bite of sweet breakfast this morning with difficulty, frowned and glanced at Hu Xiao. This guy, did he take the wrong medicine? This tone of speech and this expression made her unable to swallow. Are you sick? Hu Xiao shook his head. Why do you speak in this tone? And your expression, it looks very... Zhuang Xiao thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable word. After holding it in for a long time, Zhuang Xiao said, why don't we go to Xiao Yin and ask their doctor to come and see you? In her opinion, all these behaviors look like illness. And it's a serious illness. Hu Xiao, I'm fine. No need for a doctor. After saying that, Hu Xiao continued to eat with his head down. Forget it, just be yourself. The goddess of wealth has been here for a short time, and the interest in life needs to be cultivated little by little. After eating, when Hu Xiao packed up and prepared to go out, Zhuang Xiao still asked worriedly, are you really okay? Nothing, Hu Xiao said sullenly. He looks a little depressed. Zhuang Xiao looked more like she was sick, but Hu Xiao had already driven away. Men's hearts are like needles in the sea. Zhuang Xiao muttered to herself, and went to find the flame cat. She had to get in touch with Hua's family of 4, and take a walk in the blind spot twice, while the weather was good. As soon as Hu Xiao entered the safe zone mercenary team's base, he met Feng Xiang who came out. Hu Xiao stopped him, and told him that Zhuang Xiao agreed to sell the shop. Feng Xiang was overjoyed. He didn't expect his cousin to agree so quickly. Chapter 749. What are you laughing at? Like a fool. Zhuang Xiao said unhappily. His good temper suddenly disappeared. The dog man is spoiled and arrogant. It won't. Give me the colored energy stone. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Zhuang Xiao turned around and left, confused. What are you looking at? Your head is about to poke a hole in the window. Will you compensate me if you poke it? What does it have to do with it? The dog man. Hu glared at Hu Xiao with hatred, and walked back to his residence with an elegant pace to find his wife and children. When it comes to family harmony, your own family is the best. Hu Xiao only took a look at Hua's swaying fiery red tail when he left, and hurriedly followed Zhuang Xiao upstairs. You did it yourself, so you have to comfort yourself. An hour later, Zhuang Xiao went downstairs with his head held high, followed by Hu Xiao, who looked like a young wife. The dogman wanted to hug the golden thigh. Just hug, it's been a long time, but he still has so many little thoughts. The heart of a man is like a needle in the sea. This is absolutely true, dogman Hu Xiao. The little episodes in life passed in a blink of an eye, and the two of them went through the days of sweet love again. For this reason, Zhuang Xiao went to Xiao Yan's house for many meals. Hu Xiao can do whatever she wants. She can eat anywhere, really. She is not picky. After the agreement between Zhuang Xiao and the research institute was reached, Yu Meihai returned to his daily life of working with the team members in the greenhouse and the Red Grove. Zhuang Xiao took advantage of the good weather and went to the Imperial Forest for flame cats together. Hu Xiao went with him. Although she did not agree to take Mr. Lin to the Imperial Forest, she could bring back the mountain ghost flower plants for him and stay in the number 4 safe zone for 2 days. I have to bring Du Zhong back with me. The schedule is full, and it is not suitable to take an old man with me. The distance between the number 4 and number 17 safety zones has been shortened due to the continuous expansion of the number 17 safety zone. Therefore, the communication between the 2 safety zones is very close now. However, in Du Zhong's opinion, it is safer and faster to go to the number 17 safety zone with a convoy than to go with the flame cat. So, on the day Zhuang Xiao came back, he took the mountain ghost flower plants he got from the Emperor Forest to the inner city of the safety zone. Anyway, Du Zhong was going to send it to Zhang Lin. Something along the way. And Hua landed in the inner city of the safety zone for the first time in such a long time. For a while, there was an endless stream of people visiting Mr. Lin's house. The old and young people who were idle at home in the inner city of the safety zone came, especially those who were old and had some status in the safety zone. They were usually very powerful and embarrassed to go to an unfamiliar junior. Yes, they are the younger generation. After all, they are the cousins of their grandchildren or sons. They are family members. Even so, I can't lose face, and it seems unstable. After enduring for so long, I can finally stand in front of the flame cat and look and touch it openly. Anyway, everyone is the same, and they all look like they have never seen the world. No one should laugh at anyone else. Hey, Laoli, be gentle, don't pull out Hua's fur. And that Lao Zhao, where are you touching with your old claws? Is that a place you can touch? Whose child is this? He peed here. Hurry up and take him away. Old Master Lin Ji stood in his yard with a red face, scolding this and that. He was very energetic. He couldn't care about the mountain ghost flower now, not at all. He hadn't enjoyed such a highlight moment for a long time after retirement. It was so cool, especially those who were higher in position than him, Zhang and Li. It was so cool to scold them. The 4 flame cats were lying there, being trampled by others, and they were so good-tempered, there was no way who let these people give too much, snacks one after another. It was not like the one at home, who was stingy and limited in time and quantity. Zhuang Xiao. Do you know what it means to have a full meal, and a full meal? Zhuang Xiao looked at the 4 flame cats who were enjoying themselves in the crowd, and the old man Lin who was full of energy, and said to Hu Xiao, how about we go back first? This can't be over in a short time. Anyway, the flame cats all know the way home. Hu Xiao thinks it's feasible. At this rate, these people may not be able to disperse during dinner. Okay, send a message to Mr. Lin. Let's go! Hu Xiao looked around and said helplessly. The living room was empty. The flame cats were surrounded by a crowd of people. As soon as Du Zhong arrived at the Lin family, he also ran to watch the flame cats with Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong. There were 4 of them, and he had never seen 2 small ones. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao came with a bang, but left quietly. Without a car and flame cats to travel with, the 2 chatted and walked out of the inner city slowly. Sister, brother-in-law. Just as they walked out of the door, they met Qiao Xiantai who was on duty today. When Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao flew into the inner city on the flame cat, Qiao Xiantai and the others saw them. They thought they would not be able to talk to Zhuang Xiao today. Who would have thought? Xiao Qiao. Xiao Shi. Zhuang Xiao smiled and greeted the young people one by one. Hu Xiao nodded slightly at them. Where's the flame cat? Why didn't it come out? Qiao Xiantai asked curiously. Their eyes were either fixed on the gate or the sky above their heads. They saw the flame cat go in, but they didn't see it come out. Playing with you in the inner city. And having fun. Zhuang Xiao thought so. After all, the two big and two small ones didn't get angry, right? If they were unhappy, they would have flapped their wings and flew away long ago. Can people catch up with the sky? Standing at the south gate of the inner city of the safe zone, a few people just chatted about family matters, and a car came to the door. Xiao Xiaotai and others hurriedly said goodbye to Zhuang Xiao, and then everyone left. Has Xiao Qiao gained weight again? Zhuang Xiao said to Hu Xiao after walking a distance. Hu Xiao smiled and said, it seems so. Then Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao casually, am I fat? No. Hu Xiao replied in seconds. The little girl can say that she is fat, but she can't say it, because it's easy to get beaten. This question is often asked by the little girl. Hu Xiao can give the correct answer no matter which key words are reversed. Don't ask how he did it. If you ask, it's because he was trained by the little girl. If you give the wrong answer, you be kicked off the bed. Of course, when the answer is right, you be kicked off the bed occasionally. However, Zhuang Xiao can now control his kicking strength very well. Under normal circumstances, at most he get bruises. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hu Xiao. You're smart. Chapter 750. At night, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao lived near the inner city of the safe zone. Hua's family stayed at the door for a while. After seeing Zhuang Xiao, the four of them flew into the night sky with their shiny bellies. It was like 4 meteors streaking across the sky. Of course, only Zhuang Xiao could see the scenery. It's a pity that you can't make a wish on this meteor. The sun rises and sets, accompanied by the arrival of extremely hot weather. The construction of the new city is nearing its end. Xiao Yan is busy every day and wishes he could grow a few more brains. Look at the life next door. Is this the life he lives? Cousin, it's so late. Why are you still going out? Zhuang Xiao just climbed up the wall and saw Xiao Yan getting in the car and preparing to go out, so she greeted him enthusiastically. The weather has been too hot recently, so you can only go out in the early morning. Sometimes, Zhuang Xiao would sleep at home during the day, and at night, he would take the flame cat or the mutant hook snake to walk around nearby. If he saw an energy stone, he would pick it up. If he didn't see any, he could only look at the stars in the sky. Hearing Zhuang Xiao's voice, Xiao Yan looked back. Under the dim light, he saw a man and a snake sitting on the wall, ready to come down at any time. Xiao Yan did not answer Zhuang Xiao's question, but hurriedly said, Uncle Pei is not at home. He was going out. He didn't have time to entertain 2 rich idlers, Zhuang Xiao said. What does Uncle Pei have to do with it? She just came out to take a breath, and greeted people when she saw them. It seems that she is going to eat for free? Don't you see what time it is now? Zhuang Xiao looked at the watch. By the way, it's time to have a midnight snack. Then you guys are busy, I go back first. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand, and prepared to leave. Go back to find Hu Xiao for midnight snack. But just as she got down from the wall, Xiao Yan's voice came from the other side. Cousin! Zhuang Xiao's head, and the head of the mutant hook snake popped up at the same time, staring at Xiao Yan in confusion and asked, What's the matter? Do you want to borrow the flame cat? The flame cat's schedule is a bit tight recently. After people can make money from snacks, they will no longer look down on their own melons and dates. Borrow the mutant pangolin for a few days. The number 2 mining area mentioned it a few days ago, and Xiao Yan forgot about it when he was busy. Okay, just remember to feed the snacks. Zhuang Xiao agreed readily. The mutant pangolin has a low attendance rate, and eats and sleeps at home like her every day, but it is too idle. This is not okay. The goal of a street is still a bit far away. Everyone has to make some contributions to this family. Maybe one day Xiao Yan will wave his hand, and she can get a street for free. Zhuang Xiao's calculations are clacking in her mind. All the work is done by others, and she is the only one left. Xiao Yan agreed. Zhuang Xiao hurried back to the living room, picked up the mutant pangolin that was curled up under the air conditioner, and hurried to the wall again. Hu Xiao, who was cleaning up the prey in the living room, didn't even shout to stop him. What is he doing in such a hurry? The mutant pangolin fell to the ground in a parabola. When the mutant pangolin slowly crawled toward Xiao Yan, the floor tiles behind it had already broken. Xiao Yan was speechless. Can't he just let it crawl slowly by itself? Aren't there enough holes in the tiles in his yard? 1, 2, 3 or 4. A few more, and we can make a pond to raise fish. The mutant pangolin raised its head, waiting for a hug. The chassis of this car is a bit high. It's a bit difficult to climb by yourself. After Zhuang Xiao threw the mutant pangolin, he retreated. The mutant hook snake followed behind her and sneaked into the house to get some air conditioning. Hu Xiao heard the door open, glanced at the mutant hook snake coiled at the base of the wall, and then shifted his sight. Now everyone can earn more than him. Getting some air conditioning is nothing, as long as he doesn't go to bed, he won't complain. Zhuang Xiao, Are her eyes and ears just for decoration? As the head of the family, sometimes you have to turn a blind eye so that the family can be harmonious. I don't believe you. Since Xiaoyan borrowed the mutant pangolin, he hasn't appeared in the house in Xinqing for a month. During this month, Zhuang Xiao did not ask what the safe zone was doing, but helped the people of the future team move every night. Their family had 2 cars, a large car that Xiao often drove, and a 3-wheeled motorcycle that she occasionally drove, both of which came in handy. Yin Ning and Yin, who also helped. They were still in the original safe zone, and the house was big enough to live in, and they didn't plan to make any more changes in the next 2 or 3 years. Wei Sheng was the only one left in the future team, who had not moved into the new city. There were not many people in his family, and he was a bachelor, but he had a lot of things. In the house built in the shantytown, everyone took away everything that could be used. Not even a firewood stick was left behind. They said they were used to it, and had feelings for it. Take it out when you have nothing to do in the future, and you can recall the good old days. Everyone was speechless, as long as his small room in Xinqing can fit it, except for Hu Qianli and Wanhe who were driving. Everyone else sat on the roof of the big car, which was ventilated and cool. This coolness at night was barely within the range that people could tolerate. During this period of time, they went in and out smoothly at night, but today they got stuck in traffic before reaching the east gate. The open space in front of the east gate of Xinqing was brightly lit and noisy. Ming, what happened in front? Hu Qianli looked up at the people in the car. Ming Qingzhan stood up first, tiptoed, squinted and looked again, but he couldn't see clearly what was going on in front. The light was too dim and the distance was too far, which affected his performance. On the contrary, Zhuang Xiao, who was still sitting cross-legged in the car, said calmly, "It's the statue of the flame cat." Hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, everyone understood instantly. That's it. I was working at night, but I didn't expect to run into them today. There are still many people traveling at night now. Soon, the guards cleared the road, and Zhuang Xiao and his group entered the new city first. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's go out and take a look later. Zhuang Xiao whispered to Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao replied, okay. After finishing Wei Sheng's work, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao ran to the east city gate to watch the excitement. However, I only saw one big gift bag after another piled up at the door. Their Huahua was still in the state of a corpse at this moment. It was really lonely to see. The two returned in disappointment. The next day at noon, Xiaoyan came. By the way, he also brought a message that the temperature will drop in half a month, and the new city will hold an inauguration ceremony. Please invite Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao to attend. Bring the flame cat, mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin. Xiaoyan finally said the most important guest list of this trip. Zhuang Xiao, It turns out that she and Hui Xiao were both here as a sidekick. Chapter 751. Xiaoyan was right. Half a month later, the weather was not hot anymore. The much-anticipated opening ceremony of the new city was held as scheduled. The sun was shining brightly that day, and the weather was suitable for traveling, worshipping, praying, seeking wealth, and breaking ground. In short, it was a good day for everything. On the high platform at the east gate of the new city stood the high-level officials of the safety zone, and Zhuang Xiao was above them. She sat on Huahua, looking down at the people, and her mouth was grinning to the back of her ears. Ha ha ha. It felt like the people were worshipping well. The appearance fee was also considerable. The square was crowded with people. In addition to the people in this safety zone, there were also people from the surrounding safety zones. Some were invited, and some came because of their reputation. It was a lively and prosperous scene. There were 3 statues covered with red cloth on both sides, and in front of the east city gate. Their process is really long. It's really hard to earn the appearance fee. Zhuang Xiao listened to the chatter of one person after another below, turned his head, and complained to Hui Xiao behind him. Hui Xiao, Half an hour can earn enough for someone to buy a house. That's not enough. It's really not easy to earn. Hui Xiao echoed. When can he get such a high appearance fee? Flame cat, There is no hope in this life. The people below solemnly and seriously carried out every link of the new city's inauguration ceremony, and Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao kept muttering above. Finally, a tsunami-like cheering sounded. The red cloth slid down one by one. A majestic flame cat appeared in front of everyone after being carefully carved. The mutant hook snake and the mutant pangolin guarded the east gate of the new city on the left and right. Before that, when Zhuang Xiao ran to the blind spot to catch the mutant hare and mutant pheasant, he also trained their performance formation for this appearance. The red cloth fell to the ground. The 4 flame cats in the sky lined up, swooped down, and then soared into the sky, and then circled over the square. The mutant hook snake and mutant pangolin did not have such a high-profile treatment, because they could not fly. However, the appearance fee was not in vain. The 2 big ones acted as etiquette ladies on the high platform on the left and right. Mutant hook snake, When will this end? The one next to it has been shaking for most of the day. If it continues to shake, it may have a stroke. Mutant pangolin, When can the plate on its head be removed? After this day, Zhuang Xiao was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he went home. I didn't expect that performing is also a strenuous job. When Du Zhong and Du Hui came the next morning, Zhuang Xiao had not gotten up yet, and Hu Xiao entertained her. Xiao Yin, Pei Meihai and Zhang Lin were all there. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what they talked about in the morning, but she caught up with lunch at noon. With guests coming, the lunch at the Xiao family was more sumptuous than usual. Zhuang Xiao wanted to leave after lunch, but she didn't leave in the end. She was kept by everyone to listen to the future cooperation direction and development plan of the 2 safety zones. Xiao Xiao, who was drowsy, she could help draw the boundary line, the kind of good deeds without leaving a name. As for these big things, she didn't have to listen. Sister, you fell asleep too? Du Zhong poked Zhuang Zhao's arm and whispered, I'm sleepy too. His brother just came to discuss things on behalf of safety zone number 4. Why did he have to bring him along? Fortunately, Sister Xiao Xiao was there to accompany me. Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao opened her eyes wide, turned her head and looked over, and said without guilt, I'm listening carefully. She really thought about it. It went in one ear and out the other, and it went through her mind. Du Zhong wanted to say something, but Du Hui glared at him, and Du Zhong immediately became honest. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Du Zhong and Du Hui said goodbye and left. Zhuang Xiao was relieved. The next morning, Pei Meihai came to invite Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao to dinner again, and after dinner, they had to accompany guests again. Zhuang Xiao was ready to explode. In the evening, Zhuang Xiao received a small box of energy stones. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao got a job as a guest, with meals included. I really hope to have this kind of work every day. Unfortunately, half a month later, the people who came to the safe zone left one after another, and the days of working for Xiaoyan ended. Zhuang Xiao resumed his busy life. The weather is cooler, so it's natural to start scavenging. She can go in and out of the blind area many times a month, and occasionally enter the high radiation area to look for rare mutant plants and animals. Sometimes Hu Xiao accompanies her, sometimes not. Since the completion of the new city, Hu Xiao's work has obviously become busier, and occasionally Xiaoyan next door will temporarily pull him over to work overtime or something. Zhuang Xiao sleeps in a big bed alone, which is quite comfortable. Zhuang Xiao chose a feng shui treasure land far from the boundary line of each surrounding safe zone, and a little close to the high radiation area to plant the dancing grass seeds she had saved in the past 2 years. The reproduction of the flame tree and flame fruit branches is currently good. Zhuang Xiao went to the research institute and got a lot of saplings planted by Yu Meihai, and planted them near the blind dancing grass. Create a dense forest that belongs to you. It was winter again, and she and Hu Xiao went to the number 4 safe zone, and did not return until the next spring. The 4 flame cats, the mutant hook snake, and the mutant pangolin went to the small hot spring as soon as winter came, and did not appear in the safe zone throughout the winter. Fortunately, the safe zone was safe and sound, and it was another peaceful year. Don't you know? As the weather warmed up, many people from the surrounding safe zones ran to our safe zone. The shanty towns that were originally empty are now occupied again. As soon as Hu Qianli saw Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, he poured out all the recent events. People from other safe zones ran away, so they will cause trouble for us? Zhuang Xiao thought it was really possible. Although most of the people who came were from other safe areas, the small population was not conducive to the long-term sustainable development of the safe area. Hu Qianli laughed, and after a long time, he stopped laughing and continued, that's necessary. Human resources are also a group of resources. Who did you hear this from? Hu Xiao questioned. Even if other safe areas came to their safe area to ask for explanations, such things were not known by the mercenary team. Hu Qianli knew too much. Who else could it be? Old Yu. Hu Qianli replied loudly, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Old Yu? Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao did not remember who this old Yu was for a while. Which old Yu? Yu Meihai? Hu Qianli looked like you guys are not teasing me. This Yu Meihai lived in the greenhouse for a winter. He and Lan Hong occasionally went over to help cut the dancing grass. Isn't it that they are familiar with each other after this? Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were silent. The two speechless people then heard Hu Qianli say mysteriously, "And the flame tree and flame fruit, old you secretly gave me some, and didn't let me tell anyone else." Yu Minghai, Who are you talking to now? Hu Qianli, Cousin's husband, they are not outsiders. Chapter 752. During the time when Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were in the number 4 safety zone, they unilaterally cut off contact with their own safety zone, and many news were indeed unclear. When Hu Qianli mentioned the flame tree and the flame fruit, Zhuang Xiao thought that according to the amount of seedlings she saw in the research institute last year, these two mutant plants would be planted on a large scale in the safety zone this year. Although she also provided a lot of unknown mutant plants to the research institute later, their effects and whether they are suitable for planting in the safety zone are still under study, and it is unlikely that there will be results so soon. Of the two mutant plants, the flame tree and the flame fruit, Zhuang Xiao hoped that the flame tree could be planted on a large scale in the safety zone, so that she would be more comfortable when she went out in the future. Cousin? Seeing that Zhuang Xiao didn't say anything for a long time, Hu Qianli shouted. Listening, Zhuang Xiao immediately came back to his senses, looked out the window, and said, "We're at the east gate." The statue of the flame cat came into view. "I wonder if Huahui is back," Hu Qianli said to himself. They hadn't seen the shadow of the flame cat for a whole winter. After Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao said they were going to the number 4 safe zone for the winter, there was no news. If Zhang Lin hadn't occasionally gotten a few words from Du Zhong, they would have thought that their cousin had run away with Hui Xiao. She should be back. Zhuang Xiao wasn't sure. When he arrived at Hu Qianli's house, he got off the car. He had met them on the road and got a ride. After saying goodbye to Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, Hu Qianli hurried home. Lan Jin was going to bring friends over for dinner tonight, and he had to hurry home to help his wife prepare. After Hu Qianli got off the car, Hui Xiao took over the driving. The car just stopped at the door of the house. He saw Xiao Yan's car coming out of the next door. As soon as Xiao Yan saw the two people who were having fun outside coming back, he immediately asked someone to stop the car. "You still remember to come back? Uncle Pei kept talking about you two in my ears every day, and my ears are all calloused." He got a headache when he thought that Uncle Pei would always ask him when your cousin and cousin-in-law would come back every night before going to bed. Zhuang Xiao paused when she opened the car door, and laughed. "Hui Xiao, and I will go over to eat tonight. This car doesn't have to be gotten off now." Looking at his cousin Zhao's expression, it seems like he wants to eat her. Xiao Yan, Is he talking about eating? He is saying. Forget it, anyway, the people who guard the house in the safe zone haven't run away. Okay. Xiao Yan reluctantly agreed. On the second day after Zhuang Xiao returned home, the flame cat returned with the mutant pangolin and the mutant hook snake. On the third day, Hui Xiao was dragged by Xiao Yan to go to work. In the half-month since returning, familiar people would mention Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao whenever they saw them. During the time in the number 4 safety zone, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were not idle. When they went to the Emperor's Forest with Du Huai and his group, they brought back a lot of dragon-scale fruits. The seeds inside were fully mature. After returning, Zhuang Xiao gave them all to the Research Institute. Of course, the flesh was peeled off and only the seeds were given. The dried dragon-scale fruit is still delicious. The two brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming are currently working in the guard team. Yin Hu's body is no different from that of ordinary people, and he is more than enough to handle the work of the guard team. Yin Ming would occasionally be on duty in the new city, so Zhuang Xiao met him quite often. When the saplings of the flame tree and flame fruit planted by Hu Qianli had just grown 20 centimeters, the safe zone began to plant these plants on a large scale. Thanks to the fast growth of the mutant plants, the crown of the flame tree was formed before the extremely hot weather. On both sides of the road outside the shantytown, there were neatly planted flame trees. The red trees were shady, and they looked as bright as the morning glow from a distance. Zhuang Xiao drove her tricycle on such a road, and the burning feeling of fire was gone. A gust of wind blew, and there were waves of coolness. There are no flame trees ahead. Put on the anti-radiation mask quickly. When they were about to step out of the shade of the flame tree, pedestrians and people in cars on the road began to wear anti-radiation items on their heads or bodies. Zhuang Xiao did the same. Every time she saw the flame tree, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh that this flame tree was indeed selected by Huahua. In a month, Zhuang Xiao has been going to Xiao Yan's house for half a month to eat. She has fulfilled the mutant thunderbird she promised to Uncle Pei. Now there are the loving chirping of mutant thunderbirds in Xiao Yan's yard every day. In short, it is very lively. Pei Minghai is very satisfied, but Xiaoyan has a headache. In the second year, there were 3 more mutant thunderbirds in Xiaoyan's yard next door. Soon after, one less was eaten by the mutant hook snake. For this reason, Zhuang Xiao took the mutant hook snake to Xiaoyan's house, and wanted to compensate Xiaoyan for the mutant hook snake. The result was naturally rejected by Xiaoyan. In desperation, Zhuang Xiao took Hui Xiao to catch a lot of mutant thunderbirds, and of course everyone had a lively barbecue. Good things, everyone wants them. If you can't afford mutant animals, can't you have mutant plants? Just for the mutant plants like the flame tree, Xiaoyan exchanged a lot of resources from various safety zones, and the sphere of influence of the safety zone expanded rapidly. The patrol territory of the flame cat has expanded greatly. The half of the commercial street that Zhuang Xiao wanted was finally put together. Xiaoyan transferred half of the commercial street in his hand to Zhuang Xiao for free. Zhuang Xiao accepted it calmly. She and Hui Xiao always accompanied Xiaoyan to other safety zones once or twice a year. Xiaoyan was on official business, and she and Xiaoyan were purely public and private. Life was comfortable. At the end of the year, when the flame tree was successfully planted, their safety zone became the largest and most powerful safety zone in the north. According to Xiaoyan, they can enter the top 5 in the safe zone ranking in 2 years. Zhuang Xiao thinks that his cousin still has room for improvement. Xiaoyan was speechless about this. It will take several more years to reach the top 5, and several more years to reach the top 3. Can't he be given some breathing time? 5 years later. Xiaoxier, did you ask your parents to come home for dinner? Pei Minghai stood on the wall, looking at the little girl riding a mutant hook snake in the yard, and shouted with a smile on his face. Hearing Pei Minghai's voice, the little girl with 2 pigtails replied crisply, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Xiao took Hui Hui out. Pei Minghai's face was full of black lines after hearing this. What's wrong with these 2 people? Before going out, at least explain it. What's the matter with leaving the child alone at home? Seeing that Pei Minghai's face was not right, the little girl hurriedly made up for her parents, who were not in tune with her. Xiao Xiao said that she would go to have dinner with Grandpa Pei and Uncle Xiao at dinner time. After dinner, there was no need to go home. Just bring the mutant hook snake with you and let Xiaoyan sleep with you and tell you stories. She sighed softly in her heart, thinking, she is also helpless. After entering the bedroom, Xiaoyan looked at the cute little girl lying obediently on her bed, and the mutant hook snake, and walked to the bed with heavy steps. It was just one night, and it passed quickly. Xiaoyan comforted himself in this way. Uncle Xiao, come quickly, your cousin will hold half of it for you.